Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of what if Deku had to navigate Yokohama and U.A. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inside the iconic tall buildings in Yokohama reside the iconic criminals that the citizens both fear and admire, the Port Mafia. Moriogai, the boss of the organization, has been thinking for a while now while looking at the unopened envelope on the table, knowing what was inside even before looking. His mind was occupied by the unexpected meeting in a cruise ship with mostly all of the different organization leaders about the decision of the state. Mori likes Yokohama very much. Although ambitious, most information from outside never interests him in the slightest. Thus, he settled in building his power in Yokohama. Still, who would have thought that such a bill will truly be passed? Rintaro? In any case, he couldn't let the others get a head start. It is best to send in his most promising subordinates that perfectly fit the criteria. Are you really ignoring me, Rintaro? A huff was heard and the girl stood up on the table. Her small toes stepped on the envelope without a care and with a frown. Her bulging cheeks pouted as she put her arms on her waist in anger. Mori took a long glance, starting from the pinkish toes to the headband of the blonde girl. Elise-chan, you look so gorgeous even without wearing anything. The mafioso's serious face melted into a puddle, only leaving a stupid grin on his face. Unconvinced, Elise moved her hips to the side and spoke, I am wearing undergarments, Rintaro. Yes you are. Can you please try this dress? Look at the ribbons, they're so cute. He moved his hand elsewhere and somehow got a hold of a frilly red dress with black ribbons. Elise looks to be thinking seriously for a while before looking away. No. Mori tried to persuade the young girl but she never caved in. He can only sigh and beckon her to come so he can hold her and focus on the matter at hand. Just as the girl is crouching down to sit obediently on his lap, something sharp flew towards her, making her vanish instantly. A gloved hand caught it and it figured it was a scalpel. He looked towards the person glaring at him and instead of a scowl, he gave him an affectionate smile. Quite the temper, he smiled and looked at the scalpel for a while before continuing, Did you enter my ward without permission again? I do hope that you didn't mix any drags and gulp them like water once more. The teen is now sitting on the sofa, leaning lazily without a care for his appearance in front of his boss. I did. Your drags SCK. They don't work all the time. Mori shrugged and walked towards him, putting the envelope down on the coffee table as the light grew warmer. I prioritize safety more than anything else. And, since you're still functioning normally, I'll let you handle this one together with Nokohara Chuya. The teen glared at the envelope as if he was cursing its entire family. Still, in the end, he is in the presence of Mori. His instincts immediately kicked in and before he realized his seemingly practiced action, he already knew the contents of the mission. You want me to investigate the Hero Society and their quirks? I thought you didn't care about these things. The brown-haired boy said in disgust. Mori affirmed but at the same time, he reckoned that there's no need for further explanation. The boy is smart, obviously. He already knew what sparked Mori's interest in the matter before he asked, so there was no need for him to insist on an answer. And, instead of mixing drags, why don't you try this instead, Dazai? In the ex-doctor's hand lay a small bottle of pills. He opened the lid and mixed it into a drink before giving it to the other. It's potent. Consider that an investment for the upcoming mission. The boy's eyes, though wary, lit up slightly and held the cup of warm tea, drinking it slowly and waiting for death to kick in. Why do I have to work with the slug again? Can't I just do this on my own? He wondered. It's part of the agreement. Mori just smiled, watching the boy slowly consume the tea from the cup. Dazai put down the cup with a clinking sound and slid the envelope in his black coat. Suit yourself. He stood to leave but he felt his legs weaken and fell sitting on the sofa once more. No way, did Mori really give him a potent poison? Never knew the old man had it in him. When Dazai's body began retaliating, he found himself breathing, gasping for air and thinking he might really die this time. He just escaped from the kennel and changed his bandages though. Wait. Something's wrong. He feels as if he's dying, but he is certain he's far from death. You should really change your suit. It's quite a hot day. There was a hint of amusement in that voice, and amidst Dazai's blurring sight, he saw something red. A red clothing of some sort. Let me help you get changed, okay? After that, I'll supervise your recovery. With that, the man carried his scorching body all the way to his personal medical ward, returning both the boy and the scalpel in place. And that's that. I'll be counting on you both. The older man in a green kimono spoke with firm sternness but with warmth underneath. In a simple building, there exists a group of detectives. They are still small, but they have been operating for 3 years now. In those 3 years, they have had 3 members, including the president. The boy doesn't sound too happy with the news. Why do I have to study in a place filled with stupid people? Nope. Find someone else. Let's recruit another member ASAP. The girl finished rereading the contents of the letter, returning it inside the envelope. She and the president sneakily exchanged glances at each other before she spoke. I remember, there are many different brands of snacks outside Yokohama. There was a subtle flinch on the boy's lazy demeanor. In an instant, there was no whining, but no affirmation was given. The girl, Yosano, has no choice but to continue. She held her phone and searched for a short while. I want to try visiting this hero-themed cafe. It has free selections of snacks and I heard there are free souvenirs too if you go VIP. The boy, Ranpo, slowly leaned in, trying to be sneaky. Yosano and the president, Fukuzawa, noticed his small, cute, and awkward action but chose not to call him out for it. President, if Ranpo-san doesn't want to come, it's best not to force him. I'll find someone else, ASAP. Yosano commented. All right. Find another member for the agency, ASAP. Fukuzawa agreed. Ranpo, however, immediately inserted himself back into the conversation. Now that I think about it, I am the reason for this agency to be working in the first place. It's my responsibility as the elder brother to represent the agency. Fukuzawa and Yosano once again exchanged a quick glance with each other. This time, Fukuzawa spoke up first. Whoa. Ranpo, you're a very amazing big brother. Ranpo. Yosano, I always knew I could count on you, Ranpo-san. Ranpo. Fukuzawa and Yosano, the agency can't really do without you. Ranpo's cheeks flushed pink, his face heating up so he giggled and shrugged. Really, what can you guys do without me? He laughed to his heart's content while munching on some of Fukuzawa's snacks. Fukuzawa, I'll leave him in your care, Yosano. Yosano, well, it's my role as the younger sister. Chuya looked at the unfamiliar place. He just hopped off from the black car, but his expression is already about to explode. Why, he muttered under his breath, waiting for a certain mafioso to approach him and tell him psych. However, he heard the mafioso instruct the driver to get their luggage out of the trunk with a cheerful voice. Trembling, he finally grabbed the other person's collar and exploded. Why didn't you tell me about this? The guy just raised both his hands in defeat, but his voice is still as cocky as ever. Cause, if I tell you about it, how can it still be called a surprise? Chuya went for a smack. You're effing you Dazai, but the other nimbly evaded and even had the audacity to thank the driver and grab the black suitcase. Here's yours, Chuya. Don't worry, I made sure to tell them to pack what you like. Look, even the suitcase is pink. Just like how you always wanted it to be. The ginger was embarrassed to grab the suitcase, he didn't even know that's his. He sighed and glared once again. I swear to God, I'll kill you 1,000 times. Nah. The person who's dying with me is already reserved. Dazai dramatically looked regretful. No matter how much you wanted it to be you, we're just not meant to be. Who says I'm dying with you, scumbag? Chuya raised a brow as he put one hand in his pocket. They're the same thing, chibi. Dazai gave the other a judgmental look, as if he was looking at someone too stupid to function. How are they the same? Also, I'm only 15, I'm still growing, filthy mackerel. The two bickered without a care. A taxi parked somewhere near them and 2 detectives came out. Yosano glanced at the barking mafiosos and let them be. Meanwhile, Ranpo handed her a lollipop while saying, how can they be so energetic this early in the morning? Yosano removed the plastic and gave it back to Ranpo. The guy, as if it's normal to be served, took the lollipop with his mouth and finally ignored everyone. Another car came and 2 young men in formal red uniforms walked out, carrying their luggage. My. How lively! The white-haired man smiled at the sight. The other just followed him in silence. Dazai stopped provoking Chuya and whistled to grab the other 4's attention. I didn't know that the hunting dogs are also here to take a bite of the pie. He smiled. Dazai Osamu, the youngest port mafia executive and one of the Sukoku. Sadly, we're ordered to focus solely on our task. Otherwise, I would love to invite you to an interrogation room that I am quite fond of. Juno said the words that can scare children with a smile on his face. Chuya became on guard while Dazai remained nonchalant. Really? That's too bad. Anyway, nice to meet you too. He gave the other one of his most charming smiles. It didn't take long before an agent from the outside came to greet them and lead them the way after confirming that everyone was already there. It was a half-hour ride before they got to Musutafu. However, before they could start observing the place, the moment they came out of the van, their eyes were filled with flashes of light and a different type of chatter that they usually hear from Yokohama. There are too many people curious to look at them as if they are popular celebrities of some sort. Meanwhile, there are also controls happening in the sky. People outside Yokohama look at them with a perverse longing to dissect. While Chuya felt a bit uncomfortable, he shifted near Dazai only to brush his hands against the other. It was wet with cold sweat. Sneaking a glance to his partner, Dazai still wore an amused smile on his face. Chuya, better not say anything then. Deku, the other guy with Juno, whispered, why are they acting as if it's the first time they've seen a perfectly normal-looking human being? Juno smiled and said, who knows? I really can't tell. You are normal, is what he left unsaid while facing the other. Deku. Ranpo frowned in annoyance. Are those heroes? Why do they not assist? Seeing how most of the security guarding them from harm are the police force while some heroes go to the place just to show off and sign some autographs. Chuya scoffed, shrugging off the icky feeling. Hey Dazai, look at that guy is literally flying with wings. Dazai looked up and saw a blond man with bright red wings. His unfocused eyes suddenly cleared up. He couldn't help but laugh for whatever reason, and here I thought abilities are already too flashy for my taste. A guy with the body of a bodybuilder landed in front of them and smiled with his white teeth. I am here. Hello there, ability users. I am the pro hero, All Might. Welcome to Musutafu. He's got quite a loud voice. Dazai visibly flinched, his body tensed for a moment before sneaking a sigh. Who said abilities are too flashy? Have you seen this guy? Unbeknownst to Dazai, a certain detective doctor noticed his little actions. Yosano. One gotta hand it to the police force for being able to calm down the citizens and ensure that they wouldn't be able to follow the young ones after the interview was finished. Basically, after All Might introduced himself, the interviewers asked them a few questions in which, mostly Yosano, as the most sane person, answered. When asked about their affiliations, representatives for each organization answered. Yosano, we're from the Armed Detective Agency. Juno, since the Special Abilities Division will be responsible for the heroes that will observe Yokohama, we, the hunting dogs, will represent them. Dazai, him? What can I say? We're the night wardens of sorts. After a brief welcoming and introduction, they were finally led to a high-class traditional inn reserved for them with All Might as their tour guide. You will be staying here, young ability users. All Might said after showing them every nook and cranny of the place. I'll let you know that I'm already. Please drop the word young. Deku replied while fiddling with his pocket, looking a bit distracted. 20 is still young, boy. Enjoy your youth. All Might gave him a positive smile and a thumbs up. Although the other wears a frown, he no longer replies when he finds what he is looking for and holds it in his hand. Hey All Might, is it true that you're the #1 hero? Why are there rankings? How can you determine the rankings? Do they stay consistent? Dazai immediately piled the blonde guy up with questions and felt quite happy with the other's confused and flustered state upon being questioned without a stop. Meanwhile, Ranpo is looking at Deku and finally couldn't help but ask, what's that? Deku gladly showed him the thing he was holding. With a tilt of his head, Ranpo decided that the other was a bit stupid, so he questioned once more, "What are you going to do with that?" The other copied his actions and answered, "Eat," before taking a bite. There was a crunch. "You can't eat the egg with the shell." Ranpo gladly shared the information, but the other just took another bite, expressing his longing to eat it as it is. "I quite like to eat it this way." There was a sigh beside Deku. "Don't mind this dumbass or he will get on your nerves every time." Ranpo wanted to say something when there was a shout from the other group, "H. I don't want to. You mean to tell me that all of US will be staying in this inn? Have you lost your mind?" Yup. It was the short ginger. "Listen, young Nokohara. We figured that it would be better for all of the ability users to stay together because of familiarity. Besides, the inn is spacious and there are plenty of rooms to accommodate 6 people. All Might explained. Chuya really can't believe this absurd level of hospitality. Are they seriously making the military dogs, detectives and criminals stay together in one place? Do they want to create a documentary about homicide? That's the point. The familiarity will only cause a killie." A handful of bandages covered his mouth. Dazai smiled while holding the feral ginger down. "Sorry, All Might, my dog hasn't eaten anything today. Don't worry, he's all bark no bite." Then he faced the other. "Chibi, stay put or else you won't get any treats." Chuya, "What the F dash? This effing waste of bandages." "Well, I don't think it's a bad idea to stay together." Juno intervened. "Me too." Yosano chimed in. "Me 3. Ranpo doesn't really care, but he found it fun to irritate the noisy one. Chomp. Deku looked clueless, but he decided to trust Juno for today and didn't say a thing as a quiet acquiescence. Although, he knows that Juno just wants the shorty to feel terrible, so he insists on living together. In the end, it was 5-1, so Chuya was utterly defeated. He can only growl in protest. All Might told them that in less than a month, the entrance exam in the UA will take place. They have already reserved 6 slots for them and all they have to do is to pass the exam to be qualified. The exam has 2 portions, the written one and the physical one. There's not much of a big deal when it comes to the physical exam for the majority of them. Only. Juno clapped 3 times and asked, "Everyone, can I get your attention? I just want to know who among you have been to a school before." Everyone in question. Yup. There was an obvious silence. They have finished unpacking their things after choosing what room they prefer. After a bit of washing up and resting, they are now sitting in the lounge, relaxing after a long day of travel. Deku and I are busy with training, so we really don't have time to study formally. Although, I bet I can still get a passing grade for high school criteria, Juno continued with Deku nodding beside him. "I've been working as a nurse since 11. Yosano tapped the table twice, admitting that she really has no experience in attending a school. "Oh please. I'm too smart for school. Schools are boring." Ranpo complained while lazily leaning on the table. Oddly enough, no one disagreed. Juno and the others looked at the 2 mafioso who kept quiet for a while. "How about you two? Care to share?" he insisted. Dazai just smiled carelessly. "You could say I was homeschooled. It's different for the slug though. He was a street rat who can barely read and can't even write legibly." Chuya was once again offended. "Hey. I'll have you know that I can read just fine." Ranpo looked so shocked. "Oh my god. I can't believe there's such a level of stupidity." "Shut it." Chuya pointed at him while Ranpo covered his mouth with both hands, contemplating. In the end, he shook his head. No. Can't you see the problem here? Besides, reviewing before exams is only for stupid people with short-term memory. Why you?" Chuya wanted to strangle the other to death when the doctor interrupted. "You can't say that. I very much would like to read and review. After all, I have to pass the exam as well." Conflicted, Ranpo frowned, not knowing why people can't think like him, but he's mature enough, somewhat, to stop complaining. "Then you really have to work strong. Well, I'm sure you all know that we need to pass the exam." Juno concluded, "Although, I wouldn't mind if some of you dropped out right from the start. For instance, this shorty here. Cut it with the height. I'm still growing, damn it." Chuya stormed off the lounge and slammed the door in anger. Dazai glared at the blind guy. "Hey, that was uncalled for. I'm the only one who can call him that." Which? The other just gave him a shrug. It has been a week since then. Strangely, the inn was quiet for the whole week. This is due to the fact that most of the ability users staying in the inn are holding books for high school. The only girl in the group is flipping the pages of her 5th book, reading while sitting cross-legged on the sofa. The other detective, on the other hand, is busy playing a video game, his eyes focused on the television as he controls the car on the screen. The two hunting dogs are busy writing down notes and sometimes, they exchange ideas and ask questions to each other. There was also a bit of insult and sword poking here and there, but the atmosphere between the two can never be more peaceful than it was. Meanwhile, the last two of the group are quite the noisiest. Dazai was tasked to teach Chuya, but with every mistake Chuya made, he was made fun of, and with every correct answer he got, he was still made fun of. His somehow readable handwriting and slow reading pace also didn't help. Dazai poked fun at him whenever he could. Now this isn't just teaching, it's plain bullying. That's it. I'm out. F-. Chuya's daily explosion began, but this time, instead of going to his room to cool off, he left the inn to calm himself down. Dazai blinked twice in surprise. Did I go overboard? He asked himself. With both hands in his pocket, the blue-eyed boy walked the streets of Musutafu with his hood on to relieve his stress. To be honest, until now, he had no idea what their mission was. Whenever he tries to ask the bandage-squandering machine about it the moment they have the chance to be alone, the other brushes him off with, Now, Chuya. Don't be too impatient. In any case, I'm the only one doing the thinking, so just be an obedient little dog and wag your tail for me. Teasuch. Just remembering those times irked him so much that he wanted to take on a side mission and commit murder and arson to let off some steam. He took a deep breath, and after a while of distracting himself with the streets of the place, he was able to calm himself down. Thinking rationally, he was ordered to be with Dazai. Only Dazai knows what the boss wants, so he has to act accordingly, else, he might ruin the mission at hand. He couldn't mess up what the boss prepared for them. That, at least, he knows. Therefore, he has to pass the exam no matter what. Dazai teaching him really isn't helping. Should he ask the hunting dogs or the ADA girl for assistance? In a sense, won't he be ridiculed by Dazai once again? Besides, the other two organizations don't really have the full intention of helping them. They are all rivals at the end of the day. His train of thought halted when he noticed an explosion nearby and there was a lot of debris falling down. However, instead of people running away to evacuate or get to safety, they are running towards the place. Some even hold out their phones and stream with an excited look on their faces, while others complain about how the trains won't make it in time. How curious. Since he wasn't in the mood to study anyway, he decided to drop by and take a look. There, he saw many people watching a fight between what they call the villain and some heroes. There are heroes who take care of the damage and ensure that the people won't get hurt, while there are also those who fight the huge villain standing on the train railing above them. Chuya whistled in amusement and decided to sneak past some people to be able to get to the front. How odd that none of the heroes seem to ask the civilians to disperse, just letting them do what they want. Are they that confident of their abilities? No quirks? Somehow, because of the people's chatter, he found out that the reason for this was because the villain went into a panic after a failed attempt to snatch a bag. A bag. All the property damage just for a bag. DMN. A broccoli with a bright smile somehow ended up beside him. Whoa. That's the punching hero, Death Arms. He's really strong. Oh. Is that Backdraft, the rescue specialist? Wait, who's fighting the villain? Chuya. Who is he even talking to? It's Kamu Woods, the young and talented rising star. Whoa. The other bounced happily until he tripped on a small stone, falling forward, almost getting into the danger zone when his back collar was held and he floated slightly above ground. Clueless, he looked everywhere until he saw a ginger frowning at him. Stop moving around, kid. You want a trip to death? Chuya scolded, but the other flailed around in shock. As if swimming, he reached near the other and whispered in a panic, Put me down. Hurry. Hurry. With a brow raised, he let go of the broccoli. The other felt the ground to his feet before sighing in relief and said, Don't ever use your quirk unauthorized again. It's forbidden unless you have permission. Thank goodness everyone is too focused on the fight. Here. I saved you, what's wrong with that? Should I just let you trip and die? Chuya retorted, but the other was so insufferable that he rolled his eyes in annoyance. Canyon. Their conversation was cut short when a giant woman appeared and kicked the villain away from the train rail, making the other fall to the ground level where the civilians were. The ground shook and others lost their balance. Only Chuya stood perfectly still while holding the collar of the boy who almost tripped to death the second time. Ding, look at all those casualties. Chuya sarcastically commented. Still, the boy and even the other civilians seemed to not care about what had happened. Instead, they were hyped. Cameras flashing everywhere, not drowning in the voices of the cheering people. The giant woman picked up the villain with one hand and said, "Today is the day of my debut. My name is Mount Lady. A pleasure to make your acquaintance," she winked seductively. Chuya looks so done with everything while the boy grabs a notebook and focuses on writing while muttering something incomprehensible. The woman called Mount Lady finished her fan service and finally turned back to her human size. Quirks are too flashy indeed. Chuya continued before letting go of the boy and walking away, looking so tired of it. However, running footsteps came up to him, and once he turned around, he saw the ungrateful broccoli boy once more. "What now, kid? We look like we're the same age. Stop calling me a kid, besides, you're shorter than me." The other pouted before changing the topic. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. Based on your quirk, you look strong. Are you planning on going to UA by chance? If so, can I get your name and your quirk?" There was a hint of excitement and adoration on the boy's eyes, making Chuya a bit flustered. "Save it for someone else. I'm quirkless." The ginger wanted to leave but was forced to stay after the other interrogated him and reasoned that it is unbelievable for someone to be quirkless if they can make other people float. Defeated, Chuya went straight to the point. "I really am quirkless. I'm what you call an ability user." The pen dropped. The boy looked at him in shock. "An ability user?" It was all over the news. The moment the bill passed and became law, temporarily, everyone in Japan and Yokohama was caught by surprise. Even Midoriya Izuku, a hero enthusiast who has nothing but the hype of heroes in his mind and only wanting to become like the #1 hero, was interested the moment he found out that ability users will now be coexisting with the superhumans. Yokohama is a city that declared its independence less than 200 years ago. The reason was known as the Lesser Revolution. Because of the discrimination towards the quirkless when superhumans emerged throughout the whole world, there are bound to be parties in disagreement with the whole system. However, at that time, one of their laws states that they cannot be labeled as villains since they do not possess quirks. These quirkless people had a movement, and after fighting a seemingly losing battle, one was blessed with overwhelming strength out of the blue. Everyone was confused at first, but they believed that the person is quirkless from birth until the revolution. The so-called gifted people emerged and addressed themselves as ability users and their powers as abilities. The losing battle didn't exactly overturn the tide because of the overwhelming number of heroes and the small number of ability users. Still, they managed to take Yokohama and make it their territory. As for the reason why countless heroes couldn't defeat a small number of ability users, textbooks only mentioned that they were careful not to hurt the civilians, especially the quirkless. In the end, they entered a truce and halted the war. The conditions set were that the Hero Society must never touch Yokohama and that ability users must never enter the Hero Society. If this was peacefully fulfilled for a decade, then all enmity will be forgotten. The enmity did pass and some quirkless people could enter both places after adhering to the rules, but the conditions set were still present, that is, until an unknown bill was passed without prior information given to the public beforehand. The Hero Public Safety Commission ensured the people during an interview that everything was for the greater good of the country. Heroes and ability users can coexist. It is time to make Japan whole again. Midoriya also watched the short interview with 6 ability users 5 days ago, and he never knew he would have such a luck to meet one. "Emma, Mr. A, are you really an ability user?" That's so cool. The books say only quirkless people can have the chance to become ability users. We have quirkless people here as well, but there was no news of them becoming ability users. How can you be one? Midoriya couldn't stop himself once he realized the pie that fell from the sky in front of him. He is also quirkless. Maybe, Just maybe, he can also become an ability user? If he can, he'd be able to fulfill his dream of becoming a hero like All Might. Whoa, hold it. What's with you? Anyway, I've no time to chatter. I still need to find out why algebra exists and why it has to be in the exam that heroes are supposed to take. Chuya held out his hand to block the boy's incoming face while the other was still in his pocket. Exam? Entrance exam to UA, right? I know a lot and I have decent grades. I can help. Just please tell me about abilities and ability users. This was Midoriya's last resort to being a hero, in the most normal possible way he can think of. No way he would let it go away just like that. At first, the ginger wanted to get away from the sticky broccoli, but the offer he gave was too tempting to reject. Wait, are you sure you can help me? How? He pondered. Midoriya felt quite proud of himself when he caught the other person's interest. I can tutor you. Just give me 5. No, give me 3 days. I'll write you some reviewers and give you quizzes to practice with. I'm really good at studying and teaching others, I swear. Chuya thought for a while and inquired, in exchange, you wanted information about abilities and ability users, correct? Yes. Midoriya's head pounded like garlic. Well, in the end, it's just a peaceful way of information exchange. Surely Dazai would have thought of a scenario where he'd find a total stranger for help in exchange for something, right? Besides, the mackerel never forbade him from speaking about ability users and abilities, so it's not violating anything. Alright, sounds fair to me, it's not really a secret anyway. But, you should tutor me for the whole month before the exam. In 3 days, we'll meet at my place. If I can really learn something from you, I'll give you all the information you want. Chuya agreed after weighing the pros and cons of passing and failing the exam. At least he knows that the mission involved passing the exam. Your place? Does that mean I get to meet the other ability users? Midoriya froze for a moment. Chuya? He raised a brow, finding the freckled boy acting kind of foolish. Yeah. What about it? Broccoli's brain exploded and his big eyes widened even more. WH. After their deal was struck, Chuya and Midoriya exchanged phone numbers for contact and Chuya sent him a message about the place and time before they went their separate ways. Such a handful kid. Totally the opposite of Akutagawa, he muttered before heading back to the inn. The two adults are nowhere to be seen while the detective prick is persuading the doctor to go to something cafe, but the other is pacifying him with a bucketful of patience. Chuya could never. The short-haired girl noticed him and spared him a glance. You're back, before looking away while the other guy blew out bubble gum from his mouth. He hummed in response before asking, where's the jackass? The bubble popped and Ranpo chewed once again while saying, bandages went to your room. It has been hours. There are leftovers in the fridge. Just heat them up. Yosano continued. The other detective seemed to have remembered something upon hearing the word fridge and stood up to open it and searched for something inside. Chuya thanked Yosano and waited for Ranpo to finish grabbing a popsicle and a jelly drink before grabbing the 2 bowls of ramen inside. He heated them for a while and put them on a tray together with 2 glasses of water and 2 pairs of chopsticks before retiring to his room. Putting down the tray, he ignored how much the trespasser sitting on his bed followed his movement with his eyes. He stood on the side and held the hem of his hoodie, removing it and hanging it on a hanger. He then proceeded to remove his shirt, leaving him topless with his back facing the other. He sighed and said in an exasperated tone, what else do you want this time? There was no reply. Chuya can only put his shirt in the laundry basket and grab a different one in his closet to wear before walking to check himself in the mirror. Suddenly, there was a movement from the bed and footsteps approaching him from behind. A forehead lay on his left shoulder, making the frown in his face deepen. Get off, you're effing heavy. He tilted his head to the right and even refused to look in the mirror. He's lying, of course. The guy is even lighter than the him who suffered malnutrition before. Are you angry, Chibi? Usually, Chuya will explode upon hearing the stupid nickname. However, the tone of the voice was weary and careful, as if afraid it would get scolded. He held back his temper and somehow was able to say, I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now, Dazai. Get off, somewhat kindly. The brown-haired boy slowly moved his head upward. Now, his chin is leaning on the ginger's shoulder instead of his forehead. Curious, Chuya took a glance and he shouldn't have. What's with the puppy eyes? Even though the scumbag only has one eye open with the bandages covering the other, the impact is still too much. His left eye twitched and stood his ground. Cut it out. You can't manipulate me. But the other continued by looking at him pitifully. I told you already. Puppy eyes attack. You can't. The puppy eyes blinked twice. Chuya even imagined there were sound effects somewhere. U.A. F.I.T. Fine. Fine. I'm not angry anymore. I didn't really mind it anyway. It doesn't matter anyway. What do you want me to say? Chuya's face flushed red and pushed the other away, but his actions were careful. He even fixed the creases of the other's shirt and the ruffle on his hair. He pulled the other to sit on the other side of the short-legged table in his room and even served him his food. Damn it, Dazai. Here. You have to eat, jackass. I'm telling you, never look at me that way again, or else, I'll gouge your eyeballs out and donate them to the hunting dog. With a twitch of his lips, Dazai couldn't help but laugh loudly at the sight of his flustered partner. Ha ha ha. Chibi, you're so... Ha ha ha. Chuya, on the other hand, almost broke his chopsticks in anger. You. U.A. F you. Scram. Suddenly, the door opened and Dazai was kicked out, together with his bowl of ramen in his hands. OF. Chuya, you're so rough. He commented and was met with the loud bang of the door closing. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since he came back and you've already angered exploding Ginger again. Ranpo, who was walking in the hallway, witnessed Dazai getting kicked out as he SCKS on his jelly drink. Beside him is Deku, who is also skiing on his drink with the same packet as Ranpo. Oh, hey detective, hey soldier. What are you drinking? Dazai waved them hello. Ranpo smiled proudly. Heh, glad you asked. It's a grape jelly drink. Deku, tomato ketchup. Dazai, eh? Don't mind this fool. Blind guy said he has weird taste buds. Ranpo answered for him before saying, don't eat in the hallway. Go to your room or the dining area, bandages. Before walking away confidently. Deku blinked at Dazai first before following the foodie. He respects a man who also loves food. Dazai shrugs and leans on the door of the slug's room. He began eating the ramen while speaking to the person inside the room. Even without getting a response, he continued to speak freely, only quieting down whenever he put the noodles in his mouth. The method worked and before he knew it, he finished his food. Whoa, can you believe it, Chibi? I finished my food this time. He was amused at first before realizing he just prolonged his life by finishing his food. U.A. This is all that slug's fault. As if on cue, the door opened a bit and a glass of water slid out before the door shut tightly. Dazai couldn't help but smile at the sight. I found someone that can properly tutor me. He'll arrive in 3 days. Dazai froze and frowned, not quite happy with the news even though he already expected it. I can teach you just fine. He retorted. There was a snicker. Yeah, right. With every 10 sentences you say, 8 of them are insults. How the F will I learn anything? Dazai childishly pouted even when no one was around to look at his bulging cheeks. Itch. I can't believe my dog is cheating on me. If it's with you, I'll gladly cheat. The other replied, and no, I'm not your effing dog. Dreams can become a reality. This was what I wished my mom had told me back then. Lost in thought, Midoriya reached the ability user's home and stopped at the front door. Truly, he hesitated for half a day before deciding to continue tutoring Nokohara-san. He only found out the other person's name after getting his contact number. Nokohara-san graciously typed in his own number and name in Midoriya's phone. However, that's not the point. The thing is, just a couple of hours after meeting Nokohara-san, he was attacked by a sludge villain and once again gained a once-in-a-lifetime chance to meet his idol, the number 1 hero, All Might. It's like his collecting rare Pokeball. Many things happened and he also got himself in danger for the 3rd time. By trying to fight the sludge villain in a desperate attempt to save his schoolmate, Bakugo, whom he calls Kaken. All Might once again came to save the day and he got scolded by other heroes at the scene afterwards. His hope was ignited by Nokohara-san, dimmed by All Might, ignited by his resolve, dimmed by the hero's scoldings, and once again ignited by the words All Might told him after everything. You can be a hero. He was validated. For the first time in his life, he was validated. There is nothing more to say. All his pent-up stress and discomfort came out like a flood and washed away the ache in his heart. After that came his contemplation. He has to focus on his own training with all might, especially now that he only has a month to train before taking UA's entrance exam. All Might told him that even with 10 months of training, he'd have to push himself strong, so with only a month, his training schedule only left him with half an hour of sleep and 5 minutes of eating per meal. Still, he already struck a deal with Nokohara-san. It would be rude to just call it off. Besides, Midoriya is someone who appreciates quirks. Abilities are a whole new power system that he knew little about. There is no harm in also analyzing them. It might be quite useful in the future. He told his encounter with the ability user to All Might. Since the kid also needs to review for the written portion, the pro hero agreed to his request with the condition that he'd have to wear weights on both hands and feet. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on the doorbell, and it rang twice. The door opened up, letting out a person with white hair. Midoriya tensed up. He watched the interview with the ability users more than 30 times. The only reason why he didn't realize that Nokohara-san is one of them at first is because he was wearing his hood, hiding his features. But not this person in front of him. Although they never introduced their names on camera, he knows this person is from the strongest military division in Yokohama, the hunting dogs. Oh my, a lost pup. The other spoke after a second. Unfortunately, I'm not into charity, so shoo before I decided to make an entertainment out of you. Midoriya didn't quite catch what the other told him because he is busy creating a proper script with his brain, and the moment he finalized what he was going to say, he spoke up without thinking. Good morning, mister. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm here for Nokohara-san from the Night Wardens. And with that, he hurried to open his bag and show the reviewers he had written in pieces of paper. Juno. He did hear some rustling paper sounds. He put his hand on his chin and said, Nokohara. Nokohara Chuya? The broccoli didn't notice something odd and nodded enthusiastically, yes. The short ginger one. Ooh, so he's really a ginger. I never knew. I thought it was hair dye. After all, who would expect a Japanese person to be a ginger? It doesn't make sense to me. Juno shrugged and shook his head. Those papers, are they for the exam? Are you here to tutor the loudspeaker? He continued upon connecting every dot together. Midoriya blinked twice. The moment he showed the papers, it's already obvious that they are reviewers. Why is there a need to reconfirm? His train of thought was cut off when the other grabbed the papers from his hand. Thanks. These are good for the fireplace. Would you like to come in to watch me rip and crumple them too? Oh. What the heck? The teenager saw the adult bounce in shock and pain, letting go of the papers. Luckily, he caught them and quickly hid everything inside his bag so that it wouldn't be used for any form of ignition. The other person looked behind and started ranting. Interested, Midoriya tilted to the right and saw the other hunting dog member holding a sword while eating a banana with its skin intact. That's some strong teeth. You. Why would you stab me all of a sudden? What did I even do to you? The white-haired man pointed at him in anger. I just kinda want to. Chomp. You're acting kinda annoying, so I felt like stabbing. The banana guy answered nonchalantly, as if stabbing people isn't a hazard. Then he saw the boy his partner was playing with. Broccoli, he muttered. Be broccoli? Midoriya mumbled, feeling quite hurt. Even if he's kinda, well, it's still rude to say that in front of people. Juno's anger came and went, oh. So the broccoli is teaching the carrot. I like that analogy. He smiled. Motherfucker. How dare you call me a carrot, you radish? Chuya just finished fixing himself when he heard the insult. How can he endure it? The bandages came from behind, that's right. It's too insulting to call him a carrot. After all, he's a slug. Small, annoying, and ugly. Chuya mechanically faced the other, his veins bulging on his forehead. He smiled furiously at the other. You always say one word too many, don't you? Dazai chose to ignore the remark and walked towards the confused and somehow astonished freckled boy, took a look, and shook his hands. Hi. Hello. Welcome to our humble abode. You must feel so terrible for being blackmailed by Chibi into tutoring him, but you must never falter. You can do it even if the slug doesn't have that many cells in his brainac. He went flying, crashing to the wall nearby, toppling the sofa upside down. Luckily, the wall didn't break. Chuya put his foot down and faced Midoriya, who was frozen with a gaping mouth upon seeing what just happened. Stop acting stupid. Let's go over there. Alright, ability users are well, interesting. The ever behaved, compared to everyone in the inn, Midoriya Izuku followed Chuya to the living room and saw two people sitting in front of the table. The girl is reading a textbook about physics and the boy is eating cookies while reading a mystery novel? Nei Yosano. Yosano-sensei. Yosano-chan, are you sure this is a hit mystery novel? It's totally predictable. I haven't even read half of it yet, but I already know that this blonde inspector is the killer. He closed the book and carelessly tossed it aside in disappointment. We can't do anything about it. Ranpo-san is just that great. Yosano combed his fur, successfully calming him down. That's true. After all, I'm the greatest detective in all of Yokohama. Nope. Maybe in the entire world. His smile infected Yosano, making her quirk her lips upwards. In front of them sat the hot-headed mafioso and a new face. Hello. Midoriya greeted timidly. Poor guy, after seeing the scene earlier, he's afraid he'd start another brawl again. Him. And you are? Ranpo asked with interest in his voice. The younger one introduced himself, and upon knowing his purpose for coming, the two detectives gave them a bit of privacy and left the table to sit on the sofa. We have normal people here. Izuku cried in his heart. Their session began after he asked Chuya what subject he wanted to learn for the first 3 hours before moving on to the next subject. So far, albeit slow because of Chuya's reading and writing level, they are progressing well. The others are also conscientious enough to not bother them. After half a day of learning, Midoriya finally decided to give Chuya a break, and the first thing Chuya did was to stretch his limbs. Dang, who knew high school is this hellish? And I only finished 3 out of 9 subjects. Chuya commented in annoyance. Midoriya laughed awkwardly and decided to praise the other. Well, you're doing well, Nakahara-san. It's just that you need to try reading a lot faster since the exam is timed, and you also need to practice your handwriting more so that they can actually read and assess your essays. His praise didn't end up lifting the other person's spirit. It just fueled his longing to go back to Yokohama and add another collection to his alcohol. Studying SC case. The two rejoined the group and joined them for lunch. Midoriya is a bit fidgety, feeling happy that he gets to meet all of the ability users and interact with them. Dazai saw his excitement and couldn't help but say, Midoriya-kun, right? You're very generous for teaching my little pup. I can't believe I'm seeing a good Samaritan right now. Chuya gave him a frown but decided not to argue lest he lose his appetite. Midoriya, on the other hand, vehemently refused to accept his praise and told them about the deal he made with the shorty. Oh? What do you want to know about us then? Dazai raised a brow in wonder. Chuya saw his relaxed demeanor and knew his decision to share information about ability users was not bad. Midoriya flailed his hands. Oh, I can't ask for a while. I have to wait for a month. It doesn't matter now. I'm already learning from you and everyone is here. There may be things that I don't know, but they do. They might give you an answer if they want to. Chuya replied. Midoriya didn't waste a second to grab a brand new notebook and a pen. On the cover, he wrote, Gifted People Analysis for the Future Number 1 Chapter Text. I've found an interesting kid. No, I think the kid had found me instead. There was once a homeless 14-year-old lad. He did not want to think of all the bad things and the discomfort he was feeling. It's all right. He told himself, it's all right because I'm the greatest. He believed himself to be a genius, or something along those lines. People are just different. Why they are different, he has no clue. Actually, he already figured it out. He just didn't want to accept the only probable truth. Everyone's the same, only he is different. At present, he is already those thoughts no longer bother him as much. It's all because of the Mr. Bodyguard he met back then and the president he kept in touch with. He found a purpose for his existence and ignored the rest of what-ifs. The only probable truth is something he accepts it to be. All's well that's well for him. Looking at the bright boy now eating in front of him, it's easy to point out that the other is struggling to move. Sometimes, his fingers tremble and he drink water as if he can never quench his thirst. It didn't take long for Ranpo to analyze that there were weights around the boy's wrists and ankles. Of course, he also knows that it is for training. With how enthusiastic the boy is when talking about heroes and U.A, it seems he is an aspiring hero. There's a 98% possibility that the boy will also take U.A.'s entrance exam with them. Obviously, Ranpo thinks the boy is nowhere near his level, but he senses his potential. Earlier, he was listening in on how the teenager tutors the ginger. Whenever exploding ginger is having a strong time, the boy mutters for a while, and with only half a minute, he already proposed a different approach that's suitable for the other's learning progress. It didn't happen only once. With how slow exploding ginger was, Pushover had to juggle his ideas many times without making the other person feel bad about themselves. Pushover is a diamond in the rough. Ranpo was quite amused. If only he could take the boy to the agency and train him under his name. However, he was 100% certain that the boy would disagree. If only he met him first. Too bad. See, can I really ask now? As in, right now? Excited, he reconfirmed once again, unable to hide his smile. He was affirmed and stopped being too polite. Then, I'll have to ask the same question as before. Nokohara-san, what is your quirk, no, ability? Chuya grinned, getting straight to the point, are we? My ability is called for the tainted sorrow. I cannot necessarily explain it in detail, but I can manipulate gravity. You've had a first-hand experience in that. All ability users in the room are engaging in a fragile truce. He cannot truly expose the extent of his ability for many reasons he refuses to state. Everyone also realized what he was doing, but no one forced him to spill anything. They all understood what he meant. Midoriya was oblivious and seriously wrote down Chuya's full name, the name of his ability and how it works. Is there a weakness to your ability? Like, duration or anything? Not that I was forcing you to say anything if you don't want to. He defended himself quickly after realizing his question might be too personal. When it comes to the duration, I can probably use it continuously until I drop dead. As for other weaknesses, there's none. Chuya replied confidently. The only weakness of his ability is that he cannot control it when it's at full strength. A taboo only Dazai could touch. The worst part is that he only found out about it recently, and that out of all people, it's a taboo that's available for Dazai. Midoriya continued to ask about the names of abilities, but Chuya and everyone in the room didn't know how the names came to be. It just felt like those are what their abilities should be addressed, so that's how they came to be named that way. When he asked about how one can obtain an ability, the answers he got were quite vague. I'm not really knowledgeable about this. All I know is that abilities are randomly gifted to people. How they are chosen, I have no clue. Chuya scratched his head. Some say abilities are connected to people's souls and only those who are qualified will be blessed with one. Juno joined in. Abilities are currently the only mystery that I cannot solve. However, it won't be long enough for me to find out. Ranpo chimed in. Dazai chuckled in amusement, making everyone face him. Say, Midoriya-kun, how can one obtain a quirk? Hey! Midoriya blinked in confusion, making him answer subconsciously, quirks are genetically passed down to people. Although it started with a golden baby being born in China many years ago, it was proven that right now, quirks run in people's genes. That's how one can also find out the nature of their quirk. Genes. That's fascinating. Dazai smiled, his eyes crescent before he continued. Abilities appear randomly. Parents may have abilities but the child wouldn't, or vice versa. Also, the nature of abilities cannot be deduced by people's ancestry. However, there is a rumor circulating in Yokohama about them. Want to know about it? The boy couldn't hold in his curiosity and nodded after swallowing his saliva in nervousness. Dazai beckoned him with his fingers, making not only Midoriya, but everyone leans in with only a table in between. It was quite a comical sight. Rumors stating that only the DM end can be granted an ability. Those who are suffering and on the verge of physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual breakdown are the lucky ones to be chosen. Sometimes, they don't even know that they have an ability. Sometimes, their ability will only make their lives a living hell. But one thing is for sure. When one is an ability user, he is someone who the world has toyed with, given up, and granted a teeny tiny false apology called an ability. I mean, look. Isn't it written in history books that quirkless people were on the verge of destruction in a losing battle, only to suddenly be gifted with an ability? The person gifted with an ability must have felt so pathetic. In a war like that, he would surely hate the superhumans to the core for killing his family and friends, but, as if to mock him, the world granted him an ability with super strength. He just became what he detested the most. He couldn't even face it properly and called it different. How laughable. He's such a fool. He should have just chosen death. At first, Midoriya is quite invested. However, as Dazai continued, he felt unnerved and shivers ran down his spine. The words the other person is saying are frightening, yet the look in his eyes, the tone in his voice, the actions he makes, he made it as if he's only sharing his favorite food with a new friend and defending why it's so good. He even laughed about it as if he found it funny why he likes such food. Everything is unnerving. A hand hit Dazai's head. He held it for a while and grimaced in pain. The tension disappeared and everyone sat properly once again. Just as he was about to complain, he found that the hand that hit him wasn't from the slug but from the doctor sitting beside him. What? Sensei! Why would you do such a thing? He whined. Midoriya-kun is looking for facts, not baseless rumors. Stop spreading misinformation. She then faced the boy who was awkwardly scratching his cheek. Midoriya-kun, I can assure you that while there are also people who experienced suffering before gaining their abilities, there are also people who are born with it. I'm one of them. I was born with an ability, and I suffered because of it. If Yosano acknowledged the mafioso's theory, then she'd be rejecting her entire existence. Midoriya, I just talked to a girl. No, he didn't. Chuya rolled his eyes at Dazai and continued, in any case, abilities are a mystery and only a small percentage of the quirkless can be gifted with one. The wilted broccoli sprung up, looking all lively again. I see. So up until now, it remained unknown. I'll take note of that, he muttered while writing everything he heard, even Dazai's theory, although he refused to write in detail lest it became a curse, marking it with a big red question mark. Can I ask one last question then? Midoriya wondered after seeing the time. He really needed to go back to the beach to train with All Might, so when they nodded, he timidly asked, Can I know all of your names and abilities? There was silence. Right, I'm sorry for demanding too much, he scratched his head dejectedly. I'm Edogawa Ranpo. No rush about our abilities though. If you're able to successfully pass the exam, you can slowly learn about us in U.A. Yosano finally glanced at her brother with a slightly intrigued look in her eyes. It was the third time Ranpo initiated a conversation and responded to Midoriya. I see. You're right, Edogawa-san. Relieved, Midoriya was grateful. He's also going to U.A? How did you know? The ever-silent fool finally spoke up while drinking a surprisingly normal tea. Midoriya just realized that the other did know without him saying anything, so he was curious about it. Ranpo only grinned, I'm just that smart, but you can guess it if you want to. The days passed by smoothly. Chuya is learning well academically and Midoriya is learning to death physically. His physical state started looking more and more worn out whenever he visited the ability users. He was even almost played to death by a man called Juno after he acted over the top upon realizing that Juno is blind. His quite thankful Deku is there to stop him. Still, they almost fought because of him, so he began avoiding colliding with Juno whenever he could. After knowing all their names, Ranpo usually pulls him to the side to play a guessing game with him while Chuya is taking an activity or a quiz. Because the other usually closes his eyes, the aftershock of learning Juno's blindness causes him to mutter his theory about Ranpo's blindness. Aggrieved, Ranpo bullied him for 3 days by forcing him to buy sweets and snacks whenever he wanted. Yosano's daily question of "Are you okay? Do you want me to heal you? I'm a doctor," also came in, and out of politeness and embarrassment, he always said he was fine. He doesn't know why the other is always disappointed with his reply though. Chuya is still Chuya, but Dazai is very difficult to discern. Sometimes he's so goofy that they can laugh together, sometimes he acts stern and throws filtered insults. He couldn't understand anything about him, so he ranks second after Juno of the people he must avoid to keep peace. In his mind, he always chants Viva Peace. During his interactions with everyone, he found out many tidbits of information about ability users. They weren't anything too important and can even be labeled as useless, but he wrote them in his notebook. By that, he meant information about the 6 ability users he had been interacting with. For instance, Deku-san can eat many bizarre stuff and not suffer indigestion. Perks of being an ability user. So amazing! This can be very useful in a long-term battle with little food rations or expired food. Then he goes, Juno-san and Ranpo-san disagreed. Ranpo-san said he'd die if he drank vinegar as tea. Juno-san said Deku-san has a few screw loose in the head. Still, I think it's thanks to Deku-san's ability. Abilities do different things to the body. P.S. I'm dying to know everyone's abilities. Oddly enough, there are times he's getting somewhat useful information such as, unlike superhumans, ability users' bodies remain that of a normal human body. Since it doesn't adjust to accommodate the ability, will it be painful for them to use their abilities given their quirkless bodies? As well as, quirks work against abilities. Abilities work against quirks. The stronger one will probably be based on the user's power, experience, and endurance. February 26th, the month of reviewing and training ended. Today is the day of the entrance exam. Despite Chuya's learning montage, he isn't actually nervous about today's exam. The other 5 aren't either. Whoa! That's one gigantic school. Dazai rushed forward and gawked at the sight. They hadn't even entered the school yet, but the sight was truly something that would scream, you can only have a good future if you study here. He grinned and looked back to his housemates, it's like a luxurious prison, like the Port Mafia's towering buildings. Wait, everything inside there is part of its school? It's not just one building. Chuya looked confused. Deku nodded and said, I used to think like that too, until 3 seconds ago. Dazai and Juno grinned mockingly, and soon enough, the 4 people argued while walking to the exam orientation for the hero course. Meanwhile, Ranpo and Yosano acted as if they didn't know the idiots in front of them. After the orientation about the practical examination led by another pro-hero called the Voice Hero, present MIC, they headed to their exam room destination for the written portion. It went off without a hitch for Ranpo, Dazai, and Juno. Yosano and Deku didn't get to figure out some of them, while Chuya failed to finish the exam because of his reading and writing pace. Still, he is confident that every answer he wrote is correct, so he can still get a passing grade. After 2 hours, all ability users gathered in the same battle center A. They were briefed and given the reason that it is easier for the judges to determine their locations because the cameras following them are a number next to the other. Of course, with ability users on the group of examiners, there is a need for extra personnel. The one guarding Battle Center A is a man with unkempt black hair and extremely tired eyes, still yawning, thinking it was a pain to be the one chosen for the job because he can nullify quirks. The students were shocked to see such an appearance at UA and began discreetly talking about him. He ignored the chatter and went straight to the ability users. I'm Eraserhead. I'm in charge of guarding and observing you for today's practical exam. Best of luck. Another reason given to him is that it has been a long time since a person with a quirk has met with a gifted person. History books are lacking in detail, so they do not know the extent of their abilities. Whether those who assigned him in this overestimate or underestimate these young ability users, only they, themselves, know. And in all honesty, he doesn't really care. He just has to make sure that these gifted children don't get permanent damage that may hinder their growth. Aizawa Shouter, Eraserhead's real name, frowned upon seeing a brown-haired boy cheerfully approaching him. It isn't because of the boy himself. It's because of the bandages wrapped in his arms and neck. Is he injured? If he is, he shouldn't be allowed to take the practical exam. Seriously, people see him and they just ignore it. Aizawa was still weighing the better decision when he heard the kid inquiring about something with one hand raised. Question, Mr. Eraserhead. My ability isn't suitable for attacking. So, may I bring these 2 with me? He moved his raised hand into his coat pocket and showed a gun and a knife. The short-haired girl also approached and dropped her bag with a thud. Opening it, she grabbed a chainsaw. There are also other sharp things in the bag. I'm planning to use these babies as well. My ability is more suited for support, you see? The boy with a brown hat also raised his hand that was holding a soda bottle. He waved it and said, "Mr. Eraserhead. My ability doesn't grant me superhuman strength. I'm not one to fight on the front lines either, so I'd probably get injured and die. Can I skip this part of the exam?" Aizawa. Sigh. Why do I have to deal with this? Everyone in Battle Center A knew at a glance who the ability users were and subconsciously avoided them. These 6 people from Yokohama looked a bit isolated and lonely at first glance, but when one looks closer enough, they would see no discomfort nor gloom on the faces of these gifted ones. When an exam observer approached them, they became even more lively and animatic. It sparked some curiosity to the examinees, prompting some of them to eavesdrop. When they heard the absurd claims, they all had different reactions: confused, relieved, annoyed, and disinterested. Someone named Bakugo Katsuki even scoffed. "First, I'm still surprised how you're able to bring those weapons inside UA when they're not even part of your abilities. Second, whether you use your quirks, abilities, or fight without them is all up to you. I'll have to talk to you after this exam is over. Third and last, if you don't take the practical exam, you'll immediately fail. I don't care if you're an ability user assigned to observe in UA, if you're unqualified to pass, you won't be able to get in. That's all." Aizawa's mouth felt dry. He really hates long conversations, especially the ones where he needs to speak more than a sentence. Ranpo complained wordlessly. He thought for a while and grabbed his phone to dial a number. "Hello." The person on the other line immediately picked up after the second ring of the call. "Hello, Mr. President. I'm just calling to say goodbye in case I die." "That's all, bye." Ranpo hung up and smiled at the man in black. "Okay, no worries now. No one will sue you even if I did die." Yosano approached the other and offered assistance. "Do you need a hand, Ranpo-san?" However, the older one shook his head and declared that the exam was only 10 minutes. He won't really die, it's just that, like Mr. Messy Hair implied, he's just too lazy to try when he knows he won't produce a stellar result because of his abilities. The girl can only nod. "All right." Dazai walked towards Chuya and the other 2 who were talking quietly. He smirked and asked the blind dog, "Hey Mr. Officer, where did you go last 2 days? You just up and left before appearing earlier at 6 a.m. I'm afraid that unlike you, we don't like being cooped up inside the inn, so we explored Musutafu and got carried away." The other shook his head condescendingly. "Lies. Would they need a service to SCRT them for that? It's the same car that drove them to their meeting place to meet the agent that will SCRT them to Musutafu. The people who fetched them are also the same." But Dazai doesn't have to force an answer. He just wanted to cause some trouble and it worked wonders. The other dog is glaring daggers at him before pulling Juno away from them. "What did you do this time?" Chuya already blamed him without knowing what happened. If there is Dazai, whenever there is a commotion, it's always his fault. "I just asked if he knew a appealing lady that'll commit double suicide with me." I couldn't believe he'd be so selfish not to share. Dazai dramatically put his hand on his forehead. "Suicide maniac." Chuya can only mutter. On the other side, Deku is still looking at Juno unabashedly. Juno couldn't stand the stare and said, "Don't stare at me, weirdo." "Juno, the surgery," Deku mentioned, but the other warned him with his expression, "Are you insinuating that I'm weak?" 2 days ago, they had to undertake another one of their monthly surgeries so that their organs wouldn't fail them. Usually, after the surgery, they were given a day or 2 to rest. It was also recommended that they do not use their abilities. Even if they do, it wouldn't be harmful, it's just taxing to their bodies. "Compared to me?" Deku nodded without a thought. Juno held the hilt of his sword, his thumb slightly pushed it out of the scabbard. "Oh yeah? Wanna try finding out right now, dumbass?" Provoked, Deku put his hand on his sword. "Okay, start." Present MIC's voice echoed, ending their dispute. "TCH. I hate you the most," Juno muttered before dashing inside the area with Deku. Dazai, Chuya, Yosano, and Ranpo also started moving when they heard the signal. As if they had a tacit understanding, they all separated when they saw the opportunity to do so. It wouldn't be fun if they had to fight for villain kills in the same area. Chuya and Dazai headed the same way. Ranpo and Yosano separated after nodding to each other, while Juno and Deku also separated without a word. Behind them, an angry Pomeranian is blasting to increase his speed. "Don't joke with me. I'll effing murder everyone I see." That's when most of the examinees realized that the exam had already begun without a countdown. They scrambled to the area and started racking up points. Aizawa scouted atop a building to give him a wider scope of what was happening with the examinees, especially the ability users. He first witnessed the guy with the hoodie. He was glowing red, and when he attacked a faux villain in front of him, there was an illusion that he was flying before he delivered 2 strong kicks to knock it down. He didn't even consider to re-prep himself by dropping back to the ground. Instead, after he delivered the second kick, he rolled mid-air to gather momentum and attacked the other faux villain beside the fallen one. "Chuya, not fair. Leave some for me," Dazai said with a smile, but the other ignored his obviously fake complaints. 2 in a row. Impressive. Aizawa then scouted for another and found the white-haired man in a red uniform. Seems like he and some other examinees are up with a 3-pointer faux villain. He stood still for a while others tried to attack it for points. When the villain moved its hand to throw a punch, hero examinees backed away to defend. Only he stood his ground. "What the? Is he stupid?" one of them exclaimed. The faux villain punched a hole in the ground, but when the smoke cleared out, the person disappeared. Confused, they tried to look for him only to see him behind the robot, slashing its neck cleanly, rendering it dead. He landed and said, "Well, that was boring." Aizawa raised his brows and looked for others when he heard a loud crash followed by earthquakes. It was a long straight line, slicing half of the area they were in. 5 faux villains had fallen in the process. The person who did it is another person in a red uniform. Deku raised his sword again, ready to strike in a different direction when he heard someone from behind say, "Hey man, I don't think you're supposed to do that, but that's so manly." "Really?" He titled his head, "but I want to finish quickly so I can kill Juno." The redhead blinked in confusion. "Here?" A purple-haired girl with long ears struggled to stand after the earthquake. "The exam will still be 10 minutes no matter how much you hurry it up." Deku was just hit with the realization. He put his sword back to his scabbard and sat on the rubble. "Then I'll wait until there are only 3 minutes left. Even though the exam time doesn't change, the targets are still decreasing, you know," the other guy replied, but Deku didn't budge. In the end, the guy and the girl had to leave him to collect their points. Aizawa, that was something. Yosano somehow encountered the 2 mafiosos in her search for points. The 2 are working well together. Even Dazai, who only has 1 gun and a knife, can kill swiftly. He loaded his bullets without missing his target. He targets the joints, and when it falls down, he goes in for the kill using his knife. Her technique is more barbaric compared to him. With a chainsaw in hand, faux villains are too pitiful. Dazai just finished another 1-pointer faux villain when he noticed her. "Oh. Hi Detective Sensei. Do you have bullets? I'm almost out." She shook her head and said, "I don't use guns. Ranpo-san thinks people who use them are stupid." Chuya heard her comment and laughed to his heart's content. "Stupid mackerel." Dazai, "Okay, but what did I do?" They were distracted by the blasting sounds from behind and saw another examinee taking advantage to advance and use his fist to steal Chuya's target. "Die. Everyone die." He punched recklessly and all the debris exploded because of his quirk. A big burning piece is about to land on Dazai. He crouched to move away when there's a stabbing pain rushed through his head. His legs shook, his body fell, and his eyesight blurred. The boy just looked up, with eyes wide open, trying harder to see what was in front of him, frozen in place. His mouth opened, subconsciously trying to signal for help, but it was as if he swallowed his words. No sound came out. Dazai! Anxious, Chuya kicked his feet without hesitation and jumped in front of his partner to cover him. "Watch out!" Yosano, being the one nearer to Dazai, got to him first and prepared to cut through the burning debris that is about to explode. Chuya shielded Dazai with one hand and the other covered his only unbandaged eye, his hands slightly hovering away from Dazai's, unable to hold him due to his ability. Chuya then used his ability by touching Yosano, propelling her forward to gain momentum as she struck the falling debris down with the force of her chainsaw. The force of her strike made the explosion stay in place for a second and blew up to the opposite side. She received a few scratches and burns while Chuya used his ability to manipulate the rocks that touched him, rendering him unhurt. Once it was done, the girl heaved a sigh of relief after landing safely. She never expected the other to use her like a bullet. Thankfully, her body is somewhat able to endure such force. Chuya, on the other hand, created a wider space between him and Dazai. The bandaged guy opened his eyes while sitting on the ground and his vision cleared. Everything is over so quickly. Dazai didn't expect himself to freeze after falling, truly. He felt his stomach churning in disappointment. Whether he was disappointed for letting his guard down or for making another failed attempt at dying, he doesn't know. All he knows is that he is feeling quite disgusted. Still, it was within his calculations that if he were to get hurt or attacked, Chuya, like the obedient dog he is, will come running no matter what. Chibi truly didn't disappoint him this time either. If he can cultivate the slug more, Dazai might even make Chuya willing to die for him just to keep him safe. Of course, Dazai, the suicidal maniac, wouldn't want that. Mori is already a handful for always trying to keep him half alive most of the time. Dazai let out a weak smile, thanks whether it was genuine or not, even he didn't know. But his weak response made the feral youngster angrier, that demon punk. How dare he mess with me? With that remark, he chased the explosion BSD, seething in anger, without looking back. Meanwhile, Yosano walked to her bag and grabbed a sword. It's something similar to a butcher's knife but with a size bigger and longer than a katana. She swung it thrice before lending it to Dazai. Here, I'll let you use my baby for a while. A gun with no bullets and a small knife won't do much. Standing up carefully, the other grabbed the sword and copied her actions, ignoring the throbbing pain on his head. He whistled in amusement. Sweet, he smiled, and they separated ways. Aizawa's eyes lingered towards them for a while before looking away when the bandaged teen turned around to meet his gaze. His too sharp. On the other side of the battle center, there's a timid guy who's hiding and attacking, then going back to hiding once again. The greatest detective just happened to catch him and saw that his quirk is similar to lightning. The boy's points are currently below the passing mark, making him anxious about the remaining time left. With a smile, Ranpo rushed towards him and greeted, "Yo. Do you want to pair up?" This carefree-looking detective is actually 0-pointer and there are only 4 minutes left. The boy was shocked, almost short-circuiting in the process. Pair up? Is that allowed? No one said it's not. Ranpo replied, "Pair up with me, and I'll let you collect all the villain points we harvest." The detective found out the exam mechanics the moment he heard Mr. Messyhair's reply to his suggestion. The only problem is that because of his declaration about not being able to defeat foe villains on his own, the people he encountered rejected him. Foolish Blondie is his 14th encounter. The boy with the electric quirk is hesitating big time. After all, he is also one of the eavesdroppers from before the exam begins. He heard what the ability user said to their observer, so he knew that the guy was probably useless and may even be a baggage. But he's running out of time. Right now, he's really desperate. Whatever. Let's just believe in my guts this time, he thought, and Ranpo instantly smiled brightly upon seeing the resolve in the other person's eyes. All right. I don't know what your deal is, but I'll trust you this time. Good. Now, Foolish Blondie, are you a fast runner? Can you jump high? Can you still summon those lightnings? Ranpo inquired without a care about the other's suddenly clueless face. Foolish what? Wait. I'm not as fast as those with speed quirks, but I'm faster than average and can jump higher than average, I suppose. I can still discharge about 50% of my quirk. Blondie decided to just ignore the insulting nickname. Ranpo became even more confident. That's good enough. He hopped into the other person's arms, forcing Blondie to princess carry him. Then he pointed, "Let's run. See that building over there? Go. Go," he cheered. Blondie ran on command, but he still complained, "Hey. Why do I have to carry you? Can't you run on your own?" Ranpo confidently declared while grabbing his glasses from his pocket. Wearing them, "I'm not running. If I do, I will be left behind." He opened his eyes, revealing his green irises. "Now, prepare to jump near the building after 30 more steps. Don't hold me too tight. I'm going to the building after all." The dumb blonde looked at him in shock. What? I'll get stuck. Even though he's not counting his steps, he can still estimate the distance. If he jumped on cue, he'd tangle himself with those electric wires that were loosely hanging above them. The other person can use him as leverage to leap onto the building's veranda, but no way, did his guts fail him this time? DMN it. That's the point, blonde fool. The exam is designed so that we'd have real-life simulations of chasing and fighting villains. That means, even the electric wires aren't fake, just like the trees planted in the ground. They're working very well. Ranpo grinned. So, while you were stuck, use your quirk and go crazy. Blondie is on the verge of tears when he hears the person's response. With no time to think, he jumped, loosened his grip, let the person leap to the building, grabbed the electric wires that tangled him, and used his quirk with a shout. Soon, the wires broke and he crashed to the ground, feeling too tired to move. Ranpo, on the other hand, has his hand above his eyes, looking over the distance. Good job, Blondie. You killed all 9 of them. 3 1-pointers, 4 2-pointers, and 2 3-pointers. A total of 17 points. Do you need more? He said while using the emergency ladder to go down and approach the person lying on the ground. The guy looked too shocked to function. I did all of that? Eh? Who am I? Where am I? How did I? Of course, it's all thanks to Ranpo's deduction. He already scouted the place for more than a minute before asking to pair up with people. Once the Blondie accepted, he immediately formulated a plan to help the other. Those faux villains are big robots. In narrow spaces, they are easily entangled with electric wires. He deduced that the wires near the building he told the other connect to most of the narrow spaces. It's as simple as that. Not like he'd explain anything. It's all thanks to me, you know? Crouching, he made sure that the other person knew how kind he was. The fool laughed. Ha! 17 points added. I passed. You're amazing. A blush crept up Ranpo's face. He blinked twice to shake off the giddy feeling and smiled, fixing his glasses. Then, let me take you to the evacuation site. He replied and helped the other stand up. He held him as they slowly walked away. But I haven't helped you yet. The other person sounded so disappointed in himself. They teamed up, but he's the only one who benefited. It's not fair no matter how much he looks at it. Ranpo doesn't want to say anything, but the other is wallowing in self-blame. He can only hint, trust me, you've done more than enough. The other person wanted to retort, but, as if he is short-circuiting, he started giving Ranpo 2 thumbs up and mumbling, wee, with a foolish grin on his face. Ranpo struggled to hold back his laughter and thought, could it be quirk overuse? What a fool. They hadn't even reached their destination when a voice echoed, times UP. Aizawa stood up. He had seen enough. Luckily, no one truly got hurt. Besides, that child who wanted to skip this exam portion, to think that he actually cracked the code. Eraserhead couldn't help but let out an amused smile. This year's hero students are insane. He had to watch all of his students to biz entrance exams. Extra. Ranpo's Daily Nicknames Part 1. Dazai Bandages. Chuya Exploding Ginger. Yosano Sensei-chan. Juno Blind Guy. Teku Fool. Midoriya Pushover. Aizawa Mr. Messy Hair. Kaminari Foolish Blondie. The Sound of Water's Gentle Splash. The Aroma of Herbs. The Sigh of Youngsters. Inside the inn's public hot spring, 6 ability users are soaking with towels on their head while drinking tea. Naked body, muscles and curves. The only girl doesn't seem to care. In fact, she shamelessly looks at other people's bodies and sometimes even cop a feel to understand their structure. Indeed. It is from the point of view of a sadistic doctor. Juno, even without his sense of sight, couldn't really smile. All right, this is weird. First of all, why do we have to share a bath? Second of all, why are you all okay with this? And third of all, why is this guy wearing his suit and breathes? The third one directly jabbed a finger at Dazai, who's drinking peacefully to the side, his body submerged in water. Chuya stared at the other, his gaze held many complexities. It's so amazing how you can tell whether the mackerel is wearing anything or not. What a appealing and sexy lady, he heard Dazai comment on the girl who's raising Teku's left arm. Mademoiselle, would you grant me the honor of committing double suicide with me? the brown-haired guy flirted when he was splashed with hot water on his face. Ah. My tea, he cried excessively while blaming the attacker. Shut the hell up. You're annoyingly loud, says the one who's always hot-headed. Ranpo blew bubbles before facing his sister, speaking with his mouth under the water. Blub 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 blub. Yosano sighed in regret after accepting that none of them were injured. She let go of Deku's arm and faced Ranpo. I can't accompany you tomorrow. Since I'm interested in a healing quirk, I also took the chance to apply as U.A.'s nurse's assistant. Tomorrow, I have to go back there for another written exam, plus an interview. Frowning, Ranpo tilted his head and continued to say, blub. Blub 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 blub. Blub blub. Blub. Yosano nodded in response, I know. I'll make it up to you next week, okay? The two continued to communicate while others looked back and forth between them. Chuya wondered, how the F do they understand each other? Interested, Dazai leaned towards the slouching Ranpo. Detective-san, what are you talking about? The other finally sat properly but his mouth was still in a pout. You already moved the date before. You said you'd definitely take me to that whatever cafe after the exams. Yosano. When did I say that? Dazai smiled excitedly. Is it the hero-themed cafe? I'm free tomorrow, I can accompany you, he volunteered. He also said that they could ask Midoriya-kun for directions and recommendations. Upon hearing his suggestion, Ranpo's pout disappeared almost instantly and agreed without hesitation. Chuya and Yosano, this won't be a disaster, right? Deku's melting and relaxed face instantly changed as he was reminded of something. He calmly leaned near Juno and inquired, come to think of it, we also need to go back to school tomorrow, no? He remembered when he and Juno were stopped by a U.A staff after their practical exam. The person said they were to come back at a certain time and date to personally meet with the principal. There was a snicker coming from Juno, but other than that, their third day of waiting for exam results announcement ended peacefully. Then, Chibi, we're leaving. Dazai waved goodbye to Chuya, the only person staying in the inn when Midoriya arrived. Ranpo immediately ordered the pushover to lead them to the place with haste. Midoriya is quite the responsible tour guide. Since he is used to roaming the place, an experience he got when running back and forth to watch heroes fighting villains, he can say many things about different places and things. Soon, they arrived at the cafe, which was Midoriya's favorite cafe when he was still a child because of their hero merch and hero-themed drinks and desserts. He immediately recommended his go-to food back then and it didn't disappoint the two ability users. Ranpo held between his index finger and his thumb a candy that somewhat looked like a V-shaped yellow antennae. Look. This one looks like the Muscles guy's weird bangs. Dazai removed the mini flag on his extra-large burger and read the words, Plus Ultra, in his mind before nodding, it really does. He hummed with a smile, humoring the other. He grabbed a fork and sliced the burger into 3, giving Ranpo and Midoriya a piece. The remaining piece was left untouched on his plate as they talked. Midoriya took a bite and observed the two seemingly carefree people in front of him. He chewed and swallowed before finally asking, You don't seem nervous at all. Ranpo held his slice of burger and took a bite while Dazai blinked twice at him. Midoriya was flustered so he explained, well. I mean, the exam results aren't out yet and you're too calm about it. Midoriya-kun, are you nervous? Dazai smiled, looking harmless. Ranpo took a sip from his Choco Midnight Frappe topped with whipped cream and small candied red masks, candied cuffs and candied WHPS. Midoriya scratched his head and forced a smile. To be honest, yes. After all, even though I did well in the written exam, I completely busted the practical exam. I didn't even manage to get 1 point. All I did was take down one 0-pointer foe villain because of luck. Being unable to contact All Might after that lackluster performance also doesn't help in alleviating the heaviness in his heart. Geez. Stop being such a worrywart. You'd pass. Ranpo said as a matter of fact, but Midoriya only thought that he was only coaxing him, so he laughed it off, making the other frown. What? You doubt me? Dazai, however, said, whatever Detective-san says is true. He looked at the guy with a smile. Unlike Midoriya, he completely believed in Ranpo's words. In any case, you two seem to have passed. Congratulations. Midoriya shifted the talk to the both of them, but Dazai sighed heavily. I don't really know. Maybe I just barely made it. I even tripped and fell, you know? It hurts my butt so much, I couldn't focus. I'm passing, of course. Ranpo exclaimed happily while putting his drink on the table with a slam. Just so you know, I have 0 villain points. Midoriya's mouth opened in shock. Heh? What? 0? Like mine? The other nodded confidently. In any case, I'm passing the hero course. Both of you will pass as well. Now, let's eat first, think later. How unbelievable. Ranpo-san is failing and yet he can still enjoy eating without a care. Shouldn't he be worried that he might not be able to observe quirks properly? If he couldn't come to UA, how can he report back? More importantly, how is he so confident that he'll pass the exam with 0 points? Is it the perks of being an ability user sent to observe at UA? No, I don't believe UA will allow someone who failed the exam to enter as a student. Midoriya thought very strong when a finger snapped in front of his face. You're muttering creepily, Midoriya-kun. It was the smiling Dazai. Embarrassed, the boy covered his mouth with his own 2 hands and apologized profusely. Poor boy didn't even know when he started muttering what. They stayed in the cafe for more than 4 hours and ate a lot of food. When the bill was finally on their table, Midoriya, who only ordered a drink and a cookie, looked at the two. Dazai turned his head to Ranpo and the boy fearlessly looked back at him. I didn't bring anything on me. Ak. Shocked, Midoriya turned to Dazai. The other person smiled confidently and declared, Don't worry, I got this. He put both hands in his pockets and they were empty. Here? Did I forget to bring my wallet again? Dazai blinked innocently, making Midoriya almost kneel on the ground in horror. No. Dazai laughed while Ranpo called over to order another Choco Midnight Frappe, the largest size as a takeout. Ranpo-san? Midoriya freaked out. Dazai used a breadstick to tap his shoulder twice and said with a smile, Don't worry too much. You'd immediately look old like that Demon Mori. I said I got this, didn't I? Tidan, what do you plan to do, Dazai-san? Midoriya, on the verge of tears, asked when the other person gave him a smug smile. Meanwhile, Ranpo already got his drink and drank happily. Hello. Chuya is currently surveying the people's way of living on top of someone's roof when he receives a call from his partner. Feeling quite lonely and bored alone in the inn, he decided to be proactive in gathering intel, hence, his situation right now. He heard a serious voice, Chuya. We've encountered something terrible. I can't tell you the details. I need you to come here as fast as you can. It's been a while since he heard such urgency in Dazai's voice. The only time he hears the mackerel with that tone is when he's currently on a mission on his own or when he is truly cornered and is in immediate need of a backup. Considering that the scumbag never told him about the exact contents of the mission, Chuya reached a conclusion: he might have run into trouble. Where are you? Chuya's body instantly glowed red and he leaped upon hearing the location. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Be safe. Don't die before I kill you. 5 minutes later. Thank you for your patronage. Please come again. We'll reserve some seats for our dearest customers. All the workers greeted them with a very satisfied smile on their faces. We've made such a huge profit. Midoriya sighed in relief that he didn't have to use his allowance. Ranpo waved goodbye, and Dazai promised to the pretty adult ladies that he will definitely return. Plus, the chandelier looks sturdy enough. He can swing to death, it could be fun. Chuya, who's holding his almost empty wallet. Dazai, you motherfucker. How dare you treat me like your goddamn wallet again? I'll kill you. I'll kill you right now. Chuya attacked while Dazai dodged with a satisfied smile on his face as he continued teasing the ginger. Midoriya felt quite bad for Chuya and tried to calm him down, but he was of no help when Dazai suddenly used his gentle temperament to compare to Chuya's rabid dog temperament, escalating their argument further. Ranpo stopped and faced the 3 chaotic people. Why? Can you guys do that later? I want to go back, he yelled to get their attention. Thankfully, the 2 stopped and everyone went home after accompanying Midoriya to his home as a gesture of thanks. Well, see you in UA. Pessimistic pushover. Ranpo waved his half-finished drink. Midoriya felt a bit painful, but he decided to be optimistic like the other, see you too, guys, he waved back until they were no longer in his line of sight. Somehow, he had the illusion of feeling more exhausted compared to when he was training to death with all might. And go! 6 letters in white envelopes soon came and they all sat down on the warm mat while wearing the inn's provided green kimono, for the only lady in the house, and a pair of nagagi and hakama, for everyone else. Ranpo even has his hari on. Ranpo took the lead. They all opened their envelopes first and with his signal, they all showed their results in the middle at the same time, forming a circle of papers. Long story short, they all passed the hero course. Ranpo grinned and crossed his arms. See? I told you, we'd all pass. Chuya noticed his written exam results were only a bit above the passing line and didn't care any longer. Well, at least there's one less thing to think about. Wait, holy! How come the mackerel's practical exam rank is higher than the doctor and the hunting dog? Really? Whose hunting dog? Recite it to me. Juno enthusiastically humoured. Deku also wondered what the letters meant in the criteria, VP, RP, SP, and MP. Oh, fine. Since your brains cannot comprehend, I'll gladly explain it to you all. Ranpo wore his glasses to explain the exam results and ranking. First, these letters above are the criteria. The MIC guy only told us about VP or villain points, but he never said that that's all there is to the practical exam. The evidence is the criteria here in this paper. This means that we were graded in 4 ways. First is the villain points. The others are RP, rescue points, SP, strategy points, and MP, moral points. All of which are criteria for being a hero. After the genius detective explained the grading system, he pointed out the scores and ranking of each. Nokohara Chuya, first. Total score, 152p. VP 87. RP 40. SP 15. MP 10. Saijiku Juno, third. Total score, 138p. VP 63. RP 5. SP 60. MP 10. Dazai Osamu, 14th. Total score, 115p. VP 40. RP 0. SP 60. MP 15. Yosano Akiko, 23rd. Total score, 109p. VP 44. RP 40. SP 5. MP 20. Suehiro Deku, 27th. Total score, 97p. VP 89. RP 0. SP 5. MP 3. Edogawa Ranpo, 32nd. Total score, 95p. VP 0. RP 55. SP 30. MP 10. After his speech, he clapped his hands with a smile. So, does anybody have questions? If you do, I propose that you should probably start from the basics and stop bothering me. Beside him, Yosano grabbed each paper and placed some to the left and some to the right. Then, she faced her colleague and inquired, "Did I divide them right?" Ranpo gave a quick look and nodded, "Yup. These 3 will be entering Class 1A and these will be entering Class 1B. He said as he pointed from right to left. Class 1A includes Chuya, Juno, and Dazai, while Class 1B includes Yosano, Deku, and Ranpo. Juno snickered and gave Deku a gloating look. "You're stronger, heh," he commented sarcastically. Deku gave him a look and said, "This doesn't count." I waited for 6 minutes before getting serious. He pouted to the side with knitted brows. "Besides, I thought we would kill each other after that, so I was conserving my energy." He muttered to himself. Juno only grinned and spoke in a gloating manner, "Lame excuses." The other wanted to retort more, such as wanting to compare their villain points. He's ahead of everyone when it comes to that. He even beat the ginger carrot in that area. But maybe it's because he and Juno used their abilities at that time and their surgery healing process was a lot slower. He felt a bit exhausted, so he refused to speak anymore. They can probably function normally at this point since all that's left were dry scars, but they still feel kind of drained. This ranking is only for practical exams, right? Chuya raised a brow while looking at his paper. It's not like he'll get first place in both since he barely hit the passing mark for the written exam. How come you're already sure which class you'll be in? I mean, considering your annoyingly good wits, don't you think you'd rise in ranks? He asked the detective guy. It's true that we all should have been to Class A if we only used exam results as the basis for everything. But we're ability users. It's not really entirely up to our performance. Ranpo answered, leaving Chuya even more confused. Yosano, on the other hand, knew the gist of Ranpo's point since they talked over the possibility of this division happening last night. There are two classes for the hero course, Class 1A and Class 1B. It's for equality. She raised two of her fingers. Juno rubbed his chin. Now that I think about it, UA seems to like pitting classes with each other, especially Class A and Class B in the hero course. After what we've shown in the entrance exam, it's quite obvious that if all of us are in the same class, it would truly be unfair for the other class. Therefore, dividing us into two. The first three in the practical exam will be going to Class 1A and the last three will be going to Class 1B. Chuya's confused look dissipated. Well, it doesn't matter much which class we're in since our only goal is to observe and gather intel. Dazai took a second look at the glasses guy's paper before asking, Detective-san, how did you gain points for other criteria? Logically speaking, you're not the type to block a giant robot to save a stranger, no? Ranpo, who was busy chatting with Yosano, halted and faced the curious criminal. For a moment, Ranpo saw a child asking how to open a box of candies with an eager look in their eyes. Of course, Ranpo knew that wasn't the case. After all, in front of him is a mafia executive, the demon prodigy, the mafia boss right-hand man. He smiled carelessly and said, yeah, why would I put myself in danger for that? It would be a waste. I'm not really in the mood for talking, but since you seem like you admire me, I'll tell you. Though it won't be free of charge. Dazai nodded and everyone heard how the detective found a desperate blonde fool, so he teamed up with him, proposed a plan, and took him to shelter even after the exam ended. Coincidentally, not quite, the person was running a high fever at that time but couldn't miss the exam day, so he forced his body instead. That boosted Rampo's RP and elevated both his SP and MP. Dazai clapped and commented, that's so smart. I should have done that instead of fighting. As if. He'd rather have Chuya fight difficult battles for him while he enjoys the show from behind. Too bad. Dazai sees no point in carrying someone who has no value or potential. He thought of teaming up, but with individual grading, he would only be overpowered by Chuya. And with others, he's too busy to calculate which one would pass and which one would fail. In any case, Dazai knew he'd pass the exam. After all, the school heads, won't only look at VP gathered. That's something he's certain. There must be 1 to 3 more hidden points that they can gather, though he wasn't as spot-on as Detective San was. Since they were taking an exam for heroes, he guessed that the criteria also fall in that area. Meaning, their offense and defense, analytical skills, and compassion. He assumed that the first category belongs to the villain points, the second category belongs to strategy and planning points, and the last category may be ethics or rescue points. Since his planning on abandoning any kind of rescuing, he tried to focus more on VP and SP, to kill birds in one stone. He made sure to give encouraging words to some stressed-looking randos that he encountered while making sure they were being captured by cameras. Lo and behold, results show that he's more righteous than the slug. How ironic. That night, he finished writing his report on what he observed from the Hero Society, the exam contents, UA personnel that he met, heroes that he heard about, and the background of quirks. After checking and editing for the third time, he clicked save and sent it to his boss. He didn't forget to demand for a reward. The description below the file is sort of childish. P.S. I want alcohol. Not just any other alcohol. Buy a bottle from Bar Lupin and steal one of Chuya's collections. I want the most expensive one. /v/ Hope Ain-san catches you in the act, Rin-chan. He stretched lazily and a smile crept up on his face with his eyes devoid of light. He clicked another tab on the screen, and it showed records of accepted students in Class 1A with their names and pictures. Above them is the picture of their homeroom teacher. There's only a week before class starts. Don't disappoint me, UA. Extra. Mr. President, you're busy. Fukuzawa Yukikai, a man who founded the armed detective agency, sighs deeply while looking at the bright sky through the open window of his office. It has been a lot more peaceful since his children left for school. School, it's something his children really have to experience. Maybe it's because he isn't used to taking care of young ones, so he never really thought about school until he was tasked to send them to one. In any case, his children never stated anything about going to school. A gust of wind gently flowed in from the window and hit his face. It made him more awake and turned to look at the table. On it are stacks of reports, cases, plans, expenses, etc. He couldn't help but sigh for the second time. It would be preferable if a tea and a cat were on top of his table. He wouldn't get tired of them for a lifetime. A girl wearing glasses arrived, bringing with her a new stack of paperwork to deal with as she greeted the president when his phone rang. Fukuzawa looked at the caller and answered almost instantly, "Hello? Hello, Mr. President. I'm just calling to say goodbye in case I die." "That's all, bye." Then he was hung up. Fukuzawa, duh. He looked at the call-ended note on the screen of his phone while listening to the beeping sounds. He stood up after 3 seconds. "President, you're busy." The girl reminded him with a smile. He faced her seriously, "But Ranpo, you're busy." The other is still smiling with crescent eyes. With his brows knitted, he looked at her grimly. "I need to. Please finish your work, President. Don't do overtime." A loud thud echoed when the stack of paper was put down on the president's table. Fukuzawa, duh. He slowly sat down and finally began doing his work. Students from a certain class are standing on the school field wearing their bright blue P uniforms. Their expressions were tensed and confused at the sudden tone change of their advisor. The guy looked at them with a threatening smile and said word for word, "All right. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion." Before the students could react, a whistle was heard from the white-haired blind guy beside the shorty while the other person on his other side hummed in response with quite an excited look on his face. Chuya looked at him askance and muttered, "You do know this is a physical test, right, Dazai?" "This sensei is interesting, so it's forgiven," the other responded. Chuya only sighed and looked straight ahead. The guy was also their observer in their practical exam before. How did it end up like this? Well, we have to rewind a bit. It was a dark room. Thick curtains covered all sunlight that was supposed to pass through the window. Covered in the quilt, a brown-haired teen looks peacefully asleep, painfully dead even, if no one notices the small rise and fall of his CHST. The strands of his hair are sliding on one side due to his position. It seems as if he's satisfied lying down for all eternity when a loud bang forces his door open. "Dazai, you fucker. This is the 85th time I told you to wake your butt up." It was none other than his beloved partner, Chuya Nakahara, kicking the door strong that inertia even made the door almost close once again if not for his foot still hanging up to block it. Dazai's brows slowly furrowed with his groan, "It's too early, Chibi. Shut up for a while. I'm busy pretending to be dead," he muttered while burrowing his face on his pillow, trying to suffocate himself to death. Unfortunately for him, a gloved hand grabbed his nape and his world turned upside down. He didn't know what exactly had happened, but the ginger surely used martial arts for that because he was thrown to the ground quite painfully. He hissed, holding his throbbing head in annoyance, wanting to reluctantly go back to bed when the sunlight suddenly hit his eye, making him fully awake after another groan. The slug actually dared to open the curtains. F-. This is why he hates windows. His shipping container is truly the only place he can depend on. Sure, it has many disadvantages but at least it doesn't have demon windows. Hurry and get up. Everyone's gone already. Do you want to be late on your first day, a-hole? Wake up and get a move on, kid, the other person said while already preparing Dazai's clothes, snacks, and bag, because if he didn't, they will surely run late and F up their first day. Dazai finally took a good look at his chibi while massaging his head and sitting down. The person is no longer wearing his crappy hoodie. Instead, it was a uniform. They look a bit like formal military uniforms at first glance but well, the style is quite good but the color coding doesn't suit his taste. In other words, it's sheet. Still, he didn't know the slug would actually manage to look good in it. Meh, it's okay, I guess, is what summarizes his thoughts. Realizing he also has to wear the same thing, made him shudder and his face soured for a moment. Annoyed, he can only make himself feel better after he can get back at the slug. TCH. The small one is actually calling the big one, kid, try to look at yourself in the mirror. Maybe you'll find a lost child crying for milk. Dazai bantered while grabbing the stuff that he needed for a quick shower. He saw the chibi roll his eyes. "UA. Just shut up and go." Thankfully, they reached UA and spotted their room quite early than they imagined. Although, the door seems to be a bit too big. The room space between the other classes is too wide either. There was a momentary strain on Dazai's smile. He couldn't help but dig his thumbnails to his index finger for a second. The slug snorted at the towering door, making him snap back to his senses. Right, they are away from Yokohama at the moment. It's not like he's being isolated since there's Chibi by his side and probably a bunch of teens inside the door. Blinking twice, he calmed himself down. Chuya took the lead and opened the door. The moment they came in, almost simultaneously, the students looked at them with scrutiny. DMN. What a welcome. Chuya raised a brow and walked forward, ignoring the others. Meanwhile, the mackerel behind him was full of smiles as he raised an arm and waved, "Hello everyone. Good morning." And some people were drawn in, greeting him back enthusiastically, especially the extroverted ones. Chuya looked at Dazai being surrounded by some of their classmates and sighed in distress. Is that his way of telling me to be friendly with these people? That fucker. He continued walking towards his seat when he heard a quite familiar voice from the side. Ardash. Nokohara-san. You made it. That's good. Turning around, he blinked twice, a bit surprised to see the handful kid who tutored him before together with a kid with glasses and a girl with pink cheeks. He smirked. Yo Midoriya. I guess we're classmates now. The other nodded his head in excitement as he ran towards him. His two friends also approached and asked about their relationship. Midoriya didn't hide anything and told them about him tutoring Nokohara-san for a month, in which Chuya nodded and thanked him again. Yeah. Thanks, you were a big help. Midoriya waved his hands as he shook his head. No. Nokohara-san doesn't have to thank me. We're just following the deal after all. Don't humble yourself too much. The other flicked his forehead. Midoriya covered his smoking forehead with tears in his eyes, groaning in pain. Right. Don't call me Nokohara-san anymore. It sounds too formal. Since we're already classmates, just call me Chuya. He also faced the curious two students beside Midoriya and said, the same thing goes for you too. The girl immediately brightened and put her hands together. Nice to meet you, Chuya-kun. I'm Uraraka Ochiko. The guy, on the other hand, offered his right hand to shake his. I am Ida Tenya from Sumi Private Academy. I watched you on the news. Pleasure to meet you, Nokohara-kun. Midoriya finally collected himself and forced himself to say, Tigadan. Chuya. Just Chuya is fine. Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida, he said and repeated their names to remember them easily. Midoriya and Ida declined vehemently. Midoriya, I couldn't possibly do that right away. Give me some time, Nakithidison. Ida, I believe it's not proper to call other people I've just met for the first time in an NTMT way. Not until I truly know them. Let's get to know each other more, Nokohara-kun. Chuya. Dude, it's just a name for FS sake. Uraraka, however, nodded bubbly. Alright, Chuya. In exchange, just call me Ochiko. Chuya grinned at her and agreed. Great. It quite made Midoriya embarrassed and Ida a bit ashamed for a moment, but they stick to each of their moral compass. On the other side of the classroom is Dazai together with other people who he already knew based on appearances, Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mineta. He sighed and dramatically ran his hand through his hair. I guess this is just part of being charming. The girl laughed energetically. Dazkun, you're really funny, ha ha ha. Yeah man. That ego is high but it's very manly, Zybro. The redhead gave him a thumbs up with a toothy smile. The blondie joined in and asked, so what's with the bandages, Dazai-kun? You even have them until here, he said as he pointed to his own neck. Not to mention, Dazai also has some on his face. The guy laughed mysteriously, sat on the desk, and slyly looked at them, making them all curious. He paused long enough until they were about to burst before finally speaking. It's a fashion statement. I'm trying to be an icon and have famous modeling agencies line up for me. Yeah, it's covering half of your face. That's kinda stupid. A purple-haired girl joined their conversation. She's sitting on her chair and her desk happens to be the desk Dazai is sitting on. He blinked twice and smiled handsomely. "Milady, your beauty is unparalleled. I am beyond dazzled. May I ask for your name?" The girl, having no experience of being pursued openly and shamelessly, almost had her brain crash, but she managed to hold it in, knowing that the other person might just be a shameless flirt, and faked a cough. "Gyro. Gyro Kyoka." Before Dazai can continue inquiring about her thoughts on suicide, he hears an angry, bitter screeching sound. "Oi! This is unfair. It's only the first day. Don't tell me you're into Fubu?" Dazai looked and looked before he looked down and saw an angry grape. He blinked twice and pretended to ask, "And you are?" "I'm Mineta Minoru. If you want to flirt with girls, you have to swear allegiance to me first and call me boss," he proudly declared with bulging eyes. Mina, Jiru, Kaminari, and Kirishima looked at the two speechlessly. Dazai seemed to have realized something and gasped exaggeratedly before picking up the other in his armpits like a plush toy. "No way! No way! No way! How can there be someone smaller than Chibi?" He freaked out and shouted across the room, just enough to get everyone's attention, especially Chuya. "Hey slug! Look! Look at this guy! He's shorter than you! This should be physically impossible." This is a room of 20+ people and Dazai just had to shout 3 things he hates the most: chibi, slug, and short. Would he, the victim, take such an insult lying down? Hell no. F Dazai. He grabbed the nearest thing he could get and threw it to the jackass. "You smelly fish. I'm still F growing." Chuya shouted and Ida instantly reprimanded him for his vulgar language, drowning Midoriya's complaints of, "No. That's my notebook." Turns out, his yellow bag was unzipped and Chuya grabbed a random notebook to hit Dazai in the face. Poor Midoriya despaired. That notebook is quite pitiful. Dazai was hit and it felt more like a slap. He groans in protest as he lets go of the perverted grape head. Mineta fell quite painfully, but no one gave a DMN to assist him when Dazai leaned down after massaging his face, making sure he didn't get a paper cut. Everyone watching the gossip thought he was going to help Mineta, but he picked up the notebook instead. Look what you did to this poor notebook, Chuya. You're such a brute," he said after seeing the burnt marks of the notebook. Of course, Chuya couldn't be the one who did this, but who cares? There's no stopping Dazai from throwing the pot to the slug. "Shut it," Chuya retorted, bending down a bit. Dazai on the other hand read the title, Hero Analysis for the Future number 13. He blinked twice and thought, "Devu. Hey! That's rude. Picking me up like that and letting go without warning, you're too rude," the grape guy retorted while pointing at Dazai, who was already flipping the pages of the notebook, making Midoriya want to go there and grab his notebook back but also hesitating since it's Dazai who has it. Dazai flipped the pages nonchalantly and closed the notebook with one hand before facing the lustful creature. "You accused me of being into and wanting a Fubu. I wonder who's ruder." Before things escalated, Midoriya timidly raised his right hand. "So can I get my note?" Sadly, he was interrupted when Ida quickly zoomed in on Dazai and moved his hands stiffly while explaining in a stern manner, "Don't sit on the desk. That's rude on the people who made the desk and the upperclassmen who used to use the desk. You're like Bakugo-kun," but the moment he turned around, he saw the other person who never moved once after he scolded him, "Bakugo-kun. I told you not to put your feet on the desk. It's very improper. As students of UA we must be responsible with their properties. Poor Ida can't take a break." I said, "Shut your goddamn elite mouth, shitty extra." The boy with his legs on the table, leaning on the slightly tilted chair exploded in anger. "What? You want me to crush it for YA? Ha!" Midoriya trembled and tried to make his presence invisible, hoping he could talk with Chuya-san later to ask for his notebook. It was at least a year of strong work for that one notebook, okay? He really wishes he could get it back, otherwise, he might cry. Suddenly feeling cold, he looked to the side and saw the anger in Chuya-san's eyes. Mentally, he freaked, wondering why when the other person began walking towards Kaken. "Hey, remember me, a-hole?" Chuya raised his chin, feeling quite the taller man since the other was sitting. Bakugo looked at him and raised his brow in annoyance. "Huh? The F are you? What a want, cheap sheet? Wanna die?" For someone who stole my prey and almost caused an accident, you're acting senile. What? Want me to recommend you a NSNG home, Gramps? Chuya taunted with an annoying grin. Bakugo kicked his feet and stood on the ground, looking down at the other, his palms already having small sparks of explosion. You ability users are nothing but quirk knockoffs. Don't think that just because they let you in at UA means you have a chance. You're nothing but mobs to pave the way for my grand journey of becoming the #1 hero. Chuya scoffed. He looked up but his stance didn't lessen his threatening aura. Oh look, a baby in his honors already has his superiority complex. I can't wait to see his satisfying downfall. He practiced a lot to create this intimidating impact even with his height. If one thinks it's because he is now in the mafia for 2 years and had to learn such a trick, he will look at you like an idiot. The reason was the effing mackerel. Always going on and on about his height, it's freaking annoying. Dazai looked at them with interest. One is his favorite dog on a leash while the other is a stray dog without a proper owner. He tried to think of a proper description before a light bulb was turned on in his mind. Oh, an angry Pomeranian. He snickered at the thought and wanted to share his idea to Chibi when he caught on the corner of his eyes, something long and yellow, quietly rolling on the ground. Dazai turned his head and looked down. Nobody noticed anything but him. The yellow thing stopped when it hit his left foot. The zipper slowly unzipped and it revealed a face, the person's tired eyes looking at him, then a hand with a drink slowly appeared in his sight. The person sked on the straw. His cheeks sank, making his eye bags show more. Dazai blinked twice. He jumped and dangled on Chuya. His arms wrapped around Chuya's head, ruining his hair, while his legs wrapped tightly around his stomach. See Chibi. Chibi! Save me! I'm being haunted. Ah! Chuya almost fell backward because of the filthy mackerel but somehow managed to balance himself after a lot of difficulties due to Dazai's chaotic movement. He cussed and cursed the other. What dash? What the F dash? Daz dash. Ah! Don't move. Get down. A-hole. You foo. Stop pulling my hair. If I go bald, I'll kill you. Dazai sniffed in a fake manner and behaved, except he didn't go down, literally almost pulling Chuya into a death hug. Then, he whispered near the ginger's ear, "How kind of you." Chuya helplessly sighed and looked at the ground that freaked out the weirdo. Everyone did the same and looked at the person. Some things here? With the ruckus finally over, the person stood and fully unzipped his sleeping bag as he spoke. Okay. It took you 10 minutes to quiet down. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. Now he's searching for something inside the bag in his hand. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, another person entered. For Chuya and Dazai, he could not be more familiar. Sensei, I got what you're looking for, he said while giving him UA's P-shirt. Blind dog? What are you doing there? Dazai blinked in wonder. His previous timidity is nowhere to be seen. Chuya complained, "Oi, if you're done with the act, get off," but he was ignored. Instead, it was Juno who spoke. The principal asked us for a favor. The hunting dogs are also assigned to be teacher assistants. Somehow, I ended up with this sensei. Dazai and Chuya's gait somewhat changed, their faces becoming alert. The principal of the school dared to take such action and only offered whatever incentives to the hunting dogs that represented the Special Abilities Division. Even if the Special Abilities Division is the overseer of most ability user-run organizations, it's quite a show of favorability given that they have 3 organizations here. Now, don't look at me like that. It's not like I tried to take advantage of you or anything. I'm just utilizing every opportunity given to me. Juno smiled quite smugly. After all, he's had a great negotiation with the principal. In other words, the hunting dog's incentive is something that puts them in the lead of information gathering. As a matter of fact, he's already sending stacks of files to Teruko and the director of the Special Abilities Division, Tanida Santoka. Gyro wondered, he's the other ability user, and Mina nodded, yup. He looks just like the one on the news. The oldest in the room grabbed the shirt and continued, I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouter. Nice to meet you. Everyone was shocked. The guy is simply saying that he's in charge of homeroom and his Class 1AS advisor. But who was he? It seems like not only the ability users, but even their quirked classmates seem to not know him. Heck, even the hero enthusiast Midoriya is looking clueless. Dazai was amused once again. This sensei's quite fun. I hope he's more interesting than Slimy Mori. Aizawa didn't wait for the kids to process any information and just showed them the shirt he was holding. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field. Even though everyone didn't have any idea of what was going on, they immediately followed his instructions and headed to their locker rooms to change clothes. Chuya grabbed his P uniform and then opened Dazai's locker to grab Dazai's before proceeding to leave when Ida called out, "No Kohara-kun. What are you doing? And where's the other ability user?" Holding the doorknob, Chuya turned halfway and said, "That fish is shy, so I'm bringing his clothes to the men's restroom. I'll accompany him lest he blames me for being heartless. See you." He left without waiting for a response. Kaminari just finished wearing his shirt and raised a brow. "Eh? It's strong to think Dazai-kun is shy with this." Kirishima nodded while closing his locker. "He's pretty outgoing to me. Guess we really can't jump to conclusions hastily. It's not so manly. Am I right, Midori bro?" "Midori?" Midoriya was hit with the word Midori once again. "Well, at least it's better than Teku-san's broccoli." "Why? Is it too long?" Kirishima wondered with a raised eyebrow before smiling and said, "Then I'll shorten it and call you Midobro instead." A black-haired guy with the tape quirk looked around and asked, "Now that I think about it, where's the other ability user? I saw him walking with Aizawa-sensei. Maybe they're together." The guy with the tail answered, "Do I sparkle in this?" "Oh, UI. I always do." "Right?" Someone butted in during their conversation, but before they could reply, Kaminari called, "Hurry up, we still don't know what we're doing yet," and everyone hurried to finish. Sparkles went to the shy classmates and insisted, "Right?" with a smiling face. The classmate who is averse to talking only nodded in a panic, making Sparkles happy. The moment they reached the field, Dazai, Chuya, and Juno were already there, waiting, together with their homeroom teacher. Their PE uniforms are flashy with colors, especially the shade of blue. For Chuya, it was unflattering. His distaste for the uniforms is shooting quite high. Should he invite a fashion designer from Yokohama to show the UA people what's good and what's bad? Maybe give them an eye-opener or something. On the other hand, because it's a PE uniform, the sleeves are shorter and the jogging breaths are more flexible and comfier. With a slight movement of his head, he can see Dazai standing bored with his arms behind his head, making the sleeves wrinkle and pull down even more, allowing his bandages to become more exposed. Those bandages ran unceasingly upward his elbows, exposing no skin. He had to admit, even though the clothes are unflattering, it looks good on Dazai. Not like he'd admit it openly. Too bad, Dazai couldn't see his blatant stare because he was currently standing in his blind spot, where he had his eye covered in bandages. Their teacher finally explained what they were doing. It was actually nothing more than a quirk assessment test. Basically, it's similar to a physical fitness test but with the assistance of their quirk to elevate their results. Aizawa-sensei then called Juno for a demonstration of a softball throw. Juno walked to the circle while lightly tossing the ball up and down and said, "Although I won't be able to apply my ability for this, it doesn't mean I lack anything compared to those with offensive quirks." He smiled and even with his eyes closed, he spotted where Bakugo is and pointed at him. "Don't underestimate ability users. You're in for a surprise." Blame him for having sharp senses that he heard Bakugo's bullshit from a distance away. Teasage. Bakugo wanted to go over but his shoulder was held by Ida so he stayed put. Also, he remembered that a teacher is watching them. With Aizawa's signal, Juno fixed his stance and threw the ball with his physical strength. The ball was propelled upwards like a bullet without intending to stop soon. Once it dropped on the ground, Aizawa showed his result and it baffled everyone. Dazai's eyes sparkled in amusement while Chuya became even more serious. 705.4. He turned to face the other with a disturbing grin. "Come on, loudmouth. Beat it if you can." Most of his classmates cheered for him and felt pumped, enjoying such leisurely activity. It was okay for Chuya, amusing for Dazai, terrifying for Midoriya, and a provocation for Bakugo. But before they can enjoy further, Aizawa dampens their childlike ignorance. "It looks fun, heh? You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time?" "All right. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. And so, we're back to the present. Well, what do you think will happen? Who will be expelled? Chuya blinked in a wonder. But Dazai looked at him, acting all hurt. Oh. Why do I have to do all the thinking? You wound me, Chuya. An elbow hit his ribs and an angry slug walked away from him. He massages his hurting area while observing his surroundings. Everyone seems to show signs of panic and anxiety. One person looks too obvious though. To Midoriya-kun, his face screams absolute terror. A self-serving smile crept up on his face. This is really amusing. Extra. Mori's dilemma. An elegant woman is spending a peaceful tea time with a man and a child. The child is sitting on the cold floor of the gazebo, a litter of crayons and piles of paper spread all around her. Ignoring the elderly, she continues to scribble splashes of color on the paper. The man's face is rounded, a goofy smile pasted on his melting face while rereading an email he received some time ago for the nth time. What bliss Dazai called me Rin-chan. He can't help but remember the time young Dazai used to insist to call him Rintaro, so he even had his BRH certificate change again to Rintaro. Even if he's still well known as Agai, his real name already long changed to Mori Rintaro. You've already said that 30 minutes ago, Moridono. How about we move on to the actual document, him? The woman smiled at him with crescent eyes, unable to hear him babble about Dazai one more time. Besides, she favors Chuya more. It wouldn't be a chore to listen if her boss talked more about Chuya instead. No. Never mind. It wouldn't be good if Moridono's fixation swayed from Dazai to Chuya. It's better to maintain the status quo. Oh, Kuyo-kun. You just don't understand. Dazai no longer calls me Rintaro. It's always Mori-san this, sensei that, boss this, old man that. He whined like a soft dad who had a daughter all grown up and refused to call him daddy anymore, and no longer wanted to marry her daddy once she grew up. Kuyo can only sigh and throw that information out the window. Thankfully, Mori's pudding-like face returned to serious as he earnestly looked at her. Actually, I have already read the contents of the document, so there's no longer turning back for me. It truly puts me in a dilemma. She couldn't help but look at him in inquiry, her brows lowered, seriously assessing the threats they might face in the long run with the new government and the events outside Yokohama. She wouldn't let anything happen to her beloved port mafia. Mori looked at her again, his brows knitted. I need Chuya's most expensive alcohol, Kyo-kun. Kyo, you're free to leave. Elise picked up her paper and admired her drawing. It was Mori in a professional white coat, sitting on a cushion, a low table in front of him, holding a red pocketbook in one hand, the other hand flipping the book. The book's title is written in a wobbly manner and can't fit the spaces, only one word can be written, suicide. She seems happy about it, so she stands and runs towards the person himself. Rintaro, I'm hungry. I want to eat crabs now, she said while giving him the paper. Mori took a glance and couldn't help but soften once more. How nostalgic, he muttered and patted Elise's head. He can only rub her hair twice before getting his hand slapped. I said I'm hungry. Of course, let's eat lots of crabs, okay? Mori stood and faced Ko. Can you reconsider? No. Koyo closed her eyes to avoid seeing Moridono's face, trying to gain pity by showing her his puppy eyes. Just once. The exit is that way, Moridono. She pointed the way with her hand, her eyes remained closed. Mori couldn't help but let out a defeated sigh. He can only disappoint Dazai in this one. Aizawa reviewed the practical exam footage of his students. He was quite disappointed that he didn't get the 3 other ability users, but what did he expect from that brute of an advisor from Class 1B? So, in the name of fairness for both classes, it was unanimously decided to divide the ability users into 2 groups. Aizawa had also noticed one particular difference between his quirked students and his gifted students. The former clearly weren't as used to using their quirks. At the same time, the latter proved to be experts in using their abilities. He can understand that it was because of their laws regarding quirk regulation and quirk safety. But as for these ability users, it's as if they were given the freedom to explore their abilities as much as they wanted to from a young age. He doesn't have the slightest idea how the laws work in Yokohama, but seeing those 6 children in action, it looks like a huge success. It kind of amazed and worried the pro hero at the same time, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. When he said he would expel one student, he meant it. Aside from the ability users, one student is particularly standing out a lot, Midoriya Izuku. How can he be injured so much while using his own quirk? There are things that don't add up, but he doesn't care. Aside from wanting to see how ability users strategize, he also wanted to see how Midoriya Izuku would cope with the situation at hand. If things go his way, this will be the boy's first and last day in UA. It would be better for him to stop dreaming of becoming a hero when he couldn't even take care of himself. So in this test, Aizawa is actually targeting 4 people all at once. There are 8 tests and a student's result has already been shown. That was only a demonstration. So, they will have to do a different test first. Test 1, 50-meter dash. The first 2 students positioned themselves and with the cue of the robot, they started to run. With Ida's engine, it was a breeze and with Tsuyu's flexibility, she only lagged behind by 2-point-something seconds. So fast, Dazai commented on the side. More and more students were finished and next up was Uraraka and Chuya. The girl lightened her clothes and shoes when she noticed the other stretching his legs. Good luck to us, Chuya, she cheered. Chuya gave her a nod, yeah. Once they were in their position, the robot gave the signal and Uraraka started running. Chuya, however, crouched down with his hands in his pocket, he then blasted to the other side, leaving only a dent in the ground of his starting point. Ida went to the 2 after their turn. You are so fast, Nokohara-kun. He was amazed that the other almost looked like he had a speed type of quirk. Uraraka took a moment to breathe. At least my results are better than in middle school, she cheered herself up. Boo, show off. Dazai let out his tongue and Chuya gave him a smack, but this time, Dazai nimbly avoided it. Next up is Bakugo and Juno. When the signal sounded, Bakugo used his explosive and combined it with his speed. He was quite confident, but when he reached the end, it took 2 seconds more than Juno. The hunting dog frowned and patted his sleeve to remove the dirt. How uncivilized of you, he said before leaving. Tisage. Bakugo kicked the dirt in anger. After each pair, it was finally Dazai's and Midoriya's turn. Both of them positioned like they were running on a marathon when Dazai once again noticed the other person's anxiety, so he smiled at him and said, "Let's do our best, Izuku-kun." With his mind occupied, Midoriya didn't notice how Dazai addressed him in his first name out of the blue. He only forced a smile and took a deep breath. Ready, go. The 2 ran normally and Midoriya finished at 7.02 seconds while Dazai finished at 7.05 seconds. He scratched his hair and mumbled, it looks like I'm getting rusty," but once again, Midoriya was so hung up on his results that he didn't even hear the other person, only mulling about how slow he was and how he might fail this test. He cannot upset All Might. He had to do something or else. He'll be expelled. Chuya raised a brow upon seeing the bandaged freak's results but chose to ignore Dazai's antics. He knew that even if Dazai is inferior to him when it comes to physical abilities, the person can jump from the window of the 2nd floor to the 1st floor without damage. His stamina isn't also something to underestimate. Both of them went on missions that involve a lot of running and fast-paced plans that Dazai himself had concocted. Acting like that means that the mackerel doesn't take this test seriously at all. Should I also tone it down? But before he could decide, he felt Dazai's stare. It was the same stare he used to give him whenever he wanted him to just continue whatever he was doing. Seriously, the jackass is acting all on his own again. Whatever. Test 2, Grip Strength. It went without a hitch for most of the students with good physical stats. Uraraka used her quirk to lighten the tool as much as possible, so when she pulled it, it was like she was playing with a kid's toy and got a high score. Chuya, Juno, and Dazai don't need to use their abilities and still got high scores, with Midoriya being the lowest, having the most normal-looking result. Juno even sighed, "I could still go on, but this will definitely break." His result was once again 0.02 higher than Bakugo's, making the other person almost smash his tool on the ground. Test 3, Standing Long Jump. Class 1A are already starting to get creative with their quirks and are having fun with the challenge. Tsuyu only needs a jump and Ida only needs the momentum with his speed. Chuya and Uraraka just floated their way through, one steady and one wobbly. Bakugo blasted once again and Juno jumped in a carefree manner. Midoriya only reached half and Dazai only reached a bit more than Midoriya's before falling on the dust. Dirty, he said while walking away and dusting off the dirt that was stuck in between his bandages. Chuya approached him while the test was still ongoing. He handed him a handkerchief and said, "You could have avoided that, a-hole." Dazai sighed. Right, he should have just avoided it. But he's having fun copying Midoriya, what can he do about it? Besides, the blind dog is messing with the stray Pomeranian, not even intent on doing his best, rather, focused on always maintaining a 2-point difference each time, so why couldn't he do the same with the freckles? It's getting itchy now, he mumbled in annoyance. Chuya carefully reached out his hands from his pockets and removed his right glove before lifting Dazai's elbow. Using his fingernails, he gently traced the edges of the bandages and scraped off the dirt. Dazai just let him do the work and stopped picking his bandages randomly. Instead, he used Chuya's handkerchief to gently dust off his uniform. The two remained in their own little world until the third test ended. Test 4, repeated side steps. Dazai and Chuya blinked twice in unison. Their eyes couldn't believe how the grape guy was able to proudly show off such a skill. That perverted guy seems too pumped up with this. In any case, Mineta got the highest score and Ida got second. I have a speed quirk and yet, Ida muttered with his soul leaving his mouth. Uraraka catches it immediately and forces it back inside before breathing a sigh of relief. Well, none of the ability users wanted to look stupid, so they did the test with their own pace. Of course, Juno is still able to taunt Bakugo by making 2 sets more than his. Bakugo, F-. Test 5, ball throw. Now they are back with the one that was demonstrated earlier. Bakugo was the first to be called, and after hearing the go signal, he added the strongest blast he could with the strongest pitch he could make. Die, you white-haired freak. Midoriya, die? Dazai whistled. Everyone, 705.2. Bakugo seemed satisfied and everyone also praised his technique when a certain white-haired freak stepped forward and reminded, this quirk knockoff scored 705. 2 points more than you. I guess I overestimated your abilities. After all, I always set the criteria with 2 more points than you. Aga. Bakugo fumed in irritation when Aizawa called the next one. Uraraka readied herself and threw quite a soft pitch. However, the ball kept on going higher and higher until the result turned infinity. Whoa, most of the students felt she was cool, even Chuya whistled in interest. So when it was Chuya's turn, he faced her and said with a grin, "Let me borrow your idea, Ochiko," and with that, Class 1A got another infinity. Amazing! 2 got infinity. Kaminari freaked out. The one beside him nodded with his arms crossed, they are so manly. After his turn, Uraraka excitedly ran up to him, "Chuya, could your ability be related to gravity as well?" Chuya was infected with the girl's smile and he let out quite a sunny-looking one when he gave her a thumbs up. Yep. Uraraka cannot conceal her joy. It will be a huge help to her if they train together some other time. Chuya also looks like he's better at controlling gravity than hers, so it will really benefit her in figuring out her techniques. After each student finished, it was Midoriya's turn. In this test, he lost his head in a panic and was planning to go all out. Dazai saw the glow and strange patterns coiling the boy's hand, but it suddenly disappeared and Midoriya's pitch went to waste. There was a buzz that he felt. His ability, no longer human, is triggered by something and is now activated. Before he could search discreetly who was targeting him, he heard a voice from behind, "I erased your quirk." Clearly, their teacher didn't mean him. Only Midoriya. But there are 2 things he found out. 1. Mr. Caterpillar can nullify quirks with his sight. Since he is also standing near Midoriya, he is within the guy's range and got caught up in it. And 2. His ability seems to work perfectly well with quirks too. He is nullifying Aizawa's nullification quirk, but Aizawa hasn't had a clue since his quirk is working well. It seems that his sensei's quirk is unable to send him a signal when his quirk is interrupted midway. There is an invisible force meeting in the middle that resulted in both Aizawa's quirk and Dazai's ability to be unable to nullify each other. It's like a singularity, but not quite. Just an empty space in the middle with the quiet result of their powers. If a superhuman or a gifted tried to step in the middle, Dazai was sure that they would get caught up in their powers, rendering such individuals unable to use their quirks and abilities. Dazai blinked twice, almost outing himself by wanting to smile and look at Aizawa with amused expression. Interesting indeed. It turns out, Midoriya is quite reckless and couldn't control his quirk, so he isn't using it until now. But what made Dazai more invested in the evolving scene is the Pomeranian's confusion and refusal to believe that Deku has a quirk. Dazai didn't even listen to all of Aizawa's preaching and the students' reactions upon realizing who their teacher was. He glanced at the slug who's engrossed in watching the drama play out. Well, he can just ask Chibi later how he encountered Deku. Dazai felt like the broccoli's nickname from the Pomeranian made sense. Deku it is. It turns out, by some sheer luck or an external force, Midoriya managed to injure only his index finger instead of his whole arm, earning a score of 705. A whistle was heard and a finger pointed at Midoriya. Look, broccoli's got more potential than you. That must be so embarrassing. Juno once again provoked Bakugo, but the other person didn't have time to deal with him at the moment and launched at Deku in anger with his palm ready to explode, demanding for an explanation. Midoriya got lucky once again when Bakugo was stopped by Aizawa's scarf, which turns out to be made with special materials that are very durable. In the end, the test ended and they continued. Test 6, Sit-ups. Dazai and Kirishima were paired up, making Dazai quite awkward. Why you don't have to use your quirk while holding my feet, you know? His smile strained as he continued to do the sit-ups. Don't worry, Zybro. With my hardened body, your movement will be more stable. Kirishima gave him a thumbs up. Dazai only paled in despair. No, it's uncomfortable, also heavy. Poor redhead panicked after hearing that he's unconsciously hurting his classmate. Dazai looked away and sneaked a sly smile, enjoying Kirishima's misery. On the other hand, a tail was wrapped around Chuya's legs as he did his sit-ups. You've got quite a tight grip, he mentioned. The other guy was startled. Oh, sorry. Are you hurting? Do you need me to loosen it up a bit? Yeah, that'll help. Thanks. Chuya nodded and continued, feeling a bit better when the grip on his legs loosened. When they swayed positions, Chuya asked for his name. I'm Ojiro Mashirao, he spoke, and Chuya nodded. Nokuhara Chuya. Don't touch me there. Are you coveting my body? You disgust me. Get your sweaty hands off me. Juno unfortunately had to be paired up with Bakugo and felt disgusted with his 24/7 sweaty hands. Ha! Who would want the likes of losers like you? Bakugo exclaimed, and the two argued the whole test. To everyone, it's a miracle how the two even managed to finish their sit-ups. Test 7, Seated Toe Touch. Midoriya wasn't quite the flexible one, but most of his classmates, especially the girls, are more flexible. Dazai and Chuya were quite flexible too. Juno was once again above Bakugo by 2 points on purpose. Lastly, Test 8, Long Distance Run. In this test, Ida, Chuya, Juno, and Bakugo shone. Midoriya huffed when he reached the finish line and wiped his sweat. Once again, I finished last, he brooded when he heard a whine coming from behind him. Man, that was tough as heck. He turned around and saw Dazai fanning himself with his hand while breathing. Dazai looked at him and smiled. This truly is, right, Deku? The breathing Midoriya. Deku? Before his brain was rendered, everyone was called for the results. Midoriya was feeling helpless. After all, his only good result is the ball throw, nothing else. So when the results are being shown through a hologram, he scans it very slowly, afraid of what he will see. But before he can scan until the end, he hears someone. Oh shucks. I guess I'm going. Will you miss me, Chibi? Say you'll miss me so I can say that I definitely won't miss you too. Instantly, he looked over and found Dazai-san exaggeratedly leaning on Chuya-san. The shorter one shrugged his shoulder in displeasure. Get off, you're heavy. Dazai put his weight on him even more and clutched his heart in pain. Ah. You're throwing me away now that I'm useless. Chuya. How can you be so heartless? When Midoriya once again looked at the results, he saw that he ranked 22nd. Below him is Dazai-san, who ranked 23rd, Chuya-san ranked 3rd, Juno-san ranked 4th. Juno snickered a bit louder, loud enough for Bakugo to hear. Oh, I'm sorry. It's quite funny how this quirk knockoff is always 2 digits above you. Bakugo, who ranked 6th, Dimon you motherfucker. Ida, who ranked 7th, language. Aizawa looked at everyone's reactions. Some have mixed opinions, some celebrate their ranking, and some are openly dissatisfied. He turned off the hologram and saw Midoriya approaching him. Sensei, why do I rank higher than Dazai-san? His questions silenced everyone, making him quite baffled, and flailed his hands. WWL. I mean, I'm not saying that the results are rigged or anything. But you did score higher than me, Deku. I don't blame you for not realizing though. You're too focused on feeling worthless after all. Dazai said while half of his body weight was being carried by Chuya, who was wearing a dark face. Hey! Midoriya blinked twice, looking really lost. It's kinda obvious, man. I mean, did you see his ball throw result? You scored a whopping 705.3 and Zybro only scored 60. One of them said. Hey! Midoriya's eyes widened in shock. Another person with a bird head nodded. It is for naught that amongst all men, he not but underestimated thy hero's trial. Kiro! Dazai-chan never did use his ability in the whole test. The girl with the frog quirk answered. That's right. Out of 8 tests, you are 4 tests above him with a huge difference in test also. Deku lagged behind you in the last test. Mina answered. Hey! Midoriya freaked and looked at the person in question. But why didn't you use it, Dazai-san? Cause, it wouldn't matter anyway. Even the white-haired blind freak didn't use his, you know? Dazai emphasized. Juno faced him with a not-so-kind smile. You seem to be enjoying quite a nickname, don't you think? You heard your classmates? Aizawa finally answered before putting the device in his pocket and saying, by the way, I was lying about the expulsion. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks and abilities. It worked for most of you, so I'd count it a win. Who? His statement shocked those who were really taking the exam seriously. The loudest are Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida, who felt so betrayed for having their hearts hanging desperately only to realize that the ground is only a step away. A certain girl with a ponytail finally couldn't help but speak. Of course that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you thought it through. Making some of them who didn't notice anything feel like an idiot the whole time. Aizawa dismissed the homeroom and left with Juno for his next class. Jackass. You could have told me so I wouldn't expose too much of my ability. Chuya blamed the annoying one and finally pushed him away for real, making him stumble and fall on his butt. Dazai groaned and massaged his aching buttocks. No chibi. I wouldn't tell you such a lame lie. That sensei is really serious. His goofy attitude dissipated and a smile crept up, paired with his empty gaze. It was as if he was a different person once again. Eraserhead sensei is testing us. But his focus isn't solely on us. After seeing what happened, it turns out that he singled out Deku and wanted to expel him. He could have done so, but given Deku's performance and my own lackluster performance, there's no longer a need to continue pursuing his previous goal. Did you know, Chibi? I've done my research about Eraserhead. He's an underground hero who's the polar opposite of that one blonde muscles guy. I can say he's quite a noble one since he truly only focuses on saving people and teaching hero wannabes. He's quite strict though. After all, he has a record of expelling a whole class because there's no potential in them. He's quite the sensei, don't you think? Although Dazai knew what his sensei's quirk is, it's still surprising to experience it firsthand than only seeing it up close. Still, it gave him some benefits. Chuya frowned and faced him. I see. So you wanted to see whether he's going for it or not, heh? He looked at his classmates being chaotic in the field, loudly discussing their reliefs and frustrations, and said, still, why did you aim for last? If he followed through, he could have really expelled you. But then Chuya realized their status in this school, right? He would need the principal's permission for that. Bingo! Dazai winked. Chuya offered him a hand and helped him up, so in the end, your plan was to make sure no one gets expelled even if Midoriya couldn't perform well. It's not like you to help others. What's your deal? They began to grab their bags and walk to the nearby restroom. Nothing much. I just found Deku quite amusing. Besides, he helped my little dog enter the school with me, so let's cut him some slack. For the nth time, I'm not your effing dog. Chuya and Dazai bickered all the way to the restroom before finally quieting down when changing. Did you get it, Ranpo? Sitting on the sofa, face to face with a teenager who looks quite younger than his age, the president of the armed detective agency might look calm on the surface because of his heavenly demeanor and stoic poise, but the overflowing emotions shown in his eyes betrayed his facade. The said teen leaned on the sofa and melted like a puddle, with a dissatisfied look on his face and a frown visible between his brows. He waved the pocketbook he is holding. It's just a school filled with dumb children. Why do I have to follow this stupid thing? If anyone were to take a careful look, the book is actually written by hand using a brush. The fine and powerful strokes can easily attract readers to read the title on the cover, Complete Guide to Proper Communication. The contents of the pocketbook are still fresh as if it was just written recently. Coincidentally, when Fukuzawa reached out his hand to grab his cup of hot tea, there were ink smudges on his sleeve, some even on his fingers. Ranpo's tongue refused to move after noticing the detail. Even without noticing the subtle hints, the fact that the writing is very familiar to him already gave it away. He truly doesn't want to go to school, but since he's a part of the ADA, he has to play his role as the role model detective, so he has no alternatives than to do so. Upset, he reached out to snatch a snack and inhaled it as if he didn't do anything bad. Fukuzawa, eat slowly, I won't take it from you. It's written on the 23rd page how to properly ask for food with the same age range. He explained patiently, even if he already knew that the teen in front of him already memorized the contents at one glance, whether the teen wanted to or not. To Fukuzawa, Ranpo is gifted in a different sense. But that is also why he wanted to give him the best of the best, the things he deemed that the teenager deserved. The idea of studying in a formal institution doesn't bode well with Ranpo. Fukuzawa knows this. As much as he doesn't want to, the teen seems too trusting of him in a spoiled manner, telling him almost everything about himself. Therefore, it doesn't take an ability for Fukuzawa to know why Ranpo looks down on schools. It's cruel of him to force the teenager to attend school and alter most of his normal responses to situations through the use of the notebook he just handed him, but Fukuzawa wants Ranpo to overcome this certain burden in his heart, instead of letting it rot deep inside. Since to Fukuzawa, all men are created equal. It's the external influences that made them have the illusion to be below or above others. As expected, Ranpo whined, you don't need to tell me. I've already memorized everything. But, President, aren't you going overboard? Why do I have to bring this with me all the time once I set foot to the Hero Society? Why do I have to follow everything that's written here? It's not like I also want to play house with those people. He complained while choosing what mochi flavor he would steal next, completely ignoring Yukichi's instructions on how to ask for food. Fukuzawa Yukikai sighed in defeat and took a moment of silence before speaking. I want you to socialize and have a proper school life. You and Akiko are dear to me. Rather than focusing on gathering intel, I hope for you both to truly enjoy being a student in a formal institution. That's why. His bluntness made Ranpo knit his brows even more. Ranpo wanted to inquire why he was forcing things on him when he already knew why he hated such things. However, he doesn't want to question the president's decisions. You want something. You should know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Unfortunately, I'm not motivated by your take on the matter. He put the book on the table and closed it. Although he doesn't like the contents of the book, he truly wants to keep it in his collection. It's a symbol of Mr. President's care for him after all. If it's motivation his rebellious teen wants, Fukuzawa actually already has something in mind. If you are able to follow through even only half of the book's contents, I will message you one praise every 3 weeks. A flinch. Fukuzawa knew that this son of his was baited. Ranpo. Slowly, he looks up to see if the president is truly serious and not joking. Ooh boy, he saw one dedicated expression on the man's face right there. One praise every 3 weeks is too tempting, considering Mr. President's record of saying praises only once in a blue moon. Thus, with his lips pursed, he looks away in embarrassment as his right hand slowly reaches for the pocketbook, quietly hiding it in his pocket. You should have said it earlier, he muttered with a pout. There was relief in Fukuzawa's eyes. Truth be told, he didn't want to use affection as a bargaining chip. Not because he feels bad for the subtle manipulation, but because he thinks it would easily wear out and Ranpo might not take the bait anymore. Maybe one praise every 3 weeks is still too much. Should I change it every month instead? But before he could speak, Ranpo had an inkling about his train of thought. So the teen grabbed the whole plate of mochi and rushed out of the office. He thinks changing the deal after it was struck is unfair and despicable. Mr. President should follow the end of their deal. Ranpo grinned, feeling a bit giddy, and eagerly waits for a text message from the other person. The detective doctor pointed in a different direction. I'll be going there now. Did you memeize the way to class? Today is their first day of class. The two arrived early since Yosano's classes start 30 minutes earlier due to the added schedule with her meetings with Recovery Girl. There's still 40 minutes before class. I'll figure it out by then. You go. Ranpo waved goodbye and the other nodded and left. The boy started strolling the campus and trying to familiarize himself in the area. He reached for his pocket to grab his phone. Opening the text messages, he clicked on the president's number. It was still empty. It has been a month but he still hasn't received any praise. He figured that since the guidebook was written for his school relationships, the deal would only take place once school started. Still, it bummed him a bit. After all, he did well in the entrance exam and actually worked together with someone. There are a lot of ways he can score. If he wanted to, he could even gain some VP on his own. For instance, he can manipulate the surroundings and use the debris and destruction caused by other examinees to trap those faux villains and use the momentum to his advantage, but he didn't. Not only because it was too much work, but also because of page 3 in that senseless book. Going on about teamwork, cooperation, etc. that he doesn't even want to remember. Stingy. He huffed and stomped his feet in frustration. When he looked up, he noticed, somehow, he was back to where he started. This makes no sense. I followed Sensei-chan's advice just fine. He fumed and equated his wrong turns to Yosano's incorrect map explanation. He tried to find his room again, but no matter which building he entered, he is always ending up near the school entrance. Ranpo's heart felt tired. This school is as complicated as train stations. He folded his legs and crouched down to take a rest in the middle of the road. There are only 7 to 10 minutes left before class starts. And since it was almost time, there were barely any students to ask for directions. A small frown appeared on his forehead. He remembers how a section in the book talks about having good first impressions. Forget waiting 3 more weeks for someone's praise, he might fail on the first day. Well, it's not my fault that this DMN school is cursed, Ranpo muttered. Right. The president is wise. He should know that this one doesn't count. Suddenly, he heard an engine. Looking towards the school gate, he saw quite an expensive sports car. The door opened and a student in U.A uniform came out with a sly grin. He bid the driver goodbye and entered the school grounds confidently. He saw a boy crouching in the middle of the pathway, so he swerved a bit on the right and pretended he didn't see anything. However, he felt a tug on his polo. He looked behind him and saw the boy looking at him. Then the boy spoke, "Sports car-san, can you show me which building is the hero course? I'm new so I'm lost." The guy in question turned sideways and faced the other. Suddenly, his tame smile became condescending. Huh? You're from the hero course? Man. Students from Class 1A are really too privileged, they don't even bother learning how to read maps. I'm from Class 1B. Ranpo answered with a tilt of his head. The person went silent for a while, looked away, and looked back with a bright savior smile, his face glowing like Buddha. Well, it's common to get lost, especially when it's your first day. Come, let me take you there. We're going to the same place after all. That's such a SWCH. Ranpo stood up and said to the other, "Sports car-san, my feet are hurting. They might have blisters. Carry me?" The sports car guy. In any case, they are now on their way to their room. And yes, Ranpo is currently being carried on the guy's back. What a smooth method to reach the classroom. A piggyback ride is good every now and then. Be thankful you're a classmate. If not, I won't even bother. The other pointed out and fixed Ranpo's position on his back. Ranpo leaned his face closer to the other and said with a smile, "Thank you, sports car-san. I have a name." The other looked at him in contempt and said, "Remember, I'm Minoma Nito. Now that we're classmates, I'll make sure you don't appear as a disappointment, especially with our conquest to overtake those future attention seekers in Class 1A. Edogawa Ranpo. Curious, Ranpo introduced himself first and inquired about the other person's quirk. Is your quirk strong? Monoma nodded proudly and even asked if the other wanted to see. When Ranpo nodded eagerly, Monoma gave him a smirk and used his quirk to copy Ranpo's quirk. Nothing happened. Monoma blinked twice and tried again. Nothing happened. Confused, Monoma stopped and looked at Ranpo. Coincidentally, they are already standing in front of their classroom door. Ranpo hopped off and admired the huge door. Wow! Why's the door so big? It's awesome. Mr. President should do this too. Maybe there will be more people wanting to go to the agency and my path to greatness will spread faster to everyone. Monoma looked at the other, unable to fathom a word, lost in thought. Soon, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you quirkless?" Ranpo turned to look at him. Affirmative. And? There was an incredulous glint in Monoma's eyes. He suppressed his emotions, but it seemed to also suppress his ability to communicate properly. You better drop out from the hero course then. Being a hero is not a game. You can contribute to society in a different way. You're unneeded here. He walked past the other and opened the door to enter the room. The door showed different types of quirked individuals and their peculiar similarities with each other. Look around. There's a fine line between you and us. The difference will never change no matter how strong you try, he said without looking back, leaving the other behind. Ranpo stood still in place, seemingly lost in thought for a while. Why haven't you kicked him out of school yet? He said hurtful things to my son. My son is only 13. He said mean things about my daughter too. She kept crying all night and couldn't even stop. My kids are skipping school because of this freak. Where are even his parents? They clearly didn't do a great job at raising their son. What a cocky piece of shit. Get out of this academy. Flashes of red and blue lights followed, blurring the memory and muting the sharp voices. Black and white cars. Loud sirens. Yellow tapes. BLD. BLD all over. The next thing he knew, he was standing in front of two people's graves. Ranpo removed himself from the thought and reconnected with reality. He entered the room and walked straight to the guy who is now sitting. What do you know? He spoke. Monoma raised a brow. Here? Ranpo put his hands on Monoma's desk and leaned forward. I'm saying, we've only met for a solid 10 minutes. So what makes you think you know me? The fact that you're a quirkless student in the hero course says a lot about you. The other person replied. There was silence. Why wouldn't there be? Ranpo couldn't get how an idiot's brain works. On the other hand, other students were curiously eavesdropping while some were shamelessly looking at both of them. What's happening? I dunno, man. They just started arguing over something. Whoa, really? It's just the first day though. Murmurs echoed throughout the room, creating a somewhat unbearable atmosphere. It also made Monoma more conscious about his words, but he found that it's too late to take them back. His worries couldn't reach Ranpo though, since Ranpo's busy trying to understand what he meant that he just couldn't get. The fact that he's quirkless in the hero course says a lot about him. What does it say about him? How can they know something about him all of a sudden? Why can they decipher him with those sets of words? To Ranpo, the sentence is nothing but rubbish. Could they know something about him that he didn't? Ranpo looked at everyone, feeling askance, when he noticed the soldier with weird taste buds. He brightened up and waved his hands. Foolish soldier. Hello. Deku, who was busy eating, offered Ranpo a chocolate bun when the guy reached him. Don't take their opinions to heart. Do it and you'll lose your sense of control over yourself. Ranpo took the bun and sat beside him. Oh, I know. He took a bite, savoring the sweet taste of chocolate, and faced every curious student, even Monoma, who looked baffled and ashamed upon realizing what Ranpo might be. I just want to let everyone know that my ability may not be offensive, but it is the most powerful ability of all. It sparked another discussion and another round of noise. A loudmouth guy chimed in, ability? Wait. Both of you are ability users. The ones on the news. A guy wearing a headband was curious. Dimon. How come I didn't realize someone was sitting there? Did you notice him, Tsuburaba-kun? The other shook his head in awe. No, not at all. He's practically invisible to me. Right? I even had the illusion that no one was sitting there. I didn't even hear the rappers and all the munching. A foreign language rang out between the two, making them feel awkward. The girl felt the awkwardness as well, so she tried to speak in broken Japanese. I mean, the sitting with no munch is amazing. Awase and Tsubiraba, Awase and Tsubiraba, oh. I get you. No, they didn't. The girl felt happy and smiled timidly with a hint of pride on her face. A little earlier, unlike Ranpo's somewhat flashy entrance, Deku just entered the room, dropped his bag, grabbed his snacks, sat down, and erased his presence while eating. So far, so good until the detective found him. Being sent to a couple of missions, erasing his presence and camouflaging himself is a breeze. Although, maybe it's not as perfect as he thought since he was spotted. He should inform Juno about this later. It would be troublesome if the detective kept on spotting them all the time. The door opened and a muscular white-haired man entered the room imposingly, walking towards the teacher's table. He was easily recognized by the students and most of them behaved with excited smiles and shining eyes painted on their faces. Welcome to U.A, Class 1B of the Hero course. He greeted enthusiastically. His imposing aura and strict countenance is still present, but somehow, his loud voice delivered a friendly tone, making the students more inclined to admire him. I'm your homeroom teacher and advisor, Khan Sejikiro. Most of you must have known me as the BLD hero, Vlad King. Vlad King in the flesh, as our advisor, a ginger-haired girl couldn't help but feel hyped up. She feels like everything is a fever dream. Seeing the BLD hero this close is one of her goals in life. Since it's the first day today, we'll be getting to cow each other more. So, let's start with individual self-introduction. State your name, your age, your previous school, and your dream. Let's go, plus ultra. Plus ultra, the students replied excitedly. Deku looked confused but joined in by raising his hand and Ranpo leaned on his desk to cover his ears. All right, that's the spirit. Then, let's begin with my student assistant. The hero's hand spread out as everyone turned to look at the no-present student earlier. It turns out he's still eating some sweets. Deku looked confused once again, but he stood up and went to the podium. He looked at everyone's curious gazes before looking back at his sensei. Excuse me, sir, I don't think it's good to start with me. The man patted his back and said, it doesn't matter. Everyone will be doing this anyway. Go on. Well, if you insist. Deku didn't argue much and faced forward before speaking. I'm Suihiro Deku. 20 years old. You can say, I'm the oldest here except for Vlad. Khan, sensei. His unsure tone and hesitance in the proper address garnered a few good laughs from the students. As you all know by now, I'm an ability user from Yokohama. As for my previous school, none. I didn't go to school before. This is my first time. Really? One whispered in disbelief, unable to comprehend why because of the difference in their government policies. Deku faced the brown-haired girl with bangs covering her face. Really, he then on continued, I wasn't originally from Yokohama. I lived in a small village near the borders of Japan. Back then, the Great War also reached the area, so I took it upon myself to defend my village. That's when I found out about my ability. Soon, the hunting dogs reached the area and took me in, taught me basic stuff about the real world and stuff about my ability. He remembered that time when he first met Juno. The guy was wearing an unclean cloth to cover his eyes. Through the cloth was BLD that dried for a long PRD of time. The cloth might have already stuck through his flesh, but the boy doesn't mind it. Of course, they argued as soon as they met but decided to work together in the end before meeting a young girl called Teruko Okura and getting taken in by the hunting dogs. Just so you know, I don't need someone's protection, much less yours. Why do you insist on following me? A youthful voice of young Juno echoed in the desolate area filled with the scent of BLD and rotting flesh, a pile of corpses everywhere. But even as he walks, he never trips on any of the dead bodies on the ground. You're injured. I'll guard you, an equally youthful voice of young Deku answered as a matter of fact. His eyes focused on the road as he used his ability to carefully swipe the corpses that were almost stepped on by Juno. Of course, his actions made the other angrier. Poor young Deku doesn't know why though. The memory came and went as he continued. After being more aware of the war and my own inability to protect the people dear to me, I vowed to protect the weak and helpless and enforce justice as a member of the hunting dogs. Silence permeates the air at first. Each student's worldview is slowly being shattered. Although they are aware of wars and how wars affect people, they mostly see them on the news or read them in historical textbooks. In other words, it's something intangible and far away from them. They can only sympathize but never fully empathize. After a long while of Deku's confusion because of the silence, a hand was raised and a question rang out. Instead of taking you in, shouldn't they provide therapy instead? The girl with green vine-like hair asked. Ranpo sighed in exasperation while Deku ped his head to the side. Why? They gave me what I need, so why does that matter? Oh. Their teacher broke the awkward silence by faking a cough. There are a lot of things we ought to know about Yokohama. I'm sure we'll figure things out soon. Let's not rush things. Besides, I admire your strong sense of justice, Suehiro-kun. It's the same thing I live by as a hero. That thought of yours is a hero in the making. Blinking twice at him, Deku looked away with flowers blooming around his head. Although he knows his sense of justice is vastly different from the hero society's sense of justice, it still makes him quite proud of himself. A hero in the making has a nice ring to it. He should tell Juno later. The self-introduction continued and students began to have fun admiring everyone's dreams, making jokes about normal stuff, relating to others' school and relationship experiences, and the like. When the door opened and a girl entered. Good morning, sensei, she greeted. Oh, you're the one who's taking tutors with Recovery Girl? Are you done with the class? Vlad King wondered, and the other answered that Recovery Girl would always take 30 minutes of homeroom for her, and the advisor gladly accepted. He even said, perfect timing. We're in the middle of self-introduction. Care to share? He then told the girl how to do it and she willingly went to the podium with confidence. The name's Yosano Akiko, 18 years old. I'm a doctor and a detective from the Armed Detective Agency. I didn't have time to study when I was young. I became more engrossed in using my ability as a way to help people and it became my passion. That's probably why I chose to work really early as a nurse. What? Another info dump shocked the class. This time, even their homeroom teacher had the same expression. Yosano only raised an eyebrow. What? Have you never heard of a bone-deep dedication in your whole life? No, you've got to be lying. What kind of medical institution would take in a child as a nurse? What kind of patient would accept a child as a nurse? The guy stood up and pointed at her, unbelieving in her story. Yosano smiled and pointed back at him. Correct. What's your name? Here? My name? Tetsu. That got him confused for a bit. Tetsu X4. Yosano called, I get why you're curious. Of course, it's the military doctors back from the Great War. They will need all the hands they can get. Although, it's true that I'm too young for that, so I'm very glad that the AD took me away from that awful environment. The foreign student couldn't help but look at Ranpo. Although she couldn't understand a lot of Japanese, she could somehow understand some words or phrases, only, she couldn't get the correct idea. You're from the Great War too? She asked in English to Ranpo before realizing that she really shouldn't speak in her native language anymore. To her surprise, Ranpo faced her and muttered with his brows furrowed, Are you stupid? No. Why would I enlist myself in the army? Her eyes sparkled. He can speak English really well. She felt quite happy that there was at least someone who could assist her whenever she was having a strong time. Although there are mind-blowing information that was shared, Vlad-sensei was glad that his students are getting along well. He's also very satisfied that he fought for Class 1B's right to have half of the gifted people. Now, there's only one person left unintroduced. How about you, lad? It's finally your turn to shine. Ranpo frowned even more. With his chin on his palm, he looked away and refused to stand up. This made it impossible for Vlad-sensei to find a proper response to his student's blatant show of unkindness. Yosano approached the other and mentioned, her tone several degrees warmer, Ranpo-san, it's your turn. Ranpo looked up at her and sighed in annoyance. Only it was because it's Yosano that Ranpo cared to even bother to give a reply. Do we really have to? It's pretty obvious who's who. The school has all the details. This sensei surely keeps a list of students with their pictures and other stuff. Even all students here should have also browsed through the school's bulletin board with our class segregations. Each of our names and ranks are also written there. If they didn't, there are also online records of students who passed with their faces and ranks included. So why should I bother with this charade? Is playing house really a part of a school's curriculum? Sounds dumb to me. His response was met with silence. Yosano understood him, but their classmates didn't. Some were embarrassed for not really focusing on those things, some were offended because they really wanted to savor the excitement of just getting to know each other in its purest form, while others were enraged for the sheer disrespect Ranpo had just shown towards their teacher. The guy who introduced himself as Shishida is the first one to stand up in anger. How could you say that? In front of Vlad-sensei no less. His response was met with others who joined in. That's right. No matter how you think, you could have just cooperated or at least have spoken in a different way, the girl named Kendo reasoned. You even targeting Monoma right from the start. That's so uncool. Tetsu X4 wanted to lecture him when Monoma himself tried to stop him. No. It wasn't all his fault, I was also. Shoda chimed in, I don't get your deal. That's not really giving hero vibes, Kaibara muttered cautiously. All the voices seemed to spook the detective a bit. However, compared to that feeling, he was even more confused. In the end, he really isn't cut out for school. His parents tried and failed. The strangers who introduced him to a military school also tried and failed. This is why he never brought up school to Mr. President. School is not somewhere he should be. Amidst the echoes of voices, a clear voice rang out, this is Ranpo-san. My co-worker at the ADA. Remember when I told you I was taken in by the ADA? It was actually Ranpo-san who saved me. He's my hero through and through. So everyone, please be nice to him. Ranpo flinched at first before slowly facing behind him, seeing Yosano's determined face and proudful expression while telling everyone about him. Somehow, it made him feel praised. Akiko. Yosano looked at him and gave him a smile. Since you don't want to introduce yourself, I did it for you. Be thankful. Ranpo felt vibrations from his pocket. He snapped out of his trance and grabbed it to take a look. A message. Mr. President, former bodyguard. Very well done. Ranpo. His lips quivered for a split second and formed a smile. He energetically looked at Yosano and said, what kind of introduction is that, Sensei-chen? Lame. So lame. Besides, you didn't even tell them my full name. He pointed at her before hopping off his chair. He stepped forward and grabbed a chalk to write his full name in bold, powerful strokes. He faced everyone with his mood soaring high. Alright. Since everyone wanted me to play along, then I will gladly play along. Remember the name of a MSTR detective that will be known in the whole world. Surname, Edogawa. Given name, Ranpo. I'm Edogawa Ranpo. 19 years old. A MSTR detective of the Armed Detective Agency. Everyone, DMN. What a SWCH. Yosano let out a smile. Her hand behind her holding her phone, it had just finished a call with the president. Extra. The day I encountered fate. Cough. Cough. The wind carrying the scent of rust and countless dust particles made it difficult for young Deku to breathe. He used his right hand to swat the dirt in front of his face to no avail before grabbing a loaf from his pocket. The edges of the loaf are already forming molds. Deku's two small hands exert a bit of force to break it in half. The other half was bitten lightly and the other was once again hidden in his pocket. That piece of stone-strong loaf stuffed in his mouth will be his food for the day. He bit harder to chew, his hands holding the flavorless loaf. His hands are full of blisters and dirt, even the inside of his nails are filled with it. Sitting on the ground stained with dried BLD and leaning on a broken wall, he was lost in thought. Deku remembered the people back in his small village. No one survived. If it weren't for the mysterious phenomenon that happened to him, he would have been dead as well. He had to find everyone to give them a proper burial. After burying and praying for everyone, he set out to find a shelter that could aid war victims. However, reality proved to him how difficult it is to walk around alone, navigating a path he had no clue about, with no proper goal in mind. Just as he was about to take another bite of his bread, he heard tack-tack sounds coming his way. It sounded like a piece of wood hitting the uneven ground. His carefree demeanor changes instantly. With his teeth holding the cold bread, he cautiously unsheathed the butcher's knife he grabbed from the butchuncle back home. The sound is nearing. Taking the chance, he leaped in front and attacked with a stab. But in the blink of an eye, the person in front of him disappeared. No, more like the part where he stabbed disintegrated. Caught off guard, he froze. His instinct, however, forced him to take a step back. He only realized that the other person had already swung a dagger towards his previous location. He blinked upon seeing that the disintegrated part of the other person's body seemed to go back. He stood properly. Deku finally noticed that he and the other had the same height. Both of them wearing civilian clothes, looking weary. The guy in front of him even has his eyes covered due to an injury. It explains the sounds he heard earlier. It's the sound of a tree branch tapping the ground to help the person navigate his direction without stumbling. Just as the other prepared for another attack, Deku couldn't help but open his mouth, dropping the bread on the ground to ask, "You also experienced it, haven't you? That mysterious phenomenon?" The other person flinched. The voice sounded young, definitely not one of those war-crazed soldiers he encountered before. "I'm Deku. You are?" "Juno." Little did these two children knew, their strings of fate intertwined, creating a appealing tapestry. Surname, Edogawa. Given name, Ranpo. I'm Edogawa Ranpo. 19 years old. AMSTR detective of the Armed Detective Agency. To Ranpo, this is a waste of time. To be playing dumb games with a set of dumb people, never mind. Akiko and Mr. President are hoping for him to fit in, so he thought he'd at least put in a bit of effort. A hand was raised in hesitance before the girl with green hair asked, "Edogawa-sen, what were you doing before?" Ranpo raised a brow before answering. "As I said, I am a MSTR detective working at the AD. No, not that, I mean, before that. Suehiro-san is already a soldier back then, and Yosano-sensei is also already working as a nurse. Could it be that you're also already working as a detective before?" After the question was said, curious gazes fell onto Ranpo, waiting for his response. Some even speculated that Ranpo was a rookie detective before, or maybe a policeman, investigator in training, a member of the Scouts, and such. Ranpo found their gazes hilariously stupid. He couldn't even laugh or grimace. "Are you all stupid? Of course I'm at school, studying at that time." "Hey!" Class 1B felt that it was anticlimactic, especially since they were anticipating a different outcome due to the influence of the first two gifted people. Ranpo only thought to himself, do they think school is unavailable for ability users? Nonsense. Deku, however, seemed to be lost in thought. The detective lied to them. No, not exactly. After all, he didn't respond. But still, his actions before clearly indicated that he, too, is on the same boat as them. He was thinking about the time when Juno asked if there was someone who had experience going to school before. It was only a simple question, but the detective is not very truthful. Deku also couldn't blame him entirely. After all, the detective is not obligated to be friendly with them. It was just a bit of a pity. He likes the detective already. Ranpo continued to educate his pea-brained classmates. "Just so you know, I went to kindergarten, elementary, I got a tutor at home, high school too, and even the police academy. But I left as soon as I decided to be a detective. It worked out just fine." The guy with the headband blinked twice. "Whoa, that's so normal." Kendo can't help but respond, right? Ranpo never thought he would be associated with the word normal. His classmates sure are always trailing behind when it comes to IQ. He just shrugged and walked back to his seat after a few conversations with their teacher. Vlad King clapped twice, successfully grabbing his students' attention. "All right, now that this round of introduction is over, let's proceed to the exciting bit. Suehiro-kun." Deku crouched and grabbed a black box under his desk. It has a hole on top, similar to a lottery box. He stood and brought it to the professor in front. The box was then put on the table. "I made it as requested." Deku spoke, earning a proud grin from his teacher. Vlad-sensei faced everyone and said, "Line up in alphabetical order to draw lots." The students followed his instructions with curious eyes. Even Yosano found this activity interesting. However, Ranpo shivered, not liking the activity at all. His sixth sense is kicking in. After they all got their empty cards, Vlad King confirmed once again if they all got one before telling them to peel off the sticker. Each of them got a number ranging from 1 to their teacher clicked his smartwatch and the classroom lights softly dimmed. The projector was turned on and it shows a list of items required per number. You're all 23 in the class. You will be paired with someone with the same number and one will be a group of 3 people. All you have to do is to find these items and bring them to me. I booked today's schedule for the homeroom so you have the whole day to find them. The white-haired guy contemplated, the whole day for just one item? That was easy. A waste couldn't help but nod, right? The classroom only has 4 walls. No big deal. Vlad-sensei looked at them. Who said these items are inside the classroom? You have to go around UA to find them. Besides, only those with my stamp are accepted. Hey! One guy freaked out. Sensei, are you serious? UA is too big. Even a day won't be enough. That's why, you better find your pairs already and get a move on. Those who fail to bring me the item before the last PRD ends will be transferred to the general ed class. Best of luck, Class 1B. Most of the students panicked and chaos erupted. They were only on the stage of finding their pair or group, but everyone was shouting, pushing, and pulling just to be noticed. 8. Who's number 8? Hey! Careful! Don't push. Here for 10. Let me through. Can you hear me? The dark environment also didn't help since the only source of light was the projection in front of them. Ranpo sighed and grabbed a paper and ink pen. He wrote a big one and pasted it on the board. He then grabbed the empty lottery box and banged it 5 times on the board, creating a loud sound. Everyone's attention turned to him, even Vlad-sensei. Then a person rushed forward amidst confusion. 1. He raised his paper to Ranpo. His face flushed red because of the chaos earlier, or perhaps because he was embarrassed to be paired with Ranpo. Ranpo gave him a warm smile. So it's you, sports car-san. Why yeah? Monoma scratched his head to avoid awkwardness. Ranpo stood up from the teacher's table and said, let's go. No one's coming anymore, so I guess we're a pair. Monoma blinked before trying to focus on the situation at hand, right? Both of them left the classroom with ease. Kendo was the first one to snap out of it and said, everyone. Let's use the seat numbers to find our groupmates instead of running around. Most of them found the suggestion agreeable, so they followed her instruction and their process of finding their pair became easier. Yosano was paired up with Tetsu. Deku was grouped with Kendo and Shiozaki. Thankfully, the door was big enough to fit them and no pushing or pulling happened. Vlad-sensei observed his students with the thought of making a lesson plan that will fit with their strengths and weaknesses. This activity is just his criteria. The most that his students need at the moment is critical thinking and rationality. For instance, Edogawa-kun easily found his pair without panicking. Kendo-kun's wits are also commendable. Her suggestion made it easier for everyone to go back to their senses. If Edogawa-kun is a soloist, Kendo-kun is a team player. What amazed Vlad King even more were the 2 groups who remained inside the classroom without rushing to leave, unlike the others. They are the groups with the ability users. They sat opposite each other, discussing their tactics. Tetsu, with brawls over brains, couldn't understand why Yosano stopped him from carrying her and use his quirk to take advantage of the situation earlier to leave the classroom. Hey Yosano. I don't think just idling like this will do us good. Everyone's left already. We gotta do our own thing, he persuaded. Yosano furrowed her brows, her arms crossed and her right index finger tapping her left elbow. Not yet. We shouldn't go out before formulating a foolproof plan for the search. Their item is a fountain pen. The problem is, in a school as big UA, there are plenty, probably tens of hundreds of pens. It would be unwise to just check on each student's and staff's bags for a pen. On the other hand, Deku's group is also staying still in their room. Shiozaki raised a hand, gaining the attention of her groupmates. Deku, who looked absent-minded, snapped out of it and faced her while Kendo, who was listening in to the other group left in the room, focused on her. Shiozaki used her finger to brush her hair behind her ear. Our item is a ball. It is only logical to look for it in the PE rooms, right? Shall we get going? Kendo, just having to hear Yosano's reasoning, contemplated, you're right, but I think we should think outside the box for a while. We have the whole day and it's not good to just blindly search in the P rooms. Deku nodded at her suggestion. These two girls actually wanted to leave earlier, but he grabbed their wrists and pulled them to sit down for a while. They looked confused at first, but when they saw their classmates rushing out with a bit of confused look in their eyes, they realized that they should calm themselves first. After we search the P rooms, what's next? It's good that you've thought of something, but you should know that once we stepped out of this classroom, there's no more time for pondering. It's best to plan everything here so we can conduct the search without a pause. It's less hassle. Deku reminded, in battlefields, those who rush out without a plan or a set of backup plans are the first ones to die. Yosano nodded, that's right. Now, do you understand a bit more? It means that we'll only waste our energy without thinking through things. Kendo and the others turned around only to see that Yosano and Tetsu were also listening in. The guy nodded, so that's how it's supposed to be. All right. You make the plan, Yosano. I'll do the task. Yosano and Kendo. In the end, he just didn't want to think too much and was eager to just move around. In any case, Deku's group and Yosano's group began drafting their plans and the pros and cons of their strategies. Shiozaki's mind wandered for a while before being unable to hold back from asking, if this is a very good decision, why isn't Edogawa-san doing the same thing? Kendo also wondered, now that I think about it, he's the first one to leave the classroom. Tetsu put down the papers with the U.A.'s structure and labels in them and enthusiastically joined in. Maybe he already figured it out? He said he's a MSTR detective. Kendo laughed it off and said, come on, there's no way that's possible. Even Shiozaki thought it would be impossible. After all, detectives still need to investigate to find who the killer is. But Yosano commented nonchalantly, the least of our worries is Ranpo-san. If he wants to, he can figure out where his item is. That's just part of his gift. Everyone listening in was silent for a while. Even Vlad King pondered what type of ability Edogawa-kun might possess. Is it an ability that allows one to see the truth? If so, that is a very powerful ability indeed. Embarrassing, it's awkwardly embarrassing. Monoma had repeated this thought 1,000,000 times in his head while walking in the canteen with Ranpo. As he reflects on his 15 years of life in this world, Ranpo's interest is piqued by the desserts corner, and quickly pulls his partner over to the said location. Look! Sports car-san. Buy me a set, MK? Monoma snapped out of his trance and said, it's Monoma. It's not even break time yet. Instead of focusing on that, let's find our item first, okay? It's a bit difficult. What even is a pair with? The shade of peach? Unfortunately, they got a weird item to find. It makes Monoma's head ache in annoyance. Relax. It's not even that difficult. Ranpo shrugged it off and finally ordered a set. In the end, Monoma paid for his overindulgence. Sitting with his arms crossed and brows knitted, he watched the other eat carelessly. He tapped his foot on the ground in impatience. After that, we'll have to find it, okay? Ranpo, on the other hand, didn't mind his rudeness. Sports car-sen, what got you so fired up anyway? It's so unlike you when we first met. Monoma almost blurted out, we first met today, but held back. After all, he also judged the other person too quickly. He's not one to talk. Somehow, it calmed him down a bit, and because the canteen was somewhat empty due to the ongoing classes, the silence made him able to gather his thoughts for a moment. Thus, after a short while, he looked at Ranpo who just finished eating. Edogawa-san. I'm sorry, he muttered. Ranpo looked at him without speaking, so he continued, when I realized you were quirkless, I was worried you'd do something reckless and injure yourself in the hero corso. I had a friend before, he was also quirkless, but I supported his dream of becoming a hero. I thought that if one put in enough effort, they could be what they wanted to be. But because he attempted to save someone from drowning, until now, he's still in a coma and couldn't even attend U.A. It was a strong blow for me, so I just... That mentality isn't entirely incorrect. Ranpo commented, making Monoma look up at him in astonishment. There's no need to give someone false hope. If I were you and some amateur without an ability approached me to go on a mission where it involves plenty of ability users, I would tell them straight up that they're useless and unneeded. He took a sip of his drink before continuing, you might be thinking, you're too soft back then, but it's the exact opposite. You're quite cruel if you ask me. What? Me? Cruel? I don't think I am. In fact, it's because I let him indulge in an unreachable dream because I shocked and confused, Monoma couldn't help but ask. It's only a moment of soft-heartedness that he supported his friend because they both have the same dream of becoming a hero. So how can he be cruel? Ranpo felt a bit annoyed, his words turned sharp. That is the epitome of idiocy. An axiom you can never be a part of because of your lack of IQ, unable to make up for your atrocious beliefs, ideals, and messed up EQ. Can you even fathom such a featherbrain individual existing? Oh, my bad. Mr. President told me that rhetorical questions are rude. In any case, the world and human nature are too complex for you to understand. Not for me though. I can see through the hearts of people in a heartbeat. Just like how right now, you're still unable to figure out such a simple thing. Your expression already says it all. I don't even need to use my ability to deduce all that. His sharp words did hurt the other, but they also made the other understand his point. It also meant that the both of them see the world through opposing lenses. That's why they find it difficult to understand each other without proper explanation. Monoma can only mutter two words, I see. Feeling dejected, he lowers his head. Unlike his previous behavior of restlessness, his entire demeanor is tranquil until he hears the sound of a straw with little to no liquid but air can pass through. He looked up and saw Ranpo finishing his drink. Don't look so down, sports car-san. I forgive you already, he said while standing up with a smile. Shall we begin finding that weird item? He said while pulling out his glasses from his pocket. Monoma also stood up and asked, finally, where do you plan to start? After receiving a positive response, he felt as if a thorn stuck in his throat had been removed. Ranpo grinned, his face filled with pride. Right here. He wore his glasses and activated his ability, Inorioku, Ultra Deduction. In an instant, the air encircled him as strands of neon light with kanji characters floated around him, his glasses reflecting countless kanji characters. This went on for 3 seconds and everything went back to normal. I see. Monoma was amazed when he saw the activation of an ability. Compared to quirks, abilities look like countless stars in the galaxy bowing to a person of their choosing. It was appealing, blinding, and fascinating. When he heard Ranpo's words, he raised his brow, unable to follow through with his train of thought. Ranpo faced him and said, do you know where the principal's office is? Carry me on the way. Monoma, he just mended their relationship with each other. Better not argue first. Left with no choice, Monoma carried the detective to a different building, towards the principal's office. When they got there, a dog-like, mouse-like, bear-like creature greeted them. Ranpo cut through the chase and said, hello Mr. Hybrid sir. We're here to collect a painting. Shocked, Monoma shushed him and apologized to the principal for the inappropriate address. To be honest, at first, he thought that Edogawa-san was only teasing him with the nickname. It turns out he's doing this thing with everybody. To his relief, Nedzu didn't mind the nickname and let them in. Ranpo looks like he knows where exactly he is heading and pointed at a painting. This is the one. You carry it and give it to Sensei Wannabe Vampire. To Monoma's surprise, it is an abstract painting with something that looks like a pear but is painted in the shade of a peach. There are countless pears but only that pear is different. Nedzu saw the painting and commented, oh that painting is called Shameful Pear. It is said that the pear is too ashamed to be the odd one out, but the more it is ashamed of itself, the more his color turns different. After a brief of talking and asking, Principal Nedzu agreed to lend the painting to the two and Monoma carefully removed it from the wall. He double-checked the painting and found their teacher's stamp on the painting's frame. It was only stamped after putting a sticker to not damage the painting. As they walked back to their classroom, Monoma couldn't help but look at Ranpo. They passed by an open field with students doing a physical fitness test, which caught Ranpo's interest. Unfortunately, Monoma was too preoccupied to notice. He's just thinking, ability users are kinda cool. Edogawa-san is also cool. Ranpo giggled after seeing what was happening in the other class. Why not? The class was being trolled by those two and no one even noticed. Yosano and Tetsu had been searching for a while with no dice. However, because they had a detailed plan, their search in different places was a lot faster than it should have been. Tetsu felt so frustrated and roared in anger. "Gee, why can't we find that little thing?" Yosano sighed, "It can't be helped. Our item is too common, which made it difficult to find, especially when we focus on the item realizing something." She had an epiphany. Of course, it's difficult if we focus on the item itself, but if we focus on Sensei himself. The usually dim-witted guy also guessed instantly what she meant. Vlad King Sensei's signature pen is always a fountain pen. Having been a fan of countless heroes, Tetsu knows a lot more than Yosano. Although Yosano is only guessing, he is already 100% sure that the fountain pen they are trying to find is already in the possession of their teaching himself. Yosano gave him a smirk and they exchanged a high five before rushing back to their classroom. The moment they entered the room, they saw Ranpo and Monoma already finished their task. "Whoa! That was fast, bro." Tetsu gave them 2 thumbs up. Vlad King looked at the next pair and asked if they found their item. In truth, he's still baffled at how fast the first team managed to find their item. It had been half an hour before Yosano's team came back to the classroom. Yosano approached him and said, "Sensei, will you let me take a look at your pocket?" Just that sentence alone made Vlad King smile in defeat. "All right, you found your item. I'll hate." Tetsu celebrated, making Ranpo cover his ears in irritation. After 10 minutes, the next group came and it was Deku's. Yosano raised a brow upon seeing Kendo's and Shiozaki's defeated face as if everything they've known in their life is a lie. Tetsu didn't notice that though. His focus is on the ball item but they aren't holding any ball at all. "Hey Kendo, isn't your item a ball? Where is it?" Ha! 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 Right. A ball, her face, devoid of emotions, says it all. Deku approached their teacher and put a poster on his table. On the poster is a silhouette of a man in a suit and a woman in a gown, forming a dance movement. Below, there is a stamp. It turns out, it wasn't an actual ball that they are required to find. Monoma couldn't help but laugh at Kendo's pale face and Shiozaki's almost dry expression. Tetsu scolded Monoma and patted Kendo on the shoulder and said with a loud voice, "Don't mind." Kendo and Shiozaki, that only made it feel worse. Idiot. In any case, no one in Class 1B failed so they escaped the threat of being transferred to another course. Of course, Vlad King didn't mean it. Why would he transfer his students? They are future heroes. Earlier, before Group 4 submitted their item, they had spent their time in the PE storage area, trying to find the ball they were looking for. Shiozaki gave up halfway as she went to the nearby open wash area to wash her hands filled with dirt. She feared her vines would lose their vibrant touch with all the stress, sweat, and glaring sunlight. She sighed in exasperation and heard a crash coming from the storage area. A ball bigger than a human body rolled out, much like those huge balls used in circus performances. Underneath it was the flattened Kendo. Shiozaki! Shiozaki! She rushed towards her in a panic. "Oh God! Are you all right?" Kendo only tremblingly raised a finger and carved the dirt on the ground with a wobbly writing resembling $% hashed ball. Shiozaki panicked even more and cried, "No! Don't die! We haven't found the ultimate ball yet. As long as there's hope, we can do this as a team." They have been to many storage rooms and this is their 6th try. Kendo raised her head, and her face that was planted on the ground appeared unsightly. "Speaking of teamwork, where's Suehiro-san?" Shiozaki's face brightened when Kendo raised her head but instantly vanished after hearing her inquiry. Instead, it turned awkward as she faced away. Kendo followed her gaze and saw their other teammate holding and looking through the green fence, silently watching the other class from the hero course. Kendo sat down as Shiozaki helped in patting the dirt away from her clothes. After a moment, she stood up and called, "Hey Suehiro-san." A little help, but she was ignored. Deku is a bit busy with his thoughts. He didn't expect he would find Juno here. His gaze instantly locked into him, watching him infuriate someone to his heart's contents. His eyes narrowed a bit, whether it was from satisfaction that Juno was having fun or from strictness that Juno was having fun bullying someone, it didn't matter. He just wanted to watch a little longer. Kendo had called him 3 times and Shiozaki sighed, "Come on, you gotta at least help us out in bringing the ball back inside. After all, It's easy to trip and fall while pushing and rolling a huge ball. Deku's ears finally caught their voices and said, "There's nothing yet," in which the two shook their heads weakly as an answer. Kendo washed her hands and face while Deku rolled the ball away from the wall. It bumped slowly when he saw that there was a poster pasted on it. It was a poster about a ball from last school year. What are the odds? He ripped it off the wall and kicked the ball back inside the storage room. The kick was controlled properly and the ball rolled when it had to, and stopped when it was supposed to, leaving the girls, who were watching him on with their heads turned to their left, in shock when their eyes and heads followed the ball to the right, as if it was willing to go back inside the storage room. Kendo and Shiozaki. Wow. They hadn't reacted yet when Deku was already beside them saying, "I found it." The ball, as he showed them the poster, leaving them shocked twice. They had this complicated feeling of wanting to fart but only releasing half of the gas, making their guts churn uncomfortably. In short, they felt a bit stupid. After Yosano and Tetsu finish submitting their item, they are free to go back home. After all, their sensei has booked the whole day for homeroom. Ranpo left after seeing her successfully finishing her task, and mostly everyone followed suit. She, however, went back to the clinic to assist Recovery Girl for the rest of the day. Entering the door, they greeted each other and talked about her experience on her first day of class. She answered in a general manner and casually recounted what had happened, gaining a few laughs from Recovery Girl. "No worries. Sejikiro might say he will transfer you, but he really adores his class. He's totally different from Aizawa," Recovery Girl commented. "Aizawa?" Yosano wondered, so Recovery Girl answered, "His Class 1's advisor. If Sejikiro is only scaring you," Aizawa meant what he said. "There's even an instance where he expelled all the students from his class. He's such a strict teacher." Upon hearing that information, Yosano can't help but smirk condescendingly. She put her fingers on her chin and said, "Heh, it's better to expel everyone. It would save me the time cooperating with those three." Recovery Girl didn't know what she was talking about, so she ignored her little fantasy before asking her to check all the first aid supplies in the cabinet and record them. Yosano instantly complied and stayed there, helping, for a while. The door opened and a boy entered the clinic shyly, inquiring if his injured finger could be treated. Recovery Girl was a bit surprised to see the state of the boy's finger. It was only the first day. She led him inside when Yosano came to confirm her suspicion of familiarity upon hearing the voice. "Midoriya?" She wondered what he was doing in the clinic when she saw his captivating finger. "Oh my! What a nice injury we have here." Embarrassed, Midoriya's mouth couldn't open and his whole body turned pink. It seems like ever since he got into UA, he's getting more acquainted with girls. It made him feel honored and shy, eventually, unable to speak due to disbelief and excitement. Unfortunately for Yosano, Recovery Girl handled the boy and gave the injury a long smooch. It was long, indeed. Not the smooch, the flexibility of those lips is insane. Yosano watched Recovery Girl's treatment with interest. On one hand, she was a bit envious that the doctor in front of her could treat light injuries. On the other hand, she was thankful that she didn't have to be embracing or touching anybody to activate her ability. If that's the case, she might have abandoned her identity as an ability user if she had to embrace every patient she encounters. It's a bit unhygienic. Recovery Girl proceeded to explain to Midoriya about her quirk, and how she uses his stamina to heal his body, so he shouldn't overdo it, else, he might not be able to heal fully. Yosano raised a brow as she stood behind Recovery Girl. She had a thought. It turns out, a healing quirk isn't as powerful as thou shalt not die. After all, if Midoriya were to die right now, she can still bring him back to life as long as his brain activity is still present. And if she uses her ability on him, his physical health will shoot to well. He might end up mentally drained though. In a matter of a single visit from a patient, Yosano has gotten a hold of a very important information without actually doing detective work. She guessed that these people were too trusting, especially Recovery Girl. The ability users from Class 1B are lounging lazily while watching a bizarre TV drama with food scattered on the ground. Yosano planned to stay for the whole day but was ordered to go home after lunch to rest, so now, here she is, joining the two foodies. She has an unbothered look on her face, but she is actually a bit surprised to see that Ranpo-san and Suehiro-san are not arguing and stealing each other's snacks. As a matter of fact, they are eating in harmony. Ranpo even taught the other how to properly eat some of the childish snacks that she bought. Hours later, there was a movement from outside, and it was the other three. Dazai, being the first to enter, saw their peaceful bonding, and his eyes sparkled. In a swoosh, he reached them and said, "Whoa! What is this? What is this? Why am I not invited? I should be invited too." He carelessly threw his bag to the side and sat with them, leaning on the detective doctor as his eyes surveyed the floor full of different colorful snacks. His interest was piqued by the colorful dust-looking one in a clear packaging. "Detective-sensei, is this delicious?" he asked as he picked up the snack, but a hand smacked his wrist, making him let go of the food. Ranpo caught it and protected his food in his bosom. "This is mine. Don't touch." Dazai looked at him incredulously. "Hey? Why don't you share with me? You're sharing with this guy who can't even appreciate gourmet food because of his trashy taste buds." He pointed at Deku, who is busy peeling the banana-shaped marshmallow. Offended, Deku knew he had to retort. "It is a matter of pride." So he said, "Excuse me? My taste buds are good. Dazai, Ranpo, and Yosano. Well, at least he tried to stand up for himself. Chuya and Juno were met with such a scene. Chuya can only sigh at Dazai's shameless behavior, not wanting to be involved in the mess, while Juno stifled a laugh upon hearing Deku's response. However, his whole being exudes mockery as he watches with interest. Ranpo continued, "He is different, of course. We're all from the same class. What even are you on?" He raised a brow. Dazai confidently smiled and hooked his right arm on Yosano's neck. He then forcefully hooked his left arm on Ranpo before tutting and grinning. TCH. Look, your ability is not offensive, Detective Sensei's ability is not offensive, and my ability is also not offensive. We are the defensive team. We should be the trio. So my suggestion is, you kick that offense ability user out of the group and focus on me." Ranpo struggled to get out of his arm, making Dazai blink twice before letting go of the both of them. Ranpo gave him a frown. "Yeah, I don't want to." As a matter of fact, he pointed at the two who were now sitting on the sofa while enjoying themselves through watching the four ability users on the ground, the TV drama being neglected the whole time. "You fit in better with those people." Dazai, however, reasoned out almost immediately, No. Those people are obviously from the offensive team. Don't you think so, hunting dog? He turned to get a confirmation from Deku. The guy wanted to focus on eating, but since he was involved in the first place, he answered whatever came to mind. "No. In the first place, we are all working for the law while you are a criminal who disregards the law." Dazai clutched his 6T and acted, "Ouch. That's foul play." Besides, Deku continued upon feeling the daggers on his back due to Juno's glares. He knew that because he used the word criminal as a basis for the bandaged mafioso, it also meant that Juno also belonged to the criminal category, probably upsetting him. He can only salvage the situation by saying, "Your morals are warped." He pointed at him, a suicidal guy, then his finger moved from Dazai to Juno, a sadistic BST, then it moved to Chuya, and a killer. You three clearly matched better. Dazai, Deku. Deku couldn't help but flinch. Slowly, he looked at Juno and saw the other person smiling so preciously. It only made his spine shiver. Juno stood up and proceeds to say, "Let's have a heart-to-heart conversation in my room. As you know, I'm such a sadistic BSE, so I don't like waiting." His face is angelic and his voice is soft-spoken, but the air is freezing. Juno walked away until he was out of sight and Deku stood up obediently. But before he followed the other person, he went to the nearby corner and grabbed his sword. Chuya jolted in disbelief. "Din, are you planning to kill someone?" Deku can only reply with a straight face, "Soldiers can be killed but not humiliated. Everyone, there's no effing connection at all. Well, make sure to kill strong." Dazai sent him a wink and a finger heart. Chuya saw all of that gesture and his face turned blue to green to black in disgust. "Bluff. Seriously, stop that. You think you're cute? You're making me vomit. At least, compared to some short stack, I'm more charismatic." Dazai bantered, making Chuya explode about being called short. He kicked Dazai's bag beside his feet and all the contents littered the room. Say that again? What can Dazai do? Of course, say it again. Say it a gazillion times. ID, he spoke when the doctor finally covered his mouth. Alright, that's it. Stop, else you'd banter for the rest of the day. The harmony and peace were disrupted just like that. She couldn't help but sigh. Dazai's visible eye turned crescent as he raised both hands in defeat. Seeing his intention, Chuya scoffed and went to his room, away from the mackerel. Yosano only moves her hand away from his mouth when the other person is no longer in sight. Really, how old are you? 7? She muttered under her breath, making Dazai's smile a bit strained. His eyes darted for a split second before seeing the drama on TV. It was supposed to be sad since there was a lot of crying, but maybe because they were crying about something he didn't understand, he found it weird and his lips curved freely again. He neglected the drama and just looked at the different snacks on the ground and spotted a snack his eyes hadn't noticed earlier. It was labeled as seafood goodness, making his mouth water. Seafood? Crab? But he obediently sat there without the same haughtiness he's shown earlier, his eyes, however, unmoving. He gulped and forced himself to look away, thinking he could try to find something similar in whatever grocery store later. Unknowingly, his series of microactions was seen by Ranpo. The moment the snack the detective was saving was almost stolen by this mummified guy in front of him, he was on edge and watched his every move in case he needed to save another one of his precious snacks. Unexpectedly, he saw the stiff smile, the rapid movement of the pupils, and the restrained impulse. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was difficult for Ranpo to share his things, especially with someone like the other person, a mafioso, a criminal. In the hero society's terms, a villain. One of the reasons why Ranpo solves difficult and complicated crimes is because he doesn't like difficult and complicated things. He doesn't like difficult and complicated people either. So this person in front of him, he definitely doesn't like. He grabbed the snack bandages was looking at earlier before deciding to throw it at him. Dazai saw the snack he wanted landing on his legs and was caught off guard. He looked at the detective but the other was already picking up the rest of the snacks on the ground before standing up, not bothering to look at him. Then, he just left without saying anything. Yosano, seeing that Ranpo left and no one was watching anymore, grabbed the remote control and turned the TV off before standing up to pull out the plug. She turned and saw the other person still looking at the snack with a bemused expression, as if he didn't know what to do with it. It was quite comical. She faced him and put her hand on her waist. Ranpo-san gave it to you. You should try it and see if you like it. Hearing that confirmation, Dazai's hands finally held the snack. Like a curious child, he looked at the front and back of the packaging before opening it. The smell of artificial seafood penetrated his nose, somehow making him feel hungry. He grabbed a chip inside and there was a crunch in a bite. Yosano found his actions novel, so she asked, unconsciously softening her voice, "How is it?" Dazai let out his tongue and winced, "Salty. Besides, there's no crab-like taste at all. But there's definitely some artificial shrimp scent." Yosano chuckled, "That's kids' junk food alright. It's all about the enticing packaging and exploding flavors." "Is that so?" Dazai muttered and narrowed his eyes at the packaging, feeling betrayed. He couldn't believe he had fallen for such a trap. He almost wanted to buy it somewhere too. Yosano observed his antics silently and a thought came to mind briefly before it was washed away. The defensive trio kinda sounds awesome. Extra notification. School, for those who have never experienced it and never wanted to experience it, is absolutely tiring. Even Chuya, who's used to doing high-risk and taxing missions, has never felt this type of exhaustion. It's the unique exhaustion that only a student in a formal institution can experience, like a goddamn privilege. After a quick shower, Chuya quickly dove into his bed, not wanting to move a muscle, forsaking his dinner time. He could only hear muffled noises from another room and assumed they were the military dogs wrestling or sword fighting, whatever the hell that screeching noise was. He covered his ears using his pillow to filter the noise outside when he felt something vibrate on his bed. Annoyed, he used his ability to move his phone near his face and the screen showed a notification from I'm your F4TH3R. His whole body felt energized as he sprung into a sitting position. Then, he made sure to lock the door. After that, he used for the tainted sorrow to control the door's gravity, in case someone can still unlock it. He grabbed his wireless earbuds and connected it to his phone to make sure no sound would leak out. Then, he slowly clicked on the notification in anticipation. The video loaded. A physically fit guy appeared on the screen and started his intro. Yo fitness slaves. Welcome and welcome back for another session of your one and only DADDY. I'm your F4H3R. Let me hear you call me F4H3R. Chuya couldn't speak, so he mentally screamed, F4H3R. His eyes twinkling in excitement. The guy on the video then continued, ha ha ha. Yes. I'm the one and only. Now, let this F4H3R, once again, teach you an exercise on how to increase your height. Are you ready? Follow me. Even though our chibi is tired, he's still working his hardest to increase his height. Did it work? Let's see what's in Chuya's mind. Hell yeah. I can feel it. I've grown. Cake. Watch me outgrow you by a head you effing mackerel. Cake. He has a crazy villainous smile as he continues his nightly exercise. Everyone, let's support his ambition. It was back when the skies were blue and the grasses are greener. Back when it was 10 years ago that a certain wooden box, wet by the rain yesterday night, rattled. It was inside a dusty storage room with only a rusty roof full of holes covering its four sides. The box continued to move until a clicking sound was heard. It was akin to a sound of happiness, because the rattling sound had stopped. Slowly, the lid was pushed up and a young boy emerged. This 5-year-old boy used his small hands to fix his messy brown hair. He didn't stop until he was satisfied. Whether it was truly fixed or not, he couldn't tell. It was only based on his instincts. His big eyes blinked in satisfaction and a small upward curve appeared on his lips, not minding the stain on his clothes nor the dust on his face. He carefully stepped out of the box and climbed up to the open window after stacking random things before jumping out of it. Now, he can feel the wet grass and the damp dirt beneath his skin. He ran towards a dog hole covered in bushes. It was a small hole that no one is supposed to enter, but he managed to do so because of his skinny body. The only challenge he seemed to have was fitting his whole head in. Excitement spelled out in his eyes as soon as he was outside the huge walls of his big house. He ran in circles, finding the most unique-looking tree branch before digging the soil. He crouched to pick the dirt with his tiny hands, his little fingers shaping the soil into a small circular bump before picking the nearby rocks to encircle the soil. To add to the final touch, he plucked the most fresh-looking blade of grass he can find and inserted it in the middle of the soil bump he made. His eyes softened. Slowly, he opened his mouth and inhaled before imitating a scene he saw before. Leaning in, he exhaled with his lips shaped in an O, blowing the blade of grass. His eyes crinkled, seemingly joyful, making him clap thrice. An idea came to mind afterwards. He stood up and rushed back to the storage room and found the pieces of papers that he folded into cranes after collecting them from the used notebooks that were stored in the place. Rushing back to his self-made delicacy, he witnessed a tragedy. A teen seemed to lose his balance after being angered in a call with somebody, and accidentally stepped backwards, crushing the small bump into paste. The teen, however, seemed to regain his balance because of the bump and sighed in relief. He then left one final swear word before hanging up the call, muttering, "That effing old BS." The young boy looked at the teenager in disbelief. His head hurt, and he felt crushed. In a fit of rage, he held the tree branch tighter and walked towards the teen, slapping his butt with the branch, making the other jump in shock and pain. Oh! What the hell? He looked behind him in anger, almost wanting to throw a punch. However, he saw a small boy with bulging cheeks and reddened eyes, holding back his tears as he looks down on the ruined bump. The teen realized his mistake and apologized in shock, but the boy only looked at the bump without moving. This made the teen even more upset. He scratched his head, making his hood fall down. His fair face was exposed to the sun. The small cut on his cheek is contrasting his pale skin. His straight black hair flew with the wind, almost touching his shoulder. The wind cleared the strands of hair on his face, showing the rows of bandage from around his forehead and neck. He crouched and put his bandaged hands together, suggesting, "I'm really sorry. How about I build it for you? The boy did not answer, so he took the liberty to fix the thing and created a perfect sphere, Toda. Good as new. Ack. Unfortunately, the boy seemed even more distressed and hit his head with the branch in his hand. What a scary boy. The teen freaked in his mind. He forced a laugh and his hand moved, trying to reshape the soil. Ha ha ha. Of course I'm joking, it's actually this one. Now, he made a cone. But he was hit again, so he tried to make a box, a star, a whole castle, but none worked and his head is already filled with small bumps. What a scary boy. He freaked once again, feeling defeated. Well, how about you tell me what you want to build and I'll do it for you, he sighed. His rough hands are already full of dirt, even his bandages were soiled. Strangely, he didn't lose his temper at all. The boy looked at him and mumbled his grievance, "It's my first cake." In an instant, it dawned on the teen what it was, so he diligently molded a 3-layered cake, using the stones and blades of grasses to create a variety for the cake. The boy's eyes twinkled and he's reluctant to hold the dirt. He only made a small bump, but now he got such a big cake. The teenager saw his bright eyes and grinned. "So, do you like it?" The boy shyly nodded, his gaze still fixed on his prize when the other continued to ask, "What's your name, little one?" "Shuji," he whispered shyly. "Tsushima Shuji." It was the first time in a long time someone asked me for my name. It was a weird feeling. The other person nodded, thinking it was a good name. Then, "Happy birthday, Shuji." The kid's face brightened up even more as he sneakily moved nearer the stranger who almost destroyed his birthday cake. "Thanks." The boy pointed at himself with his thumb. "Rintaro." "Just Rintaro." Shuji nodded in response, repeating the name in his head 3 more times. The teen stood up with a frown after feeling the vibrations in his pocket. He grabbed his phone to answer the call and exclaimed, "PSOFF," before facing Shuji with a smile. "Well, I gotta go now. See you around, Shuji." He waved goodbye and left, leaving the kid follow him with his eyes, reluctant to wave his hand. Soon, footsteps were heard and it was Rintaro rushing back to shout, "Next time, I'll buy you a real cake." The kid stood up and hurried towards him with his short legs. He grabbed his breathes and his big eyes show happiness. "Really? That's a promise." Rintaro found him adorable. He couldn't help but chuckle and rub his hair twice. "Of course. That was the first lie Rintaro told me." Dazai woke up with the glaring sunlight. He saw Chuya standing above him as he lies on his soft bedding. The slug has his feet separated from each side near his waist, slightly leaning down to look at him while using his ability to make water and a white cloth float, almost wanting to waterboard him awake. "Shitty Dazai, how many times must I remind you to wake up on time, Goemit?" He looks really angry. It was only second day in and he was about to torture a certain suicidal maniac. "You're always so rough, Chibi. That's why nobody can put up with your shitty attitude, glug." Cough. Chuya undid his ability and water poured on Dazai's face, almost suffocating him to death. "Good morning to you too." Chuya greeted nonchalantly before throwing the towel to his face, leaving his room. "Hurry it up so we can hitch a ride with the detective, idiot." Dazai sat down after the other person had left. He can only sigh while holding the towel. "Only choked me half dead, what a tease." He mumbled before wiping his face, successfully making himself awake. It was the same boring school format to all of Class 1A, mathematics, English, chemistry. It was so normal that it was mid and students were getting restless. That is, until afternoon came and it is time for the hero basic training. A huge figure sped up to their door shouting, "I'm coming here through the door like a normal person." Gasps filled the room and students feel a surge of excitement upon seeing their number 1 hero, All Might, as their instructor for today's HBT. They even talked about his hero costume from his peak, Silver Age, with such awe. Meanwhile, Dazai, Chuya, and Juno had mixed opinion. Juno was a bit thankful that he couldn't see such travesty. Dazai only has access to one eye, but he couldn't help but close the other, thinking to himself, "See no evil, do no evil." Chuya almost rushed towards the man to shake him awake. Such awful fashion sense makes him want to stab his eyes for good. All in all, they concluded that the hero society is blind. The 3 ability users didn't catch most of what All Might is talking about, but he showed a card with the word battle on it, indicating that students will be doing a combat training or a mock battle of some sort. It truly gets the young one's blood boil in excitement. Even Chuya couldn't help but whistle in interest. Dazai also listened a bit more attentively while Juno couldn't help but curve his lips upwards slyly as he felt someone's gaze piercing him from the other side of the room. Obviously, it was from Mr. Quirk knockoff lower than twice himself. He openly faced Bakugo and let out his tongue with his chin on his hand, successfully seeing the other person off, making him almost explode himself. Juno looked away, feeling victorious. Of course, All Might has experience with dealing with crowds and media, so he absolutely knows when and how to hype people up. After waiting for a short while, he continued with his exaggerated movement, and to go with that are these. He pointed to the side and the mechanism in the wall, and it opened a space for their hero costumes that were made based on the students' quirk registrations and requests they sent in before school started. Dazai, Chuya, and Juno also got theirs, making them wonder how. But before they can ponder, their cases include notes from their higher-ups, or basically, their organizations. The note for Juno was from Teruko. She simply stated that it was his usual uniform and some other demands that are already unrelated to any heroic act, such as teasing him with Deku. He dismissed the rest and planned to let Deku handle the rest. Meanwhile, the note for Chuya was quite touching. It was from Koyo, asking about how he's been and stating that she took one of his sketches to tailor for his hero uniform. He eagerly opened the case and saw his envisioned mafia attire together with his hat that was intentionally left in the mafia by Dazai, since Dazai's the one who prepared his luggage. Koyo's attentiveness made his heart soften. On the other hand, Dazai found it boring after seeing that the sender of the note was none other than the old BSTD. He opened his case and, as he expected, it was his usual mafia attire. It was too boring that he couldn't even bother to act like he felt anything. He was about to throw the note away, but curiosity still took over him. He opened the envelope and Mori's note looked more like a letter. It contains a greeting, an apology, a reward, and a scribble. Dazai dear, how could you leave your coat? I truly hope you did not leave it in my office on purpose, knowing that you'd leave for a long time. Right, I hope you forgive me as I could not give you what you want. Kyokuin is a terrifying woman. In any case, I heard that this is some sort of costume for the Hero Basic Training course, so I prepared you some good stuff. Try to socialize more, it may enlighten you. Lovely as always. Mori Rintaro. Dazai looked at the name of the sender for a second more before glancing at the scribble on the lower right corner of the letter. It was a crab holding a slice of cake. He felt amused. If Chuya could see the drawing, he would definitely think it was Elise who drew the abstract picture, but only Dazai knew that it was Mori himself. It's his signature to SCK at something. Wait, that came out strange. In any case, Dazai found it interesting and it brought him joy, so he chose to obey. Indeed, obey. The letter looked harmless, but it sent a lot of information. First, it was the boss just being sticky, then he recounted the answer to his request for a reward and implied that he'll compensate Dazai with something else. Lastly, he instructed Dazai to analyze his classmates' and teachers' quirks more and send the information to him. Fine, I'll forgive you for now. Dazai thought. There's no reluctance or whatsoever in his eyes, indicating that he's only acting out a persona nobody would notice. Although, he was certain that Mori's just too shameless to not even try to be sneaky about stealing Chuya's wine. He bet that Mori just straight up asked Koyo for it, resulting in him being driven out of her place. Upon imagining a chibi Mori being sprayed out with his Ainsan's ability while his scarf is hanging on the tip of its sword, his eyes curved in pleasure and couldn't help but grin. An arm hooked Dazai's neck, his grin vanished, and the redhead leaned on him. Whoa. That's quite an expression, Zybro. You like the costumes too, heh? It's exciting. Dazai offered him a perfunctory smile. Well, it's for comfortability. Ours is just our work attire. Another person leaned in. Kiro, will that be your hero costume? In the girl's eyes, a hero costume should pop out more stylish, vibrant, and unique. She glanced at Dazai's costume and it looked like an ordinary suit and tie. I believe that in this line of work, unique equates to normal and normal equates to unique. Dazai reasoned, knowing that there are many bizarre-looking hero costumes out there. Just take it as me missing my old DMN coat, he chuckled. All Might instructed Class 1A to go to the ground beta after changing. The students gather in the said place, showcasing their unique hero costumes while complimenting and teasing each other. As they crack jokes while waiting, the three ability users walked with long strides towards them, looking confidently different from the rest. Some of them even gasped in awe. They say clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware, from now on, you are heroes. All Might nodded in satisfaction at the sight of his students. Chuya scoffed at his first sentence though. He found it hilariously ironic. "Wah Chuya, you look good." Uraraka nervously approached the other person. Chuya faced her while fixing his gloves and blinked twice. "At least she looks decent in his eyes, I support your taste." "He's definitely thinking about the bodysuit." Uraraka freaked in her mind in embarrassment. She doesn't even know how her costume changed into something so skin-tight. Is her drawing really that bad? Dazai chopped the space between them and wisely said, "Stop praising the slug. He's so bad at it, he even wears his tacky hat to look just a bit taller. Obviously, it's not working." "You effing." Chuya kicked but Dazai evaded. Uraraka laughed and muttered that Dazai looks good too. Only, the ginger one is swearing loudly that her comment wasn't heard by the two. Dazai cleared his ear using his pinky finger before his eyes caught an amazing sight. There's a classmate wearing a revealing red dress. How did this go past the school's dress code? Just take a wild guess. He ignored Chuya and walked directly towards her, calling out, "Ah! Belladonna!" Chuya rolled his eyes in frustration. A green figure caught his eyes and holy shit. What kind of nightmare is that person wearing? Who designed such a tasteless jumpsuit? He was about to go and check who it was when a robot hand tapped his shoulder. "Nokoharakan, hello. I heard your vulgar words earlier. As a student from UA, we must." Ida began his bout of lecture for the day, making Chuya speechless. Poor Dazai didn't manage to reach the black-haired girl. Instead, another person blocked his way, moving as he ummed, "Ah. You called, monsieur?" Goosebumps climbed up to Dazai's spine, feeling glad that they weren't too close, else the moving might really move into him. It didn't take a lot of thinking for him to realize that the person is just happily showing off his belly belt. Dazai was still left speechless though. He made a mental note to himself to never commit double suicide with this person. If they were the only ones left in the world, he'd reluctantly choose living than dying together. Unlike Chuya and Dazai, Juno hadn't interacted much with his classmates due to being a teacher assistant. He stood quietly to the side, free from the torment the two mafiosos are currently facing. "That costume, the shade is quite pleasing to the eyes." A girl's voice sounded. Her footsteps indicated that she's walking towards him. Juno faced her and said, "Yours isn't bad either." He still had no idea about her costume, but since he spent time with Aizawa-sensei yesterday, even during office hours, information about the students is easy to acquire, especially when they were handed over personally by their principal. Yorozu didn't know that, so she inquired how Juno knew her name and the guy only gave her a perfunctory smile. "Try assisting Aizawa-sensei and see for yourself," making her blush shyly after realizing how stupid her question might have sounded. Dazai finally escaped the guy, but another blonde had blocked his way. Young Dazai. Such a full smile. He must have spent a lot of cash for those teeth to look perfect. Dazai's mind wandered. "What is it, Anteni-sensei?" He pet his head to side while showing a smile. He tried to copy All Might's smile, but he felt he would look like a fool, so he just opted to his usual smile, without a curve in his eyes. His smile gave the number one hero a start. He only wanted to ask if young Dazai is in a good condition to do combat training. Considering how he's still wrapped in bandages, who knew the other person would make him feel that he had to keep his guard up? It's not a good thought. He faked a cough, and before he can start voicing out his concerns, a childish voice trailed over to Class 1A, "Yip Pi. We're here." Everyone looked at the entrance as saw a strange sight. Students from Class 1B entered ground beta wearing their hero costumes. The one who spoke seems to be Ranpo, who is currently being carried on Monoma's back. Despite being used as a car, Monoma managed to make an infuriating look on his face. Well, if it isn't the losers from Class 1A. Class 1A, what dash? All Might. Why is Class 1B here? All Might, Nedzu-sensei. Why is Class 1B here? Turns out, All Might had no clue about the situation either. Ida is the first one to raise his hand, inquiring what is going on. Tsuyu is not one to keep her thoughts to herself either, so she just blurted on what comes to mind. Did they mix up the schedule? Likewise, Class 1B are also clueless. They were supposed to have a different class, but suddenly, their class advisor, together with Class 1A's advisor, notified them that they were to quickly head to Ground Beta for HBT, while they're supposed to be PRD for the time will be swapped with their set schedule for HBT. Clueless as they were all excited to finally have their first HBT lesson, but who would have thought that they were doing it with Class 1A? Their confusion overshadowed their excitement upon seeing All Might as their instructor. All Might, on the other hand, was trying to find a way to look composed. Thankfully, Class 1B came with 2 other UA teachers. While Khan gathers both classes, Aizawa explained to All Might how Nedzu wanted to fully test their future heroes' mettle when it comes to battle. He also mentioned that since they have ability users as transferees, their students should grab the opportunity to learn from them while at it, considering that these 6 gifted people are already working and are more experienced. All Might held his chin while deep in thought, so the principal wanted to take advantage of the situation. How very cunning and efficient. Aizawa can only sigh. Truly, he doesn't want to do things this way. He felt that it would be unfair for the 6 ability users. However, it is also affirmative that his gifted students are far more experienced compared to his superhuman students. It will take one step at a time to get familiar with actual villain encounters. In any case, if something goes overboard, he will stop it no matter what. Besides, he couldn't help but glance at the contemplating All Might, observing him. After all Might is an amateur with no experience when it comes to teaching. Aizawa wants to see his capabilities, considering how he'd be the one to handle his students in some of their lessons. On Khan's side, the students finally knew that their HBT will only be combined for today and they will be facing each other through a mock battle. It was randomized and not a class versus class cliché, at least, not for now. After seeing their understanding, Khan gave the spotlight to All Might. All Might quickly revised his plan for today's lesson and told the students the instructions for the mock battle. This time, we're going to move 2 steps ahead. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals, torture. All Might continued to give examples when Dazai and Chuya somehow felt that Ranpo, Yosano, Deku, and Juno unanimously faced them after hearing the examples. Chuya only raised a brow. He didn't believe that those military maniacs didn't commit at least one of those in the list, considering that they have a sadistic BSTRD. Besides, the ADA isn't all fun and rainbows either. Meanwhile, Dazai only blinked twice innocently before facing one of them as he smiled like a harmless black cat. Yosano happens to be the lucky one who Dazai turned to. She raised her brows slightly, thinking how it would be a problem to let their president see this boy because of his cat-like demeanor. She prayed for the day not to come, otherwise, Ranpo-san might throw a tantrum. For this class, they will be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. There will be 3 pairs at a time because there are 3 instructors to facilitate. We're doing this without basic training. Tsuyu tilted her head in a wonder. All Might responded, this is a real battle to understand those basics. Aizawa let out a sigh. This is Hero Basic Training Course. They should learn the basics first before diving directly into battle. Even stating them in a summarized manner will truly help out a lot, but this flashy yellow thing just couldn't see that. It's plain obvious that one cannot build a bridge without a base. This method of teaching is no safe and stable manner, it's dirty and reckless. He had one word for All Might: demanding. Most of the students understood that the key point in this lesson is that there's no faux villain to defeat, but rather, it will be a classmate disguised as a real villain. This means that the battle will most likely be out of touch with the textbook. Instead, it will be more focused on situations and chances. They have to have their tactics and tricks up their sleeves ready if they wanted to come out on top. The belladonna in a red dress raised her hand and inquired politely, "Sir, how will wins and losses be determined?" On the other hand, the hot-headed exploding guy questioned without filtering his words, "Can we beat them up anyway?" Uraraka even wondered to herself, will the punishment be expulsion like Aizawa-sensei? Kaibara, who's standing beside her, looked at her in camaraderie. I feel you. We were threatened to drop the hero course and move to the support course if we fail to meet Vlad-sensei's expectations. They looked at each other and sighed dejectedly, never wanting to experience that kind of thing ever again. Isn't this Cape crazy? Aomar interjected. All Might, bombarded with questions, felt the need to answer everything, so he grabbed his script and read the fake situation. It once again made Aizawa sigh, thinking, no professionalism. The situation is that the villains have hidden the nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout, which has 5 floors, and the heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains using the white tape given to them, by wrapping themselves and the villains with the tape, or get the nuclear weapon back, by touching it, in the allotted time. Meanwhile, the villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. Of course, teams and opponents will be decided by drawing lots. Kan-sensei knew of the lesson ahead of time, so he came prepared with the list of names for his students. Before they even begin, Tetsu raised his hand in a wonder. Excuse me, but All Might-sensei, isn't this unfair? There are many of us here who do not have offensive quirks. At this time, All Might, Kan, and Aizawa seemed to have the same thing in mind. All Might answered the boy's question, not at all, young man. Everything is fair in this activity. But we have different quirks. Kirishima also understood the same thought and is conflicted. What if somebody got hurt really bad in the process? This time, Aizawa interrupted, like you have different builds, genders, mentality, experiences, names, tastes, and capacity. If you focus more on what's unfair to you than what's the best thing you could do in such a situation, you might want to rethink whether you're meant to be in the hero course. Do you expect villains to cater to you? What a foolish idea. Kan faked a cough and looked at the other. That's enough, Aizawa. I'm sure my class already understood your point. Aizawa thought that Vlad King is truly a softie before refraining from saying another word and continuing being a spectator. All Might shivered with his spine straighter than a pole. How frightening of you, Aizawa. Vlad King faced his students who were a bit culture shocked by Aizawa and felt that they are pitiful. In his mind, Aizawa is always bullying students, and it's worse that his students are also being bullied. As for Class 1A, they all had determined faces to absolutely come out on top, at least those who are really aspiring to be heroes. He said, are there any more complaints? How about those with non-offensive quirks? The silence is satisfying for many. The confidence radiating from those with non-offensive quirks is also something else. Yosano, Ranpo, Dazai, and Juno, despite not having an offensive ability, stayed nonchalant and didn't back out either. In their lives, they are not given the chance to choose whether they'll be sent at the front lines or be stationed at the rear. No matter what ideals they believe in or which organization they belong to, all of them never bothered to enforce equality in these aspects. The draw lots began when everyone is finally on board. The teams were quite interesting, but what interested Dazai most is when they were finally shown who's fighting with who and which is which. There are good ones such as Round 1. Team A, Hero Midoriya Izuku and Yosano Akiko. Team D, Villain, Bakugo Katsuki and Shiozaki Ibara. Round 8. Team G, Hero Dazai Osamu and Saijiku Juno. Team K, Villain Tetsu and Jiro Kyoka. Round 12. Team B, Hero Yorozu Momo and Mineta Minoru. Team C, Villain Kaminari Denki and Edogawa Ranpo. Round 15. Team F, Hero Uraraka Ochiko and Kirishima A Hero. Team I, Villain Nokohara Chuya and Minoma Nito. Round 17. Team L, Hero Tokoyami Fumikage and Toru Hagakyu. Team J, Villain Ema Yuga and Suehiro Teku. So, it's you, Midoriya-kun. Yosano waved at him with a smile. Are you ready? You seem tense. Yosano-sensei. Midoriya somehow felt relieved when he was paired up with someone he knew. But his gaze fell on the blade in her hand. A machete? He mumbled. Yosano titled her head to the side, making him flustered, and just answered the question instead. Midoriya tried to act composed because of the ability user in front of him. I mean, it's just... I didn't think the opportunity will come this fast. I'll be up against Kaken so soon? Yosano raised a brow, sensing a sob story or something. In any case, she's not one to pry if the other person doesn't want to share anything. She just shrugged her shoulders and said, "Is that so? In any case, you've got me here as your support. As long as I'm safe, you won't lose no matter what." Hey! Midoriya's nerves seemed to relax a bit more because of her statement and her confident smirk. He wanted to ask, "What's your ability, Yosano-sensei?" And so he did. They were facing against Kaken and a student from Class 1B. He knows Kaken's quirk, but it's not like he can stop it from coming at him. Moreover, he had no information about the quirk of the girl either. Yosano is prepared to answer, but All Might already signaled the start of the training. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with the 3 pairs of teams. All Might, Vlad King, and Eraserhead also connected their earpiece to their students they are supposed to observe. Of course, more students in the waiting area are inclined to watch the battle with ability users because for them, these gifted people are akin to an anomaly in the hero society. They are looking forward to their performances. The first set of ability user fell into All Might's jurisdiction. Aizawa, observing round 2, and Khan, observing round 3, also gave half of their attention to round. After all, their students are also present. In the training area, Yosano agreed to follow Midoriya's plan. To her, it seemed feasible. Besides, the team gave her information about the quirk of the unfamiliar guy in the villain team. It's similar to small bombs. She told Midoriya in turn that her classmate's quirk from the other team is plant-based. She hadn't seen how it was used before though, so they had no idea about how it works, as well as its strength and weaknesses. Midoriya assumed that the bomb will be kept somewhere above, in upper floors. That's why, he proposed to Yosano that they will split up to hasten the battle. After all, both from the villain team had the possibility to go on full offense because of their offensive quirks. The green-haired boy assumed that Yosano's ability is more on support and Yosano agreed as well. That's why in their team, he is the safer bet to face Kaken. Yosano actually questioned him about how he's certain that this Kaken will go alone to face them. Midoriya only gave he a shaky smile containing both fear and excitement. Kaken will. He thinks highly of himself. He won't cooperate with anyone. In the waiting area, Dazai sat on the floor with his palm on his cheek. His leg is shaking in impatience as he sighs dramatically. How long will this last? It's getting boring. Chuya turned to look at him with a frown. They are just starting. Of course they need to plan more. After gauging his classmates' current abilities based on their quirk assessment test, Chuya lowered his expectations, and actually thought that they are doing well compared to children their age. On the other hand, Dazai is different. He sees all the wasted chances and potential in Deku. That's why he's bored as hell. Also, what's with the extra caution in their approach? Heroes should be overly cautious. Although, Dazai knows that he's too reckless and that Deku's approach is one of the best alternatives. Still, that doesn't mean that he likes the plan. In short, he's just being dramatic. Going back to the battle area, Shiozaki is having a strong time. She tried her best to talk to her partner, but the guy has been wrapped up in his own mental process and self-centered thoughts, not listening to her. He even told her to shut up while directing an explosion to the wall beside her, almost setting her vines on fire. What kind of unreasonable person is this? She freaked out in her mind. She held herself back from pulling her hair in distress. Even with her predicament, she hadn't forgotten how difficult it is for her to maintain this superb quality of vines. She hates the idea of being portrayed as a villain in this training, but it is what it is. However, this man in front of her is definitely a villain. An undercover villain. What kind of hero would do this thing? The guy kicked the metal bucket in anger. It hit the ground loudly and rolled to the wall, scaring her once again. Although this time, she showed a frown in annoyance. I don't know if you wanted to win, or you're just upset because we're chosen in the villain team, but no good thing will happen if you let your anger out on things. That demon nerd. Bakugo roared in anger. He had the ball to lie to me. What does he mean he has a quirk? How can a useless trash like him obtain a quirk? Shiozaki heard another round of tantrums again, making her sigh and hug herself for support. She assumed that this useless trash is the guy with Yosano-sensei in the hero team and is obviously an acquaintance for this hot-headed teenager. You know, it should be that way. After all, how can a quirkless person become a student in the hero course? It's just common sense. How dare he lie to me? Deku. In the end, he runs off on his own. Shiozaki had no choice but to chase after him to the door in a hurry, and panic showed in her expression. Hey, wait, dash. We haven't made plans yet. Come back here. Shut up. I am the plan. I will kill that nerd, so just stay still and F-guard that thing. He said before he completely stormed off, leaving Shiozaki speechless. What kind of shallow plan is this? She fumed, but, in the end, she couldn't leave the bomb unattended, so she had to abide in reluctance. Juno's shoulders couldn't stop shaking as he kept his laugh to a minimum. Meanwhile, Dazai is already leaning on his legs for support because of laughing out loud. Disgusted, Juno swiftly moved his leg to push the laughing Dazai to the other side, making Dazai lean on Chuya's leg instead. Shut up, or do you want me to step on you? Chuya commented but didn't mind the other, letting him lean on his leg. Dazai can finally breathe and take a breather. Other students who got distracted by him and Juno wondered what's so funny, but most of them didn't decide to approach the two to ask. Ida is different though. He calmly walked towards Dazai and asked, "What's so funny, classmate?" It is obviously infuriating. Classmate Bakugo-kun is not behaving like a true hero at all. In a good mood, Dazai replied calmly, "See, that's what's funny. After all, they are in the villain team. He's too great at portraying the villains, except, that's his real persona, which made it more interesting." Ida didn't get the message. He only thought that what Dazai said made sense. He was also sorted in the villain team. Therefore, he had to assimilate himself. He realized what he needed to do and felt really grateful. I see. So that's how it is. That you for sharing your insights, before leaving and discussing it with his teammate. Dazai blinked twice. Eh? Mina also joined in. You're such a good mentor, Deku. Chuya thought he heard it wrong as looked at her with an incredulous gaze, making her tilt her head cluelessly. Don't say that again. It brings shame to great mentors out there. Mina. On the background, Monoma had a murderous smile directed at Class 1A while Tetsu is being held back by his classmates from going to the training area while shouting that the explosion guy, no, the whole Class 1A should get disqualified. Class 1A, it's Bakugo himself. Not us. Inside the building, Midoriya is just about to turn to a corner when Bakugo showed up and basted an attack directed at him. Yosano was quick and pulled him out of the way, making the blast hit the wall instead. Yosano raised her brow in an understanding, "Oh? It's you." She remembered this destructive quirk. This guy is the reckless superhuman who only cares about his own strength and didn't care about his surroundings at all. Thanks to him though, she got a lot of rescue points. Yosano-sensei, let's follow the plan. Midoriya immediately calmed down and showed a proper fighting stance. Quick to think, he began to formulate what move should come next. Even though he still doesn't believe that he could beat Kaken at the moment, he believes that he can fend for himself now. All right. You sure you'd be okay on your own? She agreed and inquired. Midoriya nodded in return, not removing his gaze from the smoke that's about to clear. They just needed Yosano to slip past Kaken and then they're set. Come Deku, don't dodge. Oh wait, you got your butt saved by someone from an inferior class. How pathetic. Bakugo provoked, but Midoriya is already used to his provocations. He just thinned his lips and prepared for what's to come. I figured you'd come for me first. Bakugo, that's cheating. A surprise attack isn't manly at all. Kirishima and another voice complained. The only difference is that the other voice used a nickname human bomb to address the other person. Kirishima and Tetsu looked at each other. Ranpo decided to correct their brains. I wouldn't say it's cheating. Even though their entire plan is concerning, it's a strategy that even the military uses. I suggest you guys read Sun Tzu's works or study Napoleon Bonaparte's life to get those rusty brain cogs working. All Might nodded. That's right, young man. Surprise attacks are also common in the battlefield. Kirishima and Tetsu, who prioritizes strength and fairness, were brutally silenced. Back to the battle. Bakugo rushed towards Midoriya, but Midoriya figured out his next move due to the slight movement of his right arm. With this, he swiftly counterattacked the other and flipped him on the ground. This gave Yosano the chance to leave the two and use the stairs to find the bomb. She doesn't know what will happen to Midoriya, but since they were a team now, she decided to trust him and follow the plan. The green-haired girl with the purple mask and fitted purple uniform pointed, "Look. Yosano-sensei is about to reach Shiozaki-san." The brown-haired girl with bangs covering her eyes felt a bit panicky. "Oh my. Who do you think will win?" Upon hearing that question, Monoma looked at the laid-back Ranpo who's struggling to unwrap his lollipop since the match began, and asked casually, "Hey, what team do you think will win?" Ranpo frowned and gave him the candy. "Unwrap it for me." Monoma, "Fine. If you don't want to answer, then don't answer. Why do you have to torment me like this?" Yosano finally reached the area. She examined every room per floor with her hearing senses first. That's why at the moment, Shiozaki has no clue that Yosano had already found their base. With a smile, she headed towards door and gave it a kick. A loud bang sounded when the door flew, making Shiozaki lock eyes with her. However, Yosano was quick. The moment Shiozaki reacted to the sound, she is already in the middle of the room. After being flustered, Shiozaki put her hand in a praying position and her vines grew longer, penetrating the concrete and crawled to the whole room, almost capturing Yosano's ankles had she not reacted faster and cut the vines with her weapon. It seems that even without nature, she can still use her vines freely. She thought and wondered what would be the best solution for this hiccup. Shiozaki, now calmer than ever, composed herself and said, "I'm not going down that easily, Yosano-sensei." Her vines started to attack the other person in all directions and Yosano swung her blade, not letting the other have the chance to tie her up. The situation became a stalemate. Kaminari was amazed at the two separate battles going on in the round. However, he couldn't help but worry about the hero team. It looks like Midoriya's team is having a strong time. All Might felt terrible for the hero team as well. They have a good plan. It's just that their skills are still too insufficient. Midoriya can still defend himself, but the damages he is continuously acquiring is concerning. Meanwhile, his teammate is moving her body more while Bakugo's teammate is only standing still. Ranpo only watched in silence while eating his lollipop. Yosano finally finished examining the changes in rooms, so she grinned confidently and threw the blade towards Shiozaki herself. The vines attacking Yosano finally grabbed her, but in shock, Shiozaki used her vines to create a thick barrier in front of her, but there was no blade hitting the barrier. Clueless, she thought that there's a chance Yosano missed and is about to sigh in relief when her barrier fell and all the vines that enveloped the room became inanimate. Even the vines wrapping Yosano unwrapped themselves and fell on the ground, unmoving. The vines she used to shield the bomb fell lying on the floor as well. What? She is about to ask what just happened when she felt the cold breeze from the window behind her graze her naked neck. Raising her hand, he touched her nape and thighs. Her whole body trembled and looked at the other person in horror. You cut my hair?" She freaked out. Her hair was cut so short that it couldn't even cover her nape anymore. It turns out, Yosano added a spin in the throw, but because it was blocked with many vines, it became a blind spot for Shiozaki, making her think it will hit her up front when in actuality, it rotated the room like a boomerang. Yosano caught the returning blade and smiled while the other is still in the process of breaking down. "Your vines are getting really annoying, I hope you won't mind." Shiozaki knew she could just grow them back. However, there was a difference. Whenever she uses her quirk, she extends the tips of her hair, not the roots. This is because she applies many hair products on her hair for years to always look shiny, silky, and even with the thorns, smooth. Who knew it would be cut just like that? Now she had to grow them from the roots and start all over again. Yosano walked past her as she still struggles to face the truth. Yosano figured this would happen since she observed how she always strokes her hair lovingly in class yesterday. Although she feels bad for ruining someone's hair, she has to win. Just as she approaches the bomb with no more threats, a huge explosion caused an earthquake. It created cracks on the floor and walls. Because of Shizaki's vines that already formed cracks on the walls and the ground, the concrete is starting to crumble, making the bomb fall from this floor to a lower one, covered in debris, not knowing which floor it fell. She had a bad premonition, Midoriya might sustain a grave injury or die. She turned around and rushed towards the other. Shiozaki snapped out of it, but before she knew it, she was already taped. One of the villains were captured, only one left. Abandoning the bomb, Yosano rushed towards the center of this problem. Juno watched the battle between the Midoriya and Bakugo with Deku's assistance and frowned as he read the words that Deku kept on writing on his palm using his finger. Although he can guess half of the live video due to the sounds and his classmates' commentary, Deku's straightforward depiction is still clearer. What a desperate fool! He muttered. Deku doesn't know who's the fool one between the broccoli and the potato, but he doesn't have time to ask since he's busy writing on Juno's palm. He just looked at him before looking at the screen and wrote, "The A-Day girl finally arrived to help." Juno guessed as much. He heard the sound of heels running. Aizawa and Khan is about to drill holes through All Might's body. Their bloodlust directed at his is oozing malice. My students are hurt to this degree. Surely, you'll stop the battle now? All Might felt the cold sweat from behind him, but he chose to ignore it. He admits that he's quite selfish and wanted young Midoriya to grow quickly. That's why he doesn't want to stop the battle. All Might opted to giving a warning to Bakugo, but even though it stopped him from using the same trick, he is still beating Midoriya to a pulp. This is what Yosano saw and immediately rushed to catch his body before it hit the wall. "Are you okay?" She immediately inquired after seeing his state. Midoriya stood up difficultly and breathed. "Yosano-sensei, what happened to the bomb?" Yosano shook her head. "Unfortunately it fell because of the explosion. This building won't hold out much longer because of the damage on the top floor created by Shiozaki's quirk. We have to finish this quickly." She showed Midoriya the tape and said, "We only need to capture or immobilize that terrorist and we're done." In an instant, Midoriya knew that their plan A didn't work out. Luckily, Yosano-sensei is adaptable and quickly formulated plan B. "It's all or nothing now," he told himself. "Yosano-sensei, I know we're running out of time and I might come off as selfish to you, but please, let me handle Kaken all by myself." He asked the other person, his eyes full of determination. Yosano saw his courage and decisiveness. She gave him a nod, showed him the capture tape and said, "All right. I'll be behind you. Do what you gotta do. I will cover for you." Bakugo also knows that this is their last clash because they are running out of time. So, he condensed his power in one hand and prepared to launch it to Midoriya. Midoriya also prepared to use his quirk to conclude this battle while Yosano watched from behind him and sneakily gave him the capture tape on her hand. Finally, All Might couldn't take the pressure from both the students and teachers in the waiting room and was about to stop the battle when Midoriya suddenly deactivated his quirk and used the capture tape to encircle Bakugo's waist and hurried to tie it to his wrist. The force to the explosion directly hit him. Yosano and the others were caught off guard. They didn't think that Midoriya would deactivate his quirk in the end. Even Yosano herself was frustrated at how the boy just let himself be hit without any form of self-defense. Everyone who didn't see it coming were tensed. Bakugo realized that he fell for his half-butted action and was angry, especially after seeing his waist tied with the capture tape. "From the start, you were underestimating me, aren't you?" In all honesty, Midoriya didn't want to deactivate his quirk either, but he knew that if he really countered with Smash, he might hurt Kaken because he still doesn't have control over his quirk. Besides, that's not the focus of Plan B. Unfortunately, he still failed. The smoke cleared and it revealed the rest of the tape on the ground. It turns out, Midoriya dropped it before tying it to his wrist because of the explosion. Now, he no longer has the strength to even pick it up. He felt like if he moved, he would fall down and pass out. In the end, he was still too weak, yet he decided to be selfish in front of Yosano-sensei. He wanted to cry in frustration, but even his eyes were too dry to function. Bakugo doesn't have to do anything anymore. In a minute, they will win. Still, it left a bitter taste in his mouth, and it gave him all the more reason to blame Deku. "What's that look on your face? You think you've won?" A woman's voice rang out and he instantly faced her. "Sheet. I forgot about this one. Hey Midoriya, you told me I shouldn't interfere with your fight, so hurry up and finish him. Look, he overused his quirk already," she mentioned while patting off the dirt on her clothes. It irritated Bakugo because it's true. He's about to reach his limit too. She sighed and a bad premonition welled up inside Bakugo, making him almost rush towards Deku and push him away, but he's still a step too late. Yosano's blade already penetrated Midoriya. Midoriya instantly coughed out BLD in shock, unable to fathom what just happened. Most of the people in the waiting area were also frozen in shock, most of their eyes are wide open. Why young Midoriya? All Might screamed in disbelief. Some students fell on their knees while others trembled in anger. What just happened? Yosano killed Midoriya? In front of everyone? Dazai, Chuya, Juno and Deku are unbothered in the slightest. They just watched the changes in the plot with interest. Monoma also couldn't believe his eyes. His body shook his fear when he heard Ranpo's groan because he couldn't open his bag of chips. Ranpo looked around to ask for help, especially to Sports Car-san, when he finally realized the tense atmosphere. He looked at the monitor and finally realized why. Oh, the hero team will win, he commented casually. His voice isn't loud, but because of the deafening silence in the room, everybody heard what he said and felt incredulous in their hearts. Win? Win? How can they win when they inflict damage in their own team? Just in time, Yosano smiled demonically before pulling out her weapon from Midoriya's chest. Inorioku, thou shalt not die. A purple glow enveloped Yosano and soon, butterflies emerged. The purple glow reached Midoriya and as if a miracle, his almost lifeless state disappeared, surprising everyone. The most baffled one was none other than her victim himself, Midoriya. His physical strength, it's as if it was restored fully. Yosano-sensei's ability is a support type. It's a powerful healing ability that lets him instantly recover his strength without any physical side effect. His eyes sparkled as he faced her, but before he can fanboy, Yosano reminded him about the tape. He rushed to grab the tape on the ground and was about to tie it on his wrist when Bakugo, flustered by everything, prepared his pre-loaded explosion and pointed it at Midoriya. Young Bakugo. I already told you, you can't use that anymore. All Might warned, but the feeling of urgency to get away overwhelmed the other, making him pull the ring. Midoriya didn't expect for this to happen, but because he is more confident now with Yosano backing him up, he decided to use Smash, but he used it upwards, starting from the front of Kaken's palm, forcing his explosion to change direction, and the power of his Smash and explosion combined, destroying the building from below. Bakugo was shocked by his actions and was more confused upon seeing the capture tape wrapped around Midoriya's wrist. Time left, 0:02. All Might's voice rang in his earpiece. Hero team wins. Extra. On the way to UA. Monoma Nito is quite the rich fella. It was obvious right from the start. Requests such as riding in his car is nothing but normal and always trivial. However, he didn't think it would be this much. At the moment, Mi sat on the back seat of L******** latest model with a stiff smile on his face while his driver is only half focused on driving the kids to UA because he cannot contain his curiosity about his young MSDR's new friends, especially when these new friends are indeed very special. Monoma recalled how Edogawa-san requested to be fetched because he doesn't like walking long distances and he might get lost again in the process. Since Monoma has a high sense of responsibility, he only hesitated once before agreeing. After all, to him, it was only a small favor. Who would have thought that the said guy would bring all of his friends with him? They are all ability users. I've got all 6 ability users riding with me on my way to school. Mom, look. Your son is going down the history of superhumans. Monoma freaked in his mind. Luckily, the car reached its destination before Monoma completely loses his composure. Unfortunately for him, his internal panic was pretty obvious to everyone except for the driver and Deku. Still, since they all shamelessly included themselves in riding such a car, they graciously did not expose him. There was a brief break after the first 3 rounds while staffs assigned to fix the buildings started their work. Midoriya was still taken to the infirmary due to injuring his whole arm. However, as he was being taken there, he couldn't help looking at Yosano in awe. He really wants to ask her about her ability. Luck favors Yosano when he was scolded by one of the robots carrying him to Recovery Girl. Yosano went to the waiting area and as she walks, most of the students took a step back, making way for her. She looked at everyone with a raised brow. Hey? What's wrong with you all? You scared them, that's what. Ranpo answered when she reached him. She glanced at Monoma beside Ranpo and the guy also struggled to look at her straight in the eyes. She grinned and only let out a, "Is that so?" Despite her grin, her eyes hid a bit of regret. As much as possible, she truly doesn't want to scare these teens, but what could she do? It's her ability. This situation can only be her fault. Ranpo stopped speaking anymore and changed the topic, not wanting anyone to look at Yosano in the eyes. Look over there. He pointed at the hero in charge for this class. Distracted out of her thoughts, Yosano looked over and finally realized that she had just missed a commotion while she was making her way in the place. The chin of the number 1 hero is swollen in a perfect sphere. Not only that, he also has a black eye on his left eye. Yosano's eyelids twitched and sent an inquiring look to Ranpo. The older one didn't disappoint and said, "The black eye was Vampire Sensei's masterpiece and the circle chin was Mr. Messy Hair's obra maestra." Monoma's chill disappeared after a short while and continued, "Well, All Might Sensei refused to stop the battle earlier despite the persuasion of Vlad King Sensei and Aizawa Sensei, so when the situation escalated, they just went ballistic. Luckily, everyone's safe." Yosano gave him a look of understanding and wondered, "Say, do you think the number 1 hero will accept my treatment if I offered it?" Monoma shivered once again and just looked away before answering, How would I know? I'm not All Might." His reaction made Yosano grin. However, this time, she eyes curved with her lips. Ranpo noticed that she's all right and couldn't help but think to himself, "See that, Mr. President? I am a great older brother." After everything was ready, the next 6 pairs, rounds 4, 5, and 6 started to head to their location. Soon, they were given the go signal. On the other side of the waiting area, away from Yosano and Ranpo, were Chuya and Dazai sitting on the ground with their legs crossed. Chuya is watching as the battles are still in their starting point. He felt hyped upon watching Midoriya's team fight against the Trashy Guy's team. Although most of his interest died down after the break they had, he still wants to pay attention on the students' performances. If one would take a look at him, it looks like he's just watching a good show on TV with all his attention. However, when one looks at the guy beside him, they would question why they thought full attention can describe Chuya's demeanor. Unlike him, Dazai's wide eye with ink black orb devoid of light is fixed on the monitors. It stayed open without even a blink. His eye seems to see through not only the people showed in the screens but also what's inside their minds, piecing through their intentions. He just watched without moving. It made even Chuya creeped out. Still, Chuya knows that when Dazai entered this full state of focus, nothing could snap him out of it until he does it himself. Suddenly, the battles in the screen felt boring for the shorty, so while Dazai is busy watching, he busied himself watching the other instead. He leaned his cheek on his palm and tilted his head. A soft breeze passed through the room and it made Dazai's brown hair strands dance. Chuya's finger felt itchy, wanting to reach out and brush those strands of brown hair. He frowned in irritation before moving his hand, raising it carefully, not wanting to disturb the other. Slowly, he gently hooked his index finger to that brown hair, but before he could play with it to his heart's content, the other person flinched. Chuya thought it might be because of him, but before he can make up an excuse, he saw Dazai still focused on the screen. But this time, a sliver of interest is present in his eye. Not only that, he is focused on only one of the screens this time. It intrigued Chuya, so he also took a look. It was a battle that ended quickly. If he isn't mistaken, the person walking out of the building is the one that caught Dazai's attention. "Whoa, he obliterated them so fast," one of their classmates commented. "No wonder he got in through recommendations. Todoroki-kun is so amazing." "Todoroki?" Chuya raised a brow and looked at Dazai with his eyes full of suspicion. "What are you planning?" He saw Dazai's lips curving upwards but his eyes remained empty. He's definitely planning something damaging. The second set of teams ended without a problem. There isn't a need for a long break since the place isn't that damaged. The only place that the staffs need to fix is the area of Todoroki's team since it was covered with ice. A guy from Class 1B sighed as he went back to his classmates. "What kind of monstrous quirk is that? Give me a break." Unfortunately for him, he was instantly caught in the ice like his teammate from Class 1A. Kendo wanted to console him and can only say, well, at least you did your best. My best? I haven't even been able to use my quirk, okay? The guy cried even harder, making Kendo flustered. Minoma of course seized the chance to comment, "Uwa. Kendo-chan, you're such a bully." Kendo panicked even more, "I am not." "Okay, the pairs in round 7, 8, and 9, go to your designated areas." All Might reminded, and Dazai finally snapped out of his thoughts before standing up and stretching his limbs. He groaned and sighed, "Finally. It's my turn." He turned towards Chuya, who's sitting on the floor while looking up at him. He smirked and said, "Do your part and cheer for me loudly, MK?" Before Chuya can give an answer, Dazai already walked away after giving him a blink. It only made him scoff at the other. Unlike the others, only Chuya knew that Dazai's act runs very deep. In fact, ever since arriving at the meeting place before going to Musutafu, Dazai has already been acting. Even since then, he never stopped his act. Maybe it was because the two of them moved away from the crowd after the first set of rounds that the mackerel was able to concentrate fully and analyze the second set of rounds without an act. Or maybe, if he can be a bit wishful, it can be said that because he is beside Dazai in this dark corner of the waiting area that Dazai can rest for a couple of minutes before putting on his mask once again. In the end, no matter what it was, Chuya still thinks that Dazai is a jackass. A big jackass. That's what's going on in his mind while looking at the gradually cooling floor beside him. Dazai's in the round 8, observed by Aizawa. Of course, All Might and Khan also had half of their focus on this round. After all, not only Dazai, but also Saijiku, two ability users, are in this round. Most of the students are also eager to see how the battle would go. Inside the building, Jiro Kyoka bit her thumbnail. She had a nagging feeling that she couldn't identify. However, it felt too heavy, so she knows that it isn't good at all. It's just in her intuition that those two on the hero team, Dazai Osamu and Saijiku Juno, are bad news. Somehow, she felt that they were the ones targeted by villains instead and not the other way round. "Hey, girl from Class 1A. Her train of thought was dispersed by her teammate for today. It cleared her mind for a bit, making her able to calm down and think things through. The guy doesn't have a clue about her thoughts and just asked, "What kind of quirk do you have?" "Mine's stronger on self-defense, but I can pretty much go all out on offense too." "Cool, right?" As he said this, he displayed his quirk in front of her and his body turned to steel. Jiro moved her ear and showed him her plugs. "I can amplify and control sound waves." Tetsu nodded in understanding. "Then, you're not very physically strong. I will go out and face them while you guard the bomb." Jiro thought that his suggestion made sense as well, especially after seeing Saijiku-san's physical ability in the quirk assessment test, but something is still bothering her. She had no clue about their abilities at all. Both Saijiku-san and Dazai-kun did not reveal their abilities in their quirk assessment test. While she tried to use hers in minimal ways, she's very certain that the hero team already has a clue about it. After all, Dazai-kun seems observant and good with words. She experienced his glib tongue firsthand, and while she was in the waiting area, Dazai-kun is the first one to guess Bakugo's intentions. But if both of them did not use their abilities in the quirk assessment test, then there's a higher possibility that their abilities are not offensive nor a proper support enough. Jiro blinked and felt that she connected the pieces. If Saijiku-san is physically strong and Dazai-kun's strength lies in his brain, then the first one to take action would be Dazai-kun himself. He'll try to get information about the bomb's location and then send the information to Saijiku-san. It's the most effective tactic. Jiro turned to look at Tetsu and said, "No. I will be the one going down. You will have to guard the bomb instead. If my hunch is correct, a simpleton like you will easily reveal our location to Dazai-kun." "Hey!" Tetsu was offended and is ready to speak up, but Jiro continued as if she didn't hear him at all, making him confused at first but later realized the gravity of the situation. Saijiku-san will have to be the one taking the bomb since he's more physically active than Dazai-kun. Therefore, I couldn't be the one guarding the bomb at all. I'm not proud of it, but close combat is not my forte. Jiro answered. Tetsu put his steel knuckles together, creating a clanging sound. "All right. Leave the bomb to me. I'm very good at close combats." Gyro nodded and prepared to leave the room quietly. Meanwhile, outside the building, Dazai and Juno are still waiting for the go signal to enter. After all, both the hero team and the villain team have 5 minutes to come up with a strategy. But Dazai and Juno doesn't have the intention to talk about plans at all. Seriously, what are the odds that not only will our schedules get mixed up so badly but also making the both of us being randomly paired up? Dazai sighed in defeat. He'd rather be paired up with the grape guy than this military officer here. Juno only took a glance at him before saying, "I believe I can do this faster all by myself." Dazai chuckled, "Are you saying that I'll only be burden? You're hurting my feelings, Mr. Officer. Oh my, you're more self-aware than I thought you would be. I guess that's one good trait about you," Juno remarked sarcastically. "Why thank you, I appreciate the compliment." Dazai continued before his carefree demeanor changed, "You don't look bothered at all. It's as if you already knew that the conflict of schedules will happen." Juno's perfunctory smile also changed. "Oh? How can you say so? Since earlier, there aren't any single complaints from you nor your partner about this situation. If that wasn't strange yet, there's also the last-minute change of class schedules all directed by the principal himself. Oh, would you look at that? You remind me, you made a deal with the principal days ago, no?" Juno raised a brow and pet his head to the side. "You're saying? You proposed this whole idea. The principal wants you, the hunting dogs, to help train the students from the hero course in UA in exchange for information. Even though you agreed because of the tempting offer, it would be too tasking to teach everyone, so you came up with this. I'm pretty certain you made sure to inform the principal in the last minute too. It's so that he would have no choice but to agree, am I right?" Dazai replied confidently. Every answer of his is on point. Juno indeed suggested this idea to Principal Nedzu just before the HBT course of Class 1A. Juno's smile widened and he felt very intrigued. He even wondered what would happen if the fragile truce in their organizations were to break right this moment. He wanted to capture this person in front of him and use his favorite torture devices on that bandaged skin, slowly dyeing them crimson. He wondered how great must it be upon seeing this guy's face filled with nothing but fear and pain. But outwardly he just chuckled. "You're truly interesting, Dazai." "I know I am," Dazai answered, and Aizawa already gave them the go signal. "Well, let's try to make this battle longer. Let's see, let's use the most obvious approach. I'm going in first." Dazai proceeded to enter the building while Juno stayed relaxed in his place. "Okay, don't take too long." In the waiting area, everyone was baffled. At first, the students are amazed at Gyro's intelligence. She crafted a well-thought-out plan. Even All Might and the other 2 instructors liked her analysis. However, when the screen showed Dazai and Juno's banters and theories, everyone was even more shocked. The 2 didn't even bother to hide anything in their conversation. The students even thought, does this really mean that we are here to learn from these ability users? Aizawa was also taken aback. He already knew that Dazai, this problem child, is sharp and smart. Still, he didn't expect he would be this excellent. He guessed everything by only observing Saijiku's attitude on the matter. Saijiku is already spotless in his actions, yet Dazai still caught even the slightest possibility. It was frightening for a boy his age. A girl named Yanaji worried that Brunette said something about the most obvious approach before going in. The other guys stayed behind after hearing that. Does that mean they already know of the purple hair's strategy? Tokage faced her with a frown before raising her brow, but how did they know? It's not that obvious at all. Uraraka heard their conversation and couldn't help but ask Ida about it. However, Ida doesn't know it as well. Not many of Class 1A seem to get how Dazai thought Gyro's carefully planning is the most obvious approach. Chuya spoke up, "It's because of our quirk assessment test. Everything becomes obvious with that." Tsuyu walked up to him and said, "Kero, how is that obvious? Both the mackerel and the BSTRD, I mean, both Dazai and Saijiku showed only a specific strength in the test. Therefore, if that long-ear girl wants to gain advantage in this battle, she will surely consider their performance. In turn, it will be her undoing." In Class 1B's side, Ranpo is explaining almost the same as Chuya, so in short, Bandages and Old Man Officer is using Saggy Ear Girl's knowledge and intelligence to their advantage. Class 1B, Wow, those nicknames are something else. They appeared to be more intrigued at the casual nicknames thrown around by their strange classmate. Just as Gyro suspected, she ran into Dazai after reaching the second floor and became vigilant. Dazai saw her and his eyes sparkled. He opened his arms and said, "Ah, my appealing Gyro-sama. I can't believe you came all the way here just to meet poor old me." Gyro was baffled and blinked twice at first. However, she regained her composure and refused to engage in any kinds of talk with him, afraid that she might slip up. Dazai wanted to continue, but then he remembered something. "Oh, I was planning to ask you something before, but I was blocked but an expired perverted grape thingy. Now, I can ask freely, right?" He smiles charmingly. And without waiting for her response, he knelt on the ground with one knee and raised both of his arms, reaching out to her direction. "Gyro Kyoko-sama, your beauty is far too ethereal and unparalleled. It's otherworldly. That's why, will you give me the chance and agree to commit a double suicide with me?" Gyro jerked in shock. "What? Everyone in the waiting room?" Chuya, sigh. "I mean it. Really. Deep in my heart, you are forever permanently etched. That's why, this is the perfect time to," Dazai continued as he tried to hold her hand. However, Gyro took a step back and pulled her hand away in both confusion and dread. "What are you talking about? You shouldn't say things like that carelessly, even if it's just for this battle. Playing with the word suicide is not good." She pointed at him while breathing in distress. Dazai blinked twice and realized that his heartfelt feelings were treated as joke. It was too cruel that he lost the will to continue pressing her to accept his marriage, no, suicide proposal. His heart was brutally broken. "Ah." He stood up and said with a kind smile, "Is that so? Then, how about you tell me where the bomb is?" Upon hearing the word bomb, Gyro remembered what she's about to do and tensed up once more. "What makes you think I'll tell you?" Dazai snickered. "It's all right. I can just guess." "Hey!" Gyro unconsciously muttered in confusion. She's pretty sure she hadn't revealed anything. How come he already knows? What does he know? Dazai continued as he looks at her. "Oh, I got it," he said, making Gyro panic even more. "He got it? He got what? How did he guess? There's no way he could. He must be bluffing." "Don't fall for it, Gyro Kyoka." Dazai pointed upwards, making Gyro feel unnerved even more. A grin crept up on Dazai's face and said, "It's in 5th floor, isn't it?" As for the room? Gyro felt threatened as her heart leaped. She sneakily used her quirk to slowly slide downwards to her plugs as Dazai speaks. 1, 2, 3. Sheet. 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 He knows. Gyro hastily plugs in her earphone and is about to activate her quirk when an announcement was heard from both teams. Hero team wins. Frozen and baffled, Gyro looked at Dazai in a dumbfounded manner. Dazai's shoulders are shaking a little until he can no longer hold back his laugh. "Fut, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Gyro-chan, you're so amazing. Ha ha ha." Tetsu heard the announcement and was almost angered to death. He was about to argue that he still has the bomb when he heard someone's voice from above. "Hey." Turning around, he looked up and saw a person in military uniform sitting on top of the bomb. "What dash? Hey." He freaked while pointing at Juno, who miraculously appeared from nowhere. Juno enjoyed his exaggerated reaction and snickered. "Better luck next time?" Mostly everyone in the waiting room didn't know what happened. At first, Dazai was just having a conversation with Gyro, then suddenly, Juno, who's supposed to be on the ground floor, outside the building, disappeared from there and appeared in the 3rd room of the 5th floor in a blink of an eye. It's as if he teleported. "No way! A teleportation ability?" One of the students freaked out. "That's too overpowered." One side in defeat. Yosano looked at Ranpo, who's frowning, seemingly unable to believe what he just witnessed. She leaned over and asked, "What do you think? Is it really teleportation?" "No. It's definitely not teleportation. As for his real ability, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to say it here." Ranpo muttered quietly and Yosano ceased questioning him. Ranpo felt that the bloodlust around them disappeared. He secretly glanced at the location where he felt it, and just as he deduced, it was from Deku. The guy sheathed his sword once more upon confirming that the detective will not run his mouth willy-nilly. Gyro is still left in the dark and unconvinced. How did you guys do it? How did the both of you get past me? Dazai answered, I cannot tell you everything since even I don't know half of it. However, I know that the 5th floor is common in this type of battle since it's the floor farthest from the ground floor. As for the room, I really have no clue. I just observed your micro-expressions as I count. His explanation made Gyro even more confused. You don't know? Then how did you even send the message to Saijiku-san? All right. Calm down. I'll answer you. Have you never wondered why he keeps on taunting Bakugo-kun? How about his use of quirk knockoff? Dazai waved his hand at first in an attempt to make her relax a bit. Gyro didn't get it at first. However, she soon realized that when Bakugo was swearing at Nokohara-kun, it took 5 minutes before Saijiku-san came in the classroom with Aizawa-sensei. Gyro's face turned pale as she figured things out. Don't tell me, from the ground floor, he can hear us from over there? All Might with the other instructors? Class 1A and Class 1B. Ability users. Deku, I know. Juno's the best after me. He seems to be very pleased at everyone's reactions that he nods with a faint smile in his lips. I say, Sensei, you're biased. With a frown, Dazai pouted at Aizawa. How could he not? He performed very well, but he was being scolded for the second time. The first time he was scolded was after the practical entrance exam. Him, together with the detective doctor, was given a scolding for bringing weapons without permission. After that, they finished filling out forms and signing papers that allows them to bring those weapons as a part of their quirk assistance tech. But today, he was the only one being scolded. That was because his sensei claimed that he gave an underhanded remark. Although the drones can only capture some sounds of the battle and not every conversation, the earpiece that the students and teachers share can pick the sounds very clearly. Therefore, Aizawa and the other 2 instructors heard Dazai's comment to double suicide, fairly upsetting the pro-heroes. Aizawa sighed heavily. Dazai-kun, I know that I am the least person who should meddle into your affairs, but seeing as you are currently one of my students, I still have a degree of responsibility. That's why those words that you've mentioned earlier, whether it was only for diversion or something else deeper. Yes, Sensei just don't want me to say it, right? Dazai waved his hands in annoyance. I'll try my best but no promises. Can I go back now? I want to see how the detective guy from ADA handles this fight. Aizawa felt like he didn't get through the kid in front of him, but he also knows that there's only so much influence he can bring since they aren't that close to each other to begin with. For now, all he can do is to continue observing the other. Thus, after a few more remarks, he let Dazai go, making Dazai instantly run away from him, as if he was suffocating to death. Who's suffocating to death? It's none other than Chuya himself. He felt dizzy with Dazai's complaints about Aizawa while being shaken continuously by the Makkarl who rushed towards him and landed on his lap. That sensei might be interesting, but how can he only scold me? I did very well. If there's someone to be scolded, it should be that dog from the government. I even did them a favor by exposing his tricks, but it was I who was reprimanded. It was terrible. Chibi. How can sensei be so horrible? Get off. You deserve it, you suicide maniac. Chuya raged and flipped Dazai to the ground on his back, making him groan in pain after hitting his head. His body bounded up and down twice because of the impact. Chuya flinched a bit. He thought that Dazai would evade again, but he didn't. That's why he suffered quite a bit. He wanted to check if his head is alright, but he realized the reason why he did it in the first place, and realized that. Well, you deserve it, jackass. Dazai massaged his head for a while before sitting upright with a smile upon hearing All Might's prompt. Finally they're starting. 15 minutes before the battle began, hero team and villain team planning stage. Kaminari admits he is totally nervous. After all, he's up against Yorozu-san. Even if he's fantasized about beating her in battle whenever he's bored in present MIC's English class, and also daydreamed about having her as a girlfriend once in Midnight's modern hero art history, he knows that she's probably the real deal. Yorozu Momo is someone who was accepted in U.A through recommendation, similar to Todoroki-kun. Kaminari witnessed how quick Todoroki's match was, and felt even more nervous. His nervousness didn't dampen his enthusiasm though, he just hated that his panicking in this mock battle. "We're a pair again, blonde fool." A familiar voice caught his ears. At first, he thought he was hallucinating, but then he realized that the Class 1B person that is paired with is none other than the ability user he also teamed up with in the practical exam. "What are the odds?" "U-." Kaminari jerked with a smile. "Oh. So, your name is Edogawa Ranpo-san. I'm Kaminari Denki. Let's both do our best in becoming heroes." Ranpo gave an immediate answer, "No, but I'm not here to become a hero." He completely shut down the idea before continuing. "Besides, we're assigned to be villains in this mock battle, so there's really no opportunity to become heroes." "You really are a dumb blonde." Kaminari, who just wants to lighten up the mood. "I forgot that this guy has a sharp tongue." "Right. Edogawa-san, we need to start planning now. Mineta-kun might not be a threat because he only has those sticky orbs, but Yorozu-san is on a whole new level. I saw in our quirk assessment test that she has full control of her quirk and can create a lot of things with it." Kaminari informed him of what he knew. Now's not the time to be hiding things after all. If they want to be prepared of what's to come, they have to give it their all right from the get-go. Ranpo stretched out his hands and said, "You see, I don't really like fighting. I've already asked Vlad-sensei if we are allowed to do a makeover of this building in the planning stage and he agreed." "Hey!" Kaminari looked confused. Ranpo sighed at his idiotic expression. He grabbed his glasses and wore it. "I'm saying, if you want to win, you better work your butt off already before we start. Now first, about this bomb." The villain team busied around, and by the time Kaminari is almost breathing without even starting the battle, they heard the Vlad-sensei's signal. There were 3 ongoing battles and the students' attention are divided. Besides, the battle is not starting yet, so most of them are busy chatting with each other, so not a lot of people noticed Ranpo's and Kaminari's movement. Khan, who was assigned to watch round 12, caught everything. At first, he was worried because his student is alone and was surrounded by Class 1A. He even felt that this pairing is rigged. But then he noticed that the blondie who was with Ranpo acts with familiarity and a hint of respect, making his heart calm down. Upon hearing of Ranpo's plan, the other person followed it without a question. It made Khan proud of his student. Still, while he knows that Edogawa-kun is a genius, he didn't know he could be this genius. The plan he proposed leaves no room for errors. If they can implement it well, their win is guaranteed. It made him thrilled and nervous. These are ability users. The same ability users that made it difficult for the Hero Society to secure a complete victory hundreds of years ago, and remained standing until now. The battle finally began. Now, most of the students' attention are in round 12, especially those who are from Class 1B. Monoma looked carefully at the screen, somehow feeling confident. After all, even though Edogawa-san is alone, he witnessed firsthand how good he is. Kendo noticed his intense focus and finally couldn't help but comment, "Well, look at that glare, don't tell me you're jealous." Monoma snapped out of his thoughts and looked at her weirdly. "Heh? Jealous? Me?" Kendo, however, didn't believe his "I'm innocent but you're still accusing me" look. Instead, she pointed out heavy evidence. "Well, look. Edogawa-san just replaced you with another blonde." A vein appeared on Monoma's forehead. He smiled, but his aura is leaking bloodlust. Kendo, rather than blonde, his hair is more of a golden shade. Don't lump me in with the likes of Class 1A trash. Meanwhile, Yorozu and Mineta finally entered the building. Yorozu wanted to formulate a plan, but as she discusses, Mineta always shifts the topic to something unnecessary and uncomfortable for her. It made her scream internally, "Why do I have to be paired up with this pervert?" But she can do nothing about it for now. When the battle finally began, they haven't formulated a proper plan. Mineta still had bliss written all over his smiley face. "I say, Yerson, who made your costume? It's perfect. Skin-tight, revealing, and most of all, skin-tight," his eyes ogling at her thighs and Cecile, making her even more uncomfortable, so she decided to ignore him. But Mineta was unbothered by her aloofness. "That's right. How about you let me make some changes? It would be better if Yorozu-chan straight up wear bikini, make it a see-through with lace." "Quiet down." Yorozu frowned as they walk. Unsatisfied with her bleak reaction, Mineta crossed his arms and stated in a confident manner, TSK. TSK. Yorozu-chan, you need to be more demure and dainty. Otherwise, how can you please men? A lot of female heroes fans are men. Give them the duality of being strong yet being weak. You don't want to be despised, don't you? Yorozu finally couldn't maintain her poker face and felt shameful. Her cheeks turned red as she faced Mineta. Can you pipe down? You're making it easier for the villains to detect us, she whispered in urgency, wanting to end the conversation. However, Mineta liked her expression this time and freaked out even more. WWWWI. That's it. That's a great expression, Yosu-chan. I bet that Kaminari-kun is hella jealous of me right now. Do it again. Again. Show me, UA. Something small and strong hit Mineta at the back of his head, making him almost choke on his words. Oh. What the hell was that? He massages his head while looking everywhere. Oh no. Did they already pinpoint our location? Yorozu became even more alert, a hint of uneasiness slowly creeping in her eyes. She felt painful in her right arm and noticed that she was hit with the same thing that hit Mineta became of the bruise it created, making her hiss. However, she instantly realized that it also came from the same direction. Meanwhile, Mineta looked down and grabbed a small stone that rolled to his feet. It looks like they're throwing stones at us. When the third stone came to target Yorozu, she evaded successfully because of her quick calculations. However, because the stone's angle is downwards, it hit Mineta on the forehead, making him groan and curse in pain. Completing the clue, Yorozu looked towards the staircase and saw a guy with glasses preparing for another hit. He's carrying a handmade slingshot. Found you. Yorozu did not waste a single moment, rushed towards him. Mineta followed after realizing what was happening. Ranpo opened his eyes and held the last stone in his hand, hitting Mineta on the forehead once again. This made the guy lose his balance and roll down the stairs before cursing at him and chasing him crazily. Ranpo ran away to the second floor while looking behind him every now and then to see how the other two are keeping up. While doing so, he struggled to open a pack of gummy bears. Tisich. That's why I told the blonde fool to open this for me first. I should have asked Yosano-chan or Sports-car-san to open this for me instead. In a fit of anger, Ranpo, forced to break his speed, looked back, and stretched his hand. Wait, stop. The other two stopped upon seeing his pale face, his chest heaving faster. Can you open this for me? I have hypoglycemia and I feel like dying. I need sugar. Yorozu became worried. Seeing how the other person's face and lips resembling a white sheet of paper, even if they are in the middle of the battle, she felt the urge to help him. You. Isn't that bad? You should go see a doctor. Mineta freaked. He doesn't want to be charged for murder. Yorozu ran to Ranpo and helped him open the snack in his hand. Ranpo grabbed it and ate a handful. Then, he slowly looked at the other two before finishing the gummies in his mouth with a smile. You really believe that? Well, thanks for feeding me, I guess. He sticks out his tongue condescendingly before running away. Yorozu and Mineta. Ah! We've been had. You lying villain. Get back here. How dare you let Yosu-chan open your snack for you, you four-eyed BSE. Come back here. Mineta screamed at the top of his lungs, so much so that it is deafening even with the students watching the battle. Dazai shook Chuya once again. War. I wanna do that too. I wanna do that too. Next time before we finish our mission, let's ask them to open plenty of can crabs. His eyes twinkled in delights while Chuya's face remained black with Dazai's behavior. Deku gulped and wiped the saliva from his face. I want to bring snack later. Juno, it depends on the snack first. I can't be having you make us look like fools. Deku gulped once again before nodding, feeling that Juno is somehow in a good mood because he's being quite lenient. Going back to the battle, the chase reached the third floor but they still couldn't reach Ranpo. Angry, Mineta finally used his quirk and threw many sticky ball towards Ranpo. Ranpo evaded all that he could before letting out a look of satisfaction. Just as I thought, you'd easily cave in third floor. With that, he evaded the last ball that stuck to the wall and grabbed a thin, almost invisible thread and pulled until it snapped. The floor suddenly went dark because all of the windows were blocked by thick layers of cement sacks. Not only that, after Yorozu and Mineta lost their ability to see clearly, the sound akin to coins hitting the floor echoed for a while. Those who are watching also lost their sight, as if the cameraman is doing a bad job. They don't know what's happening in the battle anymore. Well then, I'll be going. Ranpo, with his flashlight on, waved them goodbye after eating another piece of his gummy bear snack. The light instantly left the two as it headed for the 4th floor, making Yorozu panic even more. However, Mineta was angry. Let's go, Uson. Let's beat him up. But Yorozu knows, with Mineta's reckless attack, she couldn't just mindlessly take a step, or else she'll get stuck to his sticky ball. God knows what could happen if she really did get stuck. She found an excuse. Wait, we can't just step on carelessly. Mineta didn't listen and took a step. However, he raised his foot in pain. Oh! Something pricked me. Because of his movement, he fell down on his buttocks, and countless of sharp unidentifiable objects pierced him, making him howl in pain. Yorozu slowly squatted and gently placed her hand on the ground, and fiddled with the object. After a while, she realized, these seemed to be nails. She figured these were long nails but in different sizes. Some of them are huge and felt new, some are used, curved and felt quite rusty. Stop moving so much. You might get infected, she warned before finally using her quirk to create flashlights. She gave one to Mineta and finally saw that the ground, aside from Mineta's sticky ball, are filled with nails. They only have 15 minutes to plan and prepare, but those two managed to prepare this meticulously. It gave her chills. She guessed that she had to carry Mineta on her back and use a pole, similar to those for a standing long jump pole, to jump from one side to the other, then concentrate to create a foam for landing while they are above ground. She's nervous, but she couldn't dawdle any longer, they were running out of time. However, just as she's about to tell Mineta about her plan, she heard a buzzing sound. A different light source was seen. It was none other than Kaminari, who's standing upstairs, on the 4th floor. Kaminari whistled upon seeing the two's somehow wretched state. Whoa! Edogawa-san is really something else. He muttered to himself first before finally talking to them. Yo! Mineta-kun, Yorozu-san, no strong feelings, okay? He said as he discharged electricity from his hands. Yorozu realized something. Electricity, nails, iron. What's iron? It's a good conductor of electricity. In other words, it can amplify the impact of an electric shock because it lowers the resistance of electric flow. With the two of them standing in the middle of these countless iron nails, forget not touching them, the electricity will make the effort to approach them. Her hands shook and stepped back, preparing to create an anti-electric shock cover. She tried to grab Mineta, but the other used his quirk on the ground and rushed towards Kaminari. A guy's buttocks shouldn't be pierced. I will make you pay. Time to sleep. Kaminari released electricity from his hand. It traveled downwards from the stairs to the ground of the 3rd floor. He stopped exerting his quirk and the iron nails did the job for him. Suddenly, the 3rd floor was bright with electric lights. It burned the cement sacks and the light outside peered in. The students watching were surprised to see the unconscious Mineta. Yorozu, however, managed to create a cover for herself and didn't get electrocuted. Khan announced Mineta's defeat, and only 3 people remained. Khan told Yorozu that medics will come for Mineta so she can continue on by herself. Yorozu gritted her teeth in frustration before running towards the 4th floor without removing her cover. She only removed it once she reached the next floor. It's all right, Momo. You're nearing the top floor, she told herself and started running. Not long after, she ran into Kaminari. Students that got through recommendation are really tough. He smirked in excitement. Come at me, Miss Top Student. Yorozu took a deep breath before calmly facing Kaminari. There's no time left. I have to do it? As you wish, she said and created a spear. Kaminari was shocked upon seeing how sharp the tip was. Besides, the spear was made out of the finest dry wood. Which means, he cannot easily use his quirk to deal damage. The students watched as the two fought toe-to-toe. Yorozu even created dud grenades and smoke screens to gain advantage. Still, she was running out of time. Kaminari was hit in the ribcage and felt like at least 3 of his ribs were broken. He grimaced in pain and remembered what Edogawa-san had told him before the battle starts. In the 4th floor, Do everything you can to stall time. Protect the 5th floor at all cost. Kaminari frowned. Why can't I just knock her unconscious then? I mean, she's not immune to electricity. Big talk. You'll need to train more to defeat her. She'll probably use a weapon that can create distance and also make a lot of distraction that'll lower your focus. If that happens, use 90% of your quirk, and the last 10% will be used to intimidate her later. Kaminari generated electricity from his whole body. The only thing is his mind is 90%. I only need to use 90%. I can't go further or lower. Yorozu felt a premonition in her heart. She heard Kaminari's shout, "Take this." The whole floor radiated electricity. The difference of this floor to the previous one is that the 3rd floor doesn't have any electric power. Meanwhile, in this floor, the lights were on. This is because while Kaminari is working on what Ranpo has told him, Ranpo fixed the generator and only turned on the power on the 4th floor. This aided Kaminari in creating a bigger impact compared to the one in the 3rd floor, considering that he also used 90% of his quirk. The building practically shook and a brief earthquake occurred even in the other 2 areas where 2 different battles are currently happening. Caught unprepared, Yorozu suffered its impact before forcing to move her hand. She struck the spear on the ground and created a cover to minimize the effect. She stayed there until she can no longer feel any buzz around her. She opened her eyes and took a peek. Kaminari was down on his knees, breathing heavily. After seeing that he will take a long time to recover, she jumped down and almost lost her balance. Her legs feeling numb. Seeing that the stairs are just a few steps away, she forced herself to walk. Thankfully, moving her body lessened the numbing feeling. The moment she reached the top floor, Ranpo is sitting on a chair and held out a snack. "If you open this snack for me, I won't stop you from checking out the rooms in this floor." He smiled while handing out his jelly bean snack. Yorozu frowned. "You're lying." Ranpo titled his head. "I did lie before because that's not according to plan. But this time, I'm not. If I lie, Vlad-sensei will consider us, the villain team, defeated. How's that sound?" Yorozu contemplated before hearing in her earpiece, "I will supervise. If Edogawa-kun lie, the hero team wins by default." His answer gave her a peace of mind and opened his snack. Ranpo grabbed it with excitement and said, "You may go," while eating his delicious jelly beans. With no time to waste, Yorozu searched each room until she reached the last one. However, the bomb is nowhere to be found. She ran towards Ranpo and said, You lied to me." Ranpo faced her and raised his brows. "Him? I did not. I said that I will allow you to search everything in this floor. Didn't you get to search it without my intervention?" Yorozu felt stumped. That was indeed the case, but the bomb isn't here? "I never said it was here in the first place," he said before pinging his head to the say, "Maybe you missed it on other floors? I mean, you are too busy chasing me after all. You look so pitiful, so I will give you a clue. Which floor did you spend the least time?" "I'm sure it's there." Yorozu thought for a moment. It could be the 4th floor. She dragged a bit because of Kaminari. The 3rd floor is the longest time they spent on. As for the 2nd and 1st floors, Mineta rambled quite a lot before Edogawa-kun appeared. That means, the bomb is in the 2nd floor. The floor where they have the least concern. Not good. "I'm out of time," she turned back and ran. Ranpo waved goodbye. "Good luck, I guess. However, do you think you can make it?" Yorozu went down to the 4th floor, but just as she is about to take a few more steps, Kaminari almost got her legs with the electric wires he pulled that were hanging in the roof because of his previous 90% attack. This time, he only had 10% left, but because of the wires, it was a good bluff. Yorozu thought so. It must be. But then Kaminari laughed out loud and spoke, "Good. Thanks to these, I'm fully recharged. Come at me again, Yorozu-san. Let's go for round 2. Yorozu froze, her confidence waned. "No way, he's already, how can I get past him?" As she was thinking, an announcement declared her fate, times UP. Villain team, wins. Back in the waiting area, Yorozu couldn't help but feel dejected. She stood on the side, slightly farther from her class. Her head hung low and her right arm folded, holding her left. With her brows furrowed, she bit her lower lip and couldn't help but compare her hopeless match to Todoroki's instant win. They both got into UA with the same method, but why is she so far behind? She lowers her head even more while listening to her classmates congratulating and teasing Kaminari, who is short-circuiting at the moment. The pro heroes decided to also send him to Recovery Girl. On the other side, she witnessed how Class 1B pounced on the ability user she just fought, but the other looked disgusted as he hides behind the girl that was paired with Midoriya from the first group. Her foolish actions in her match flashed in her mind once more. Her left hand drew into a tight fist, currently feeling the disappointment to herself. The whole match, she was running on the other team's palms and she had no clue at all. If she only hesitated less and charged at Kaminari in the end, maybe. She didn't notice a girl walking towards her. The girl stood beside her and gave her a gentle tap on the shoulder with her long ear. Yorozu looked at her with a pale face. Yes, she mumbled. Gyro gave her a weak smile. Don't be too sad, I know how you feel as well. She scratched her hair to lessen the awkwardness and continued, I mean, did you see my battle? At least you really get the chance to struggle. I wasn't even given the chance to do so. She complained softly. Her cheeks blew up and her face shaped like a bun, making Yorozu think of a hamster and couldn't help laughing. Yorozu realized what she did and felt embarrassed. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. It was rude to laugh at someone's misfortune, but Gyro didn't mind at all. She just wanted to cheer her up because she hated how Yorozu had a pig teammate. Maybe the fight would have been more different if she was paired with others. Don't sweat it, she said, giving her a thumbs up. I'm Gyro Kyoka, by the way. Yorozu Momo. She brightened up and spoke when an arm encircled her neck. Gyro also felt the same thing. In between them, a pink girl jumps in delight. Yay. Girlfriends. I'm Ashido Mina. Wanna go to the cafe with me later? Yorozu and Gyro were both baffled, but they gave her a smile of affirmation afterwards. Rounds 13, 14, and 15 were up next. Once again, Kan Sejikiro got the team with an ability user. Before separating, Uraraka gave Chuya a fighting smile and a thumbs up. I'll do my best, Chuya. The ginger actually forgot that she's one of the opposing team. He blinked first and smiled, then, I'm expecting a good fight, Ochiko. Just as Uraraka is about to turn around, she bumped into someone. Oh dash. I'm sorry. The guy scoffed. How entitled must Class 1A be to not even look at where you're going? Do you think you own the road or something? Kirishima looked back and asked, Hey, is everything alright, Uraraka bro? He looked suspiciously at the blonde guy, knowing that this is the same guy who kept on aggressively saying mean things about his class. Let's go? Uraraka felt awkward and just nodded before pulling Kirishima away from the other person. Look at where you're going? You're the one who purposely bumped into Ochiko. Do you think I don't have eyes? Chuya retorted but didn't delve deeper. After all, he just remembered that this guy is the one who drove them to UA, so he's leaving him a bit of dignity. The guy observed him and concluded that he really isn't mad, which is a good thing, since they are a team for this round. I'm Minoma Nito. He introduced himself without reaching for a handshake. Chuya. The other didn't mind since his hands are inside his pockets. In fact, he is thinking about what the mackerel has asked him before he went out. Chibi, do you think Arahabaki can be duplicated? He doesn't know what that meant and it hurts his brain thinking too much about it, so he just sighed and muttered, weirdo. In round 15, Chuya and Minoma are the villains while Uraraka and Kirishima are the heroes. Now that they are inside the building with the fake bomb just beside them, Chuya looked at Minoma and asked, So what can you do? Minoma looked around for a while and touched a random wooden box on the ground. It gently floated upwards. He observed for a while before he spoke. I seem to be able to control gravity. He smiled meaningfully, making Chuya raise a brow in suspicion. Seem to be, he thought. He overwrites Minoma's control and the box flew into his hands. Oh look at that, we're similar. Minoma froze for a moment and thought, dang. I should have just bumped into the redhead instead. Not knowing what to do, he asked Chuya, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Chuya spun the box like a toy and said nonchalantly, depends on your usage. Then he smirked confidently, but gravity happens to be my expertise. Minoma doesn't want to underestimate an ability user, especially after what happened with Edogawa-san. When he tried to copy his ability, there was nothing. This is why he's reluctant to try it with Chuya. After all, what if he couldn't copy it as well? The girl should be a gravity user as well. Should we get rid of these random things and clean the building? He suggested. Chuya disagreed. Nah. If she can use these to her advantage, so can we. I wanna see what Ochako can do, so I'll be the one fighting her. Can I leave the other one to you? To Monoma's convenience, Chuya chose not to question how he knew Ochako's quirk. Obviously the other person doesn't want to expose it, so he wouldn't pry. Monoma wanted to face Uraraka as well so he could continue using gravity, but since it turned out this way, there's nothing he can do about it. He nodded as was thinking of a different strategy for himself when Chuya fist bumped him on the shoulder before leaving the room first. Monoma felt goosebumps all over his body. Since he is fighting, he already conditioned himself to copy anyone's quirk with a slight touch. His quirk activation should be when he, himself, touch someone. However, when his 90% to 100% focused and heightened the senses on his body, even the slightest touch of another superhuman can be copied. This is why when he intentionally bumped to Uraraka, even without his hand touching her, he can copy her quirk with no difficulty. This should be similar to Chuya as well. However, the feeling of control in gravity is far broader and clearer. It made it more difficult for him. If he were to describe it, Uraraka's quirk allowed him to simply follow the given pathway. In comparison, Chuya's ability requires self-navigation and the pathways are like roots of an old tree. Not only that, he felt that there's something more if he were to exert DMS. However, it's as if his whole body refuses to listen to him, and instead of going deeper, his organs strongly opposed him. He felt stuffy and the veins in his hands and head bulged. For a while, he was covered in cold sweat before being able to somehow calm himself down. Monoma realized that there must be something more to Chuya, but that something couldn't be touched no matter what. Dazai saw the changes in Monoma's microexpression through the screen and felt half intrigued. It looks like Arahabaki couldn't be duplicated. What a shame. Only Chibi can be that ethereal. His thinking that it was a shame, but his lips curved upwards, looking satisfied. The preparation time is almost over and both teams station themselves. Are you ready, Uraraka bro? Kirishima's eyes twinkled in delight, feeling excited about their plan. Uraraka looks fired up as well and gave him a thumbs-up sign. I'm ready, Kiribro. She even copied his way of speaking. Rounds 13, 14, and 15. Start. The hero team wasted no time at all. Uraraka lowered her stance and touched Kirishima. She let out a determined shout and tossed him upwards, shocking most of those who were watching. Once Kirishima's eye level reached the 5th floor, he hardened his right hand and punched through the wall. Uraraka put her fingers together and said, "Release," before running towards the building in the 1st floor. Without the control of Uraraka's quirk, Kirishima succeeded in entering the uppermost floor. There, he saw Monoma standing in front of the bomb, looking paler than ever, but his eyes flashed with determination. Kiro! They've sandwiched the villain team. The green-haired girl couldn't help but shout. The students who aren't focused on round 15 looked over and was shocked. This. The hero team got them cornered, one of them shouted. All Might looked over and said, looks like they've learned from the previous battles, especially with round instead of searching for the bomb on a specific floor, they've decided to attack from above and below to maximize the time and prevent the same outcome. Very innovative. Good hero strategy. He felt prouder and prouder to these students and his smile is now more than half his face. He decided to tell young Midoriya about these battles later. This strategy couldn't work on just anyone. First, the other person must be like Uraraka who can control the gravity. If not, that person should at least be strong enough to toss another person to the sky. Second, the person who was tossed should be equally as tough and precise as Kirishima. If not, that person should at least have a destructive quirk to make things work out flawlessly. In this case, Uraraka and Kirishima not only formed a great team but also devised a plan that could maximize their potential and usefulness in battle. The hero team was indeed off to a great start. On the lower floors, Chuya held his earpiece and listened to Monoma's report. His face didn't have a trace of panic. I see, so they've already reached the bomb. he commented first before hearing lighter footsteps. He realized who it was and said, "Well, I'm leaving that trouble to you. Since you have no qualms with what I said earlier, that means you can protect that bomb on your own, correct?" Monoma, on the other line, was speechless. But maybe it was because of Chuya's calmness that made him assured that there was not even a hint of doubt in Chuya's tone at all. It's as if he was fully entrusted with a heavy task of do-or-die situation. Unknowingly, Monoma truly entered the scenario of the battle wherein he and Chuya are both villains and the bomb that he is guarding at the moment is their final trump card to lay waste on the hero society. He doesn't know how he was able to exert his quirk to 100%. Maybe because it was Chuya's copied ability, his words, or his trust in himself, but Monoma's whole aura changed in an instant. "Filthy hero wannabes," he mumbled. At the moment of his full immersion, he was really feeling disgusted with heroes in general. Kirishima also felt the sudden change in the room's atmosphere. He felt his going nuts when he subconsciously thought that the person in front of him is a real villain instead of a schoolmate in a mock battle. Chuya and Uraraka met each other on the third floor. "Sup, Ochiko?" Uraraka's face had excitement and nervousness written on it. Her hands shook for a moment, but she still faced Chuya head-on. She touched the random things on the ground and tossed them to the other. Chuya whistled and evaded without removing his hands on his pockets. For a second, Uraraka lost sight of Chuya when the other spoke. "Up here." She looked at the ceiling and Chuya is sitting cross-legged upside down. His black cloak flowed with gravity, but his hair and hat are still prim and proper. "Whoa!" Uraraka exclaimed in amazement. Her control isn't that precise after all. Somehow she's envious. "Teach me too, Chuya." Chuya saw her fiery gaze of wanting to make him her mentor or something, and it made him feel helpless. He thought that Ochiko is a bit silly before saying, "Defend now." "It's my turn." He squatted on the ceiling and kicked, directly lunging towards Uraraka. Uraraka snapped out of her fangirling thoughts and evaded in the last second. She rolled on the ground before getting back up again. She hadn't had the time to focus her vision when she was kicked in the stomach. It was too painful that she coughed as if she wants to vomit. Inertia made her take a few steps backwards. Her mind is still muddled when her eyes caught a series of circular shadows. Out of instinct, she used her hand to block them. Thus, her hand suffered a series of strong punches. She gritted her teeth in pain. The rhythm of punches stopped. For a moment she thought it was over when she felt the slight change of airflow on her left side. She moved in her hand to block her left side, and the kick that was supposed to hit the side of her neck hit her arm instead. Even though her arms feel so painful and bruised all over, she felt thankful that her quirk is gravity. That's why she's sensitive in the changes of the airflow and the like. Still, that doesn't mean she's fast enough to dodge. She can only painfully block with tears in her eyes. Chuya is a gravity manipulator, yet is relying on martial arts. How cool. I want to be that badass too. She can only cry in her heart as she stumbled on the ground, coughing and retching. Chuya sighed, a bit disappointed. Maybe he overestimated her a bit. He grabbed the capture tape and walked towards the girl when she pressed her body lower and kicked diagonally upwards. Her execution is clumsy and couldn't actually even bruise a human body, but Chuya evaded nevertheless. "Oh?" He raised an eyebrow and his lips smiled once again. He threw the capture tape away and took a stance. By the time he was finished, Uraraka is already standing and bent her knees a bit. Her arms in front and her fists tightly closed. She spoke, I also watch boxing matches many times with my dad. She rushed forward and went for a series of punches, jab, cross, hook, uppercut and such. Chuya evaded some while blocking some. He felt the force of her attacks. Unfortunately for her, it was too weak to even push him back. When Uraraka tried to punch again, Chuya directly grabbed her wrist and used his other hand to punch her stomach. She felt her body pushed backwards, but because her wrist was being held, she can only endure in place. "See now?" Chuya spoke, "This is how you throw a punch." Still in a fit of coughing, Uraraka felt that it was time and she lunged towards him, encircling her arms on his thin waist. All 10 of her fingers touched his body and her quirk activated. She didn't waste any time and threw him out the window with her quirk still on. As long as she didn't release, The other person will have to follow the flow of gravity that she set. Chuya looked over the increasingly small building. He blinked twice and laughed wholeheartedly, ha ha ha. So, all this time, she's only waiting for an opening to do this. Mid-flight, he turned to another building and stepped heavily on the wall, cracking it, entering the topmost floor. His whole body turned red, overwriting Uraraka's quirk. Before he leaped, he noticed the people in the room looking at him dumbfounded. Mina, Pony, Zero, and Kendo. He went so far that he disturbed other people's battles. He only nodded and took off with a kick. The other four. Unlike Uraraka's soft and wobbly flow of gravity, Chuya's control is sharp and strong. It reached less than half the time Uraraka used to make him float far away. In fact, she hadn't even had the time to stable her breath when his back already, catching her off guard. She really thought that he can only go back once she released her quirk. This is a huge miscalculation. She prepared herself and floated the things around her, but they suddenly felt so heavy he lost control. Everything fell down and crashed on the ground, cracking, what dash? Unable to finish her words, her whole body flung and crashed to the wall, cracking it to her shape. BLD flowed out from her mouth. She almost lost her consciousness. She finally realized another miscalculation. Chuya can freely overwrite her quirk. She's too careless. She tried to overwrite Chuya's ability on her using her quirk, but before she can completely focus, Chuya didn't even need to move his finger before she crashed to the opposite wall, making her feel painful all over her body. Not only her mouth, even her nose and forehead are bleeding non-stop. Vlad King felt that the two are going too far and wanted to stop them, but because of the girl's determined eyes, he hesitated. He ironically found himself in All Might's shoes back in round still. As a teacher, he should stop them already. Taking a deep breath, he is about to halt their battle when a hand grabbed his arm. Looking to the side, he saw Aizawa stopping him. Look at the other two. This match is about to finish. Don't extinguish the flames in their eyes. Aizawa doesn't like what's going on with Uraraka's and Nokohora's fight as well. However, in any minute now, it will be dealt with. Thus, he stopped Khan from making a blunder that may damage the relationship of the two kids. Khan was engrossed in the fight of the two that he forgot to watch the other two. When he looked at the monitor capturing Monoma and Kirishima, he was stupefied. Not only Kirishima looks beat up, even with his whole body fully hardened, he doesn't have the strength to escape Monoma's slender foot that's stepping on his head as he knelt on the ground, his hands and knees buried in the cement. Instead of being able to raise his body, he's being buried deeper and deeper on the ground. With his simple mind, Kirishima only thought that Monoma's foot is too strong. Monoma's body is glowing red as he looked at the redhead coldly. On his right index finger is the huge bomb, settled there in a behaved manner, as if it doesn't have any weight. Seriously, are heroes nowadays this weak? How laughable, he said, his pale face show no emotion. However, deep down, Monoma's head is splitting like crazy. Controlling Chuya's ability almost made him pass out in pain, as if his brain is slowly being ripped apart. He had no time to use the capture tape at all. He felt that once he bends down, he'll fall unconscious. Thus, instead of doing so, he focused more on the ability to his foot and stepped on Kirishima's head harder. Kirishima's arm gave out and his head instantly hit the ground 10 times harder than before, knocking him out. On the other hand, Chuya tossed Uraraka over and over again until she passed out, unable to overwrite his ability. Khan felt terrible for the two, but he had to announce, Hero Team knockout. Villain Team wins. This time, both members on the Hero Team were sent to the infirmary. Uraraka and Kirishima sustained broken bones, scars, and bruises. Moreover, Monoma also rushed to the infirmary on his own. However, he didn't walk for long when he coughed up BLD and felt dizzy all over. In the end, he had to be taken to Recovery Girl as well. He felt his limbs slowly growing numb until he can no longer feel them. There's a sense of fear enveloping him. He took a deep breath and seriously considered the consequences of copying abilities. He doesn't know about others, but for him, abilities are appealing yet frightening. It's too scary. If he could, he wouldn't want to do anything with them at all. Chuya went back to the waiting area without anyone congratulating him. He raised his brows in confusion but didn't think much of it when Ida approached him. Not Kohara-kun. He called and walked faster in a mechanical manner. How could you hit a girl like that? He reprimanded while moving his hands up and down, but he knows that this is a battle, so after ranting, he stopped and said, "So, is Yuraraka-kun okay?" "Only superficial wounds. She's fine, she just passed out," Chuya said, and realized that his classmates must have found his actions terrible. Chuya thinks he already held back a lot in that fight, but these hero wannabes still think is too much. He wondered how much of the world have they not seen to feel that is already terrible with just that display. If they saw Dazai interrogating someone, will they pass out? Two arms circled his slender waist and a chin propped on his shoulder. The person then said, Right. Nothing life-threatening at all, Ida-kun. By the way, did you see Chibi's martial arts? It's so good, right? In fact, it's one of the best in our organization." Ida's attention was successfully piqued and there was a hint of awe in his voice. "Whoa. Really? That's amazing, Nokohara-san," he said before trying to copy Chuya's actions earlier. Higher. Whack. Bam. Like this? Or maybe like this? Aurora. Chuya's cheeks flushed red in embarrassment and even forgot to remove Dazai's hands on his waist. Surely, he doesn't look as stupid as Four Eyes when he's doing the thing, right? Tsuyu went up to Ida to correct his posture, and some even had fun teasing him, and soon, one of them nudged Chuya's shoulder and the light-hearted atmosphere went back. Juno listened to the unfolding scene and couldn't help but observe Dazai a little bit more. Dazai realized his intention. He let go of Chuya, faced the other and held both of his cheeks in a shy manner, like a girl blooming in her first love. If you pay attention to me that much, I'm gonna melt." Juno felt all the hairs of his body stood up and he turned his head away. He couldn't see the face, but the sticky tone of the voice made his face turn green in disgust. Deku tried pacifying Juno by stroking his head, yosh, but Juno felt even more terrible. He hit Deku's hand away and left to find a different spot to stay. Deku's hand froze on the same spot where he was slapped as his gaze followed the other. He then looked at his hand and slowly moved it closer to his face. He took a sniff and smelled the shampoo the other person was currently using. It was a different shampoo, a shampoo provided by the inn they were staying at. Deku's hair also smelled the same and he felt quite happy. Of course, he conveniently didn't think that all 6 of them used the same shampoo. Curious, he liked his hand, but there's no other taste than his skin. It was disappointing to not taste the same sweet scent. He wondered if he could taste it with Juno when he was hit with a small thing on his head. He caught it and it was a strawberry-flavored candy. He looked at where it came from and saw Juno's dark face. He knew that face. It meant, "What weird shit are you thinking about me now?" Scram. Deku was silent for a minute. Teasich. What a sharp hearing. His heartbeat exposed him again. Unwrapping the candy, he put it in his mouth and he tasted a burst of sweetness. To most students, the guy in the red military uniform with even marks on his face is quite puzzling, an oddball of sort. To elaborate, he went to the exit door but then made a beeline, ending in front of another guy in the red military uniform. Not only the students, even the instructors are left speechless. Class 1BS advisor, Khan, tried to remind him that he should head to the location of the mock battle, but the guy has a tunnel vision and selective hearing at the moment. He then muttered to the person in front of him, "You said I could have it." The other guy's arms are crossed as he raised his eyebrow in confusion. "Have what?" Deku's gaze turned 50 degrees serious. "My snack." Speechless, Juno had to take a moment, at most 3 seconds, to compose himself because of the idiot standing stupidly in front of him. Then, he crouched to grab his bag and picked a snack, a sweet, soft, milky, and creamy pudding. In an instant, Deku's tunnel vision swayed to Juno's gloved hand and the pudding resting on his palm, enveloped by long and defined fingers. Unfortunately, Deku's small brain can only process the pudding, not the fingers. His eyes are even twinkling in delight and his mouth couldn't stop from watering. Juno realized his restlessness due to the erratic sound of his pulse. Smirking to himself, he held out his hand, but once Deku reached out, he pulled back, making Deku's hand catch nothing but air. Deku glared, mildly annoyed. He emphasized, "You promised." "Indeed, I agreed, but I never promised anything." Juno played with the pudding in his hand, tossing and spinning it like a toy. Deku stepped forward twice to grab it when Juno grabbed his collar with his other hand and forcefully pulled him closer. His lips hovered near Deku's right ear. In that brief moment, Deku stiffened, his breath hitched, and his heart unknowingly performed somersaults. It was only 0.3 seconds, making Juno feel like there's something wrong with his hearing for a second. Juno chose to ignore that odd thing and proceeded to whisper in the other person's ear, "I'll give it in one condition. Finish this battle early." Deku paired his head a bit lower in a diagonal manner and whispered back, "If I do that, the students won't be able to maximize their learning." After all, they made a deal with the principal. In exchange for legitimate information about the Hero Society, Quirk Genetic Makeup and the Hero Public Safety Commission, they will assist all students under the Hero course, that are Class 1A and Class 1B, in their quirk training, forcing them to their limits without leaving any permanent physical, mental, and emotional damage. This will go on for a year. Juno obviously knows what Deku meant, but he has other designs in mind. It doesn't matter. Most of these brats are inwardly thinking that we, ability users, are only able to win because they have an advantage in the situation at hand. Stupid assumptions like that need to be crushed. Show them. Deku finally understood Juno's intentions. If these kinds of impressions fester, not only their credibility will be at risk. The whole power system in Yokohama will experience major discrimination. Juno could honestly care less about the Armed Detective Agency and Port Mafia. In fact, he prefers that these two completely useless organizations to just disappear completely. It would do good for humanity. In all honesty, Deku disagrees with Juno's gory imagination. Still, he doesn't disagree with the fact that he has to act out a bit so that these classes won't be able to say a single word of complaint, especially since their brown-haired bandages from the Mafia publicly exposed their intentions. "Alright," he agreed, "now give me my pudding." Juno smirked and threw the pudding away, making Deku dash and perfectly catch it unharmed. Satisfied, he walked away with his confused teammate, AMR. Chuya snorted before stretching his arms. "I'll skip this one. I have something to do." Dazai eyed him almost immediately as if asking where he's going without him. It gave Chuya a pause before feeling weirded out why he did so. "What?" "I can't use the bathroom," he replied defensively before turning away, ignoring the mackerel whose sight followed him until he finished asking for permission and leaving the room. Upon closing the door, Chuya shivered and shook his arms. "That demon BSE. What the hell is he trying to achieve by staring at me?" he mumbled to himself before walking out. Chuya does have a different purpose. Instead of going to the bathroom to relieve himself, he went straight to the canteen to buy 1 seaweed soup, 1 slice of strawberry cake, an apple, a banana, 1 curry bread, and 2 bottles of cranberry juice. After paying for it using his card, he left the canteen staff whose eye sockets widened upon seeing the number of zeros in that card. In her mind, he freaked out. What kind of high school student have that much money? The ginger then stopped by another place, the clinic. He knocked twice before entering. He was greeted by a recovery girl as he stated his reason of visit before he was allowed to go further inside. As he walks by, he can hear murmuring sounds from the people inside the curtain. He opened it and saw the students sitting on each bed, talking about how their fights went, their disappointments and amazements. The green-haired boy is the first one to notice him. "Ah, Nokohara-kun," he waved in excitement. "Yo!" Chuya grinned before walking inside. Together with Midoriya are the others who got injured in their HBC. "Chuya-kun." Uraraka became excited as well. "You're so amazing." Right. Kaminari nodded. "I heard everything from Uraraka-san and Kirishima." Deku pounded his head recklessly, ignoring his head injury. "But Nokohara-kun, how did you overwrite Uraraka-san's quirk? How did it feel? Can you tell me step by step?" Chuya was overwhelmed by his questions, so he had to use his hand to cover that chatty mouth. All right. Let's leave that for later. Focus on recuperating first." He then turned to look at the blonde guy who looked disgusted at everyone from his class. "Are you all right? What happened there?" Chuya didn't think the other person would. Faint. It made him feel a bit irresponsible as a teammate. Monoma lost his spikes and nodded hesitantly. "I'm fine. It's just quirk overuse." "I see," Chuya replied before looking at the purple midget still passed out on the bed. "He must be terribly injured." Kirishima laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha. Not that much. Mineta woke up earlier so I gave him a pat in the back but he somehow passed out again. Ha ha ha." Midoriya good-naturedly filled him in with details. Kirishima-kun overused his quirk too, so his hand at that time was still stiff. Mineta-kun coughed out BLD after one bump. "Chuya, I guess it's the perverted punk's fate to sleep for eternity." Just then, he remembered what he came here for. He looked at Ochako and asked, "How's your condition?" Uraraka waved her hand playfully before imitating All Might's standard pose, "I'm all good from top to bottom." Chuya scratched his cheek in embarrassment. "That's good. I won't go that strong on you again." No. It doesn't matter. I've learned a lot from that fight. Actually, I've been meaning to say this, but do you want to train together, Chuya? Relieved, Chuya sighed before nodding. "I felt your potential too, that's why I was a bit excited during our fight. Don't worry, I'll train you properly." He rubbed the girl's head and grabbed the curry bread from the plastic bag. He turned to the freckled boy and said, "Midoriya, catch." Midoriya took it and found out that it was his favorite curry bread. "Wah. Thanks Nokohara-kun." Chuya smirked before tossing an apple to Monoma. The other caught it and thanked him with a hint of shyness in his voice before looking away. Then, Chuya gave the whole bag of food to the brunette one. "Here's yours, Ochako. Recover well." Uraraka felt bashful and thanked him formally before taking the food. Just in time too, she's really hungry. Plus, there's seaweed soup, too? How thoughtful. Chuya must be an angel sent from above. Kaminari and Kirishima looked at Chuya, eagerly waiting for theirs. Kirishima with his hands out, Bro. Kaminari with his finger pointing at himself, Mine. Chuya took a long look at them and asked, "Who are you guys again?" Defeated, the two cried. Kaminari bit his pillow in envy. DMN favoritism. Kirishima faked punched the bed. "How could you, bro? How could you forget our friendship?" Midoriya, Uraraka, and Monoma. What the F dash? Chuya held back but he couldn't help laughing out loud at their antics. After he laughed enough, he took a seat on Ochako's bed and shrugged. Fine, what can I do with you guys? Once you're fully healed, I'll treat you to ***********. He took out a black card from his pocket with a proud grin on his face. Kirishima and Kaminari finally stopped whining and celebrated wildly before being reprimanded by Recovery Girl, leaving them to grow mushroom in the corner. Midoriya laughed along the other before remembering, that's right, Chuya-kun. What's going on at Ground Beta right now? Chuya also turned half serious. "Oh? Are you that interested?" Midoriya nodded and the rest also looked at him intently. So Chuya can only share what will happen, but he also mentioned that he left before the battle starts. In any case, that hunting dog from Class 1B alone is enough. It's obvious who'll win at this point, so I left. Monoma listened before thinking quietly to himself, Suehiro Deku-kun, if this guy acknowledges him, then his ability might also push me to the limits if I tried to copy it. Once they've reached their destination, it's funny how inside the dark building, Deku's teammate is the source of light, his twinkling from head to toe. TSK. I just can't stop. He mumbled with 100% confidence and 100% sass. Thankfully, Deku is someone who doesn't give a shit. Aomar felt a sense of camaraderie from the other person since he didn't hear a single word of complaint. If only he knew that Deku's just busy trying to open his pudding, so he actively volunteered, "Worry no more, you unflashy guy. I will make sure to flawlessly guard the bomb and win this battle in shining colors. Do you agree, U.A?" Deku finally finished his battle with the pudding wrapper and grabbed the small spoon before finally taking a scoop of that mouth-watering, jelly-like pudding. After taking a bite, he replied nonchalantly, "I don't care." Aomar took that as acquiescence and felt even more confident. "Then, let's hide this hideous-looking bomb somewhere on the 5th floor, like, in the closet, shall we?" Deku inwardly wondered how such a huge bomb can fit inside a non-existent closet in the building, but he couldn't blame him. After all, he couldn't understand why people have to remove eggshells before eating an egg. Instead of listening to the awfully sparkling blonde guy in a weird and flashy purple cape, he carried the bomb with one hand, the pudding on the other, and the spoon in his mouth. However, instead of climbing up the 5th floor, he went to the 1st floor, near the door before putting the bomb down. Amar's brain almost crashed. What are you doing? That's so glittering. Deku felt at ease after putting the featherweight bomb down. After all, he can finally take another scoop of his sweet and tasty pudding. Only then did he realize that Amar is talking to him, so he answered, but a single beat late, "Oh. Don't mind me and I won't mind you." Amar doesn't even have the chance to reply when he and Deku heard in their earpiece the go signal from their teacher in charge. The hero team, Hagakure and Tokoyami, are already prepared. The students watching them realize that this team is actually another perfect combination like the with Uraraka and Kirishima. They both excel in stealth and camouflage. Thus, when they heard the go signal, the invisible Hagakure head in as quickly as she could, including Tokoyami's dark shadow, who instantly grew twice as large after it entered the building because of the lack of light. Amar, scared out of his wits, shot his light beams forward until it gave him a terrible tummy ache, making him in pain. However, the hero team swiftly evaded his series of attack but was rendered a bit blinded because of the piercing light. This made them unaware of the sudden wave of sharp blades appears as if out of nowhere. The blade pierced every bit of their non-fatal areas. It gave them the illusion that there were countless of blades piercing them at the same time, but the truth is that it was only a single blade moving in a fast pace with a brutal moving force. The battle was over in a matter of seconds. Tokoyami and Hagakure, who should have a huge advantage due to their high compatibility with stealth, couldn't even step inside the building for a whole minute. The blade forced them back outside to their starting point. The wall near the door was damaged with slashes until it crumbled. The students saw everything since All Might turned on the heat sensors in the cameras. This means that they also saw how incredibly accurate the attacks were, even properly pinpointing Hagakure's location without needing to take a minute to think. Deku stood within the smoke, the spoon in his mouth, the pudding on his left hand and a single sword on his right. The blade seemed to slither like a snake, as if it had a mind of its own. It whisked away the BLD, splattering red dye to the ground, before returning to normal. There you go. Villain team wins. Now I can eat my pudding in peace, Deku said while looking at the floating camera, rendering almost everyone, including All Might and Khan, shocked speechless. Aizawa was the first to move. His face is dark with a deep frown as worry seeped into his eyes. Hurry! Get them to Recovery Girl for emergency treatment. Only then did it occur to the teens how badly injured Tokoyami and Hagakure are. Ranpo realized it right from the start. The wounds are placed on a non-fatal area, but they are definitely deep. On the other hand, Yosano didn't think that the hunting dogs will go this far just to secure a win and leave an impression. It's nasty. Dazai had a hunch about it when he saw Juno and Deku talking with each other earlier, but he left a room for doubt because Deku doesn't seem to be someone who'd harm innocent people. In short, Deku fell for Juno's machinations. Dazai hid his grin and intrigue filled his brain. He really wants to see how things'll turn out if the port and those special military corps were to have an all-out war. That would be truly fascinating. He might even find a reason to live if he was lucky. The rest of the matches finally ended after a while. Chuya received a message from Dazai and went back to the waiting area just before the last match finished. Afterwards, All Might and the instructors talked about each match by themselves while the students were given 10 minutes of break time. 10 minutes went by in a flash and soon, the three teachers gathered the students together and they sat on the floor by class. On the left side were Class 1A and on the right side were Class 1B. Aside from those who are injured, everyone is present. Their discussion then began with All Might asking the students who they think is the MVP of today's battle lesson, and everyone went silent. Some preferred not to answer, some were genuinely thinking, and some were physically present but mentally absent due to the shock they received in the succeeding strange battles. Even the ever-participative Yorozu refrained from answering. In the end, All Might opened his mouth to say that all three of them, the instructors, settled for 3 selections with each of their own opinions as to why they chose those students. First, Khan spoke up and said, "Although I really do have many biases regarding the class I am in charge of, I want you to note that this decision of mine did not stem from that." After making it clear to the students, he continued, "For me, the MVP in this battle is none other than the villain team from round 12, Edogawa-kun and Kaminari-kun." All the students clapped in applause. Yosano looked at Ranpo with proud eyes, and Ranpo enjoyed the applause by putting his hands on his hips and grinning like a placated cat with a fried breadstick in his mouth. His thin eyes squinted even more and his chin is pointing high. It made most of his classmates look at him with adoration. Pony couldn't help herself and took a secret shot of him looking cute. Ranpo of course noticed her little actions but did not dissuade her. In his mind, he thought that she admires his coolness. Khan admitted that he couldn't choose just one person, so he opted to choose a team instead. He further explained in detail how Edogawa's wit and Kaminari's flexibility blends well, creating a well-crafted plan with the success rate of 97%. From what he can see, their team is the most compatible team among every teams. After he finished saying his point, another round of applause was given to Ranpo and his teammate who, unfortunately, is unaware of his achievement at the moment. Next up, Aizawa stepped up and directly said, word for word, Minoma Nito. Understood his teammate. Understood his role. They were very short words, but everyone who watched their battle knew that Nokuhara-kun just blindly trusted Minoma, and Minoma himself did not disappoint. Even when Kirishima-kun appeared at the top floor out of nowhere, not only did he remain composed, but he also guarded the bomb like a real villain. Most of the students might not feel the aura emanating from him at the time, but Kirishima and the rest of the instructors knew that Minoma felt like a real villain with the suffocating atmosphere he gave off in the entire fifth floor. If they were not certain that he's someone who's eager to be a hero, they might mistake him for an undercover villain. It was a terrifying thought to have. The students then gave Minoma a round of applause even if he's also absent in the discussion. Then, All Might finally stepped forward and congratulated everyone first, telling them encouraging words before finally getting to the point. My MVP for this session is Todoroki Shoto. His technique and precision, as well as his control over his quirk, is truly amazing. He also made sure not to harm anyone other than the minor inconvenience for the villains, which made it easier for securing them in prison if this is a real-life scenario. Plus, young Todoroki finished his battle in a flash. Although, young man, you can still work on with your communication skills, you have to learn how to be a team player. Todoroki gave him a slight nod and everyone clapped their hands for him. Dazai's line of sight lingered a bit longer before looking away. Just in time, he saw Bakugo, who couldn't even lift his head nor response. It's so unlike the guy not to make a fuss after not being called one of their MVPs. That loss must have hurt like hell. Dazai couldn't hide the schadenfreude in his expression, so he decided to look away and focused on appreciating Chuya's ginger hair strands that are slowly sliding down from his ear because of trying to change his sitting posture. With Dazai's hand on his left chin, he moved his right hand to brush the hair strands properly when the short one immediately raised his arms and pressed his hat firmly on his head as he turned to Dazai with a glare. Dazai was taken aback, he blinked twice and finally realized, Chibi mistakenly thought that he's trying to steal his hat. Fut dash. Dazai covered his mouth and tried his best to stop laughing, eventually crouching until his head almost hit the ground. Clueless about what's going on in the mackerel's mind, Chuya raised a brow in confusion but still refused to let go of his hat. The heck, he murmured before moving his butt away from the other, creating a wide distance. Dazai saw his silly attitude and didn't comment on it. He just watched the other person until All Might finished his lengthy speech about heroism, courage, true strength, and blah blah blah. Dazai could honestly care less. Finally, the students can officially go to the canteen to eat and take 100% normal boring classes after All Might sprinted away in a hurry. Class 1A and Class 1B also separated ways after walking out of the ground beta, and most of them scattered around with either by themselves or with friends. Midoriya and the others inside the clinic can now also go and take the rest of their classes. It took a while to persuade Mineta to go back to class. Instead of just lazily rolling around in bed, they had to pull him away from the bed with all their might. The teachers following All Might felt that there's something wrong with their students. After all, they seem to be more intense and out of it, as if they are thinking about something that requires 100% of their attention. Thus, the last teacher, Ectoplasm, decided to make it a self-study time and let the students ponder about whatever the hell is bugging them. He thought that he'll never be able to teach anything until his students figure things out. Good for him, because every superhuman from Class 1A still cannot separate themselves from the battles earlier. Take Kaminari for instance. He should be ecstatic that he was chosen as one of the MVPs, but after hearing about the rest of the battles from his classmates, he went silent and slowly realized that without the guidance of Edogawa-san, fighting Yorozu might end up very badly for him. He was lucky twice because of Edogawa-san. Midoriya busied himself with writing in 2 of his notebooks. One for his classmates and Class 1B's quirks and the other for the abilities he witnessed and heard about, especially Yosano-sensei's healing ability that was called Thou Shalt Not Die, Edogawa-san's ability that allows him to see through everything, and Saijiku-san's ability that enables him to teleport. He wrote facts and theories, muttering here and there, busying himself. Tokoyami keeps on recalling his battle with Class 1B's Suehiro-san. He was ashamed, but he really couldn't bring himself to see it as a battle when they couldn't even do anything. He taps his fingers on his desk as his mind wanders off. Dark Shadow also seems to be thinking deeper than the night sky. Ida is seriously taking notes about the subject at hand when he heard a loud slap. He looked at that direction and saw Uraraka-kun with her 2 palms rubbing both her cheeks after slapping herself strong. He wanted to ask if she's all right when she lowers her head to her desk and muttered in a low voice, "I'll do better next time, I swear. I'll use my quirk to its fullest potential. I'll train more. I'll do better next time and win." On repeat, as if hypnotizing herself. Ida closed his notebook and sighed. He didn't have the chance to be paired with or fight against ability users, so he could only theorize and not relate to Uraraka and the others who fought with or against them. He closed his eyes and began a simulation wherein he is in an arena and Nokohara-kun is in front of him, telling him to try and fight him. He moved forward with his quirk activated, but he failed to capture the other. When he looked up, Nokohara-kun is already about to throw a punch directly to his face. Ida's hands on his desk tightened as he frowned. He lost in his simulation. He restarted as once again. Kirishima is looking at the gradually oranging sky. His upturned eyes narrowed as weird feeling from his stomach surfaced once again. It took him a while to build up his confidence and get to where he is now, but it's as if all his preparation was stepped on, just like how he lost earlier. His lips thinned and the feeling of frustration started to swell when he was tapped from behind. He looked at the person, but he was met with a bottle of energy drink. The bottle tilted to the side and he saw the smiling face of Ashido. He took the drink after a relieved sigh before thanking her. Ashido just leaned on her desk and smiled brightly. "Soon, it's time to go home." Chuya bid goodbye to Midoriya and the rest before walking away with Dazai. Juno is still with Aizawa, who's currently finishing up with Class 1C. After packing up his things, Midoriya finally noticed that Kaken is not around. After a brief inquiry, he realized that the other already left, so he hurriedly went out, wanting to somehow explain things. He doesn't know why he's acting this way even after all that bullying he experienced because of Kaken. Maybe it's because he still treats him as a friend. Maybe it's because he wants to be friends. Maybe it's because he wanted to be recognized by the other person as worthy. Whatever this feeling is, all he knows is that if he refused to say anything now, they might drift apart even further. Midoriya Izuku doesn't want that. That's one thing he's clear about. Inside a cat cafe near the school grounds, 3 teens took a seat and ordered a latte, an Americano, and a caramel macchiato. They also included donuts, 3 slices of shortcakes and a whole pepperoni pizza. While waiting for their drinks and the rest of their order, they played with the cats that rubbed on their legs. Mina rubs the Siamese cat's belly and sighed. The atmosphere in class is too heavy earlier. It wasn't really depressing, but it's still pushing her on edge. Everyone was tensed and she knew why. She looked at the other 2 girlfriends she had just made, Yorozu and Gyro. Gyro looks like she's still trying to distract herself from what had happened with her battle, while Yorozu is still looking a little pale. Mina doesn't know, but she felt even more ashamed when Todoroki can make it to MVP. Yorozu doesn't want to compare herself to others, but maybe it's because she and Todoroki are the only ones who got into UA through recommendations. Even if she closes her eyes, it's becoming more and more difficult for her not to compare. Their order came and they stuffed themselves with food while voicing out their frustrations. "Ua! I hate it. Dazai-kun is not playing fair. No. I shouldn't have bothered listening to him in the first place and just activated my quirk right from the start." Gyro grumbled. Yorozu chimed in, "Right? I couldn't believe I fell for Edogawa-san's nonsense, twice. Twice. My gosh, I feel so stupid. Jiro looked at her and continued, and what's with your partner? Mineta-kuen's such a pig teammate. Can he even understand human words? Yorozu sipped her caramel macchiato and put the drink down after clearing her throat, and Saijika-san too. His ability is too much. Not only does he have incredible senses, he can even teleport. What can we, plebeians, do about it? Jiro slapped the table in excitement. You said the thing. I'm almost going crazy thinking about that too. And Dazai-kun is so cheeky, he didn't even show me his ability. I gained nothing but losses. Yorozu nodded solemnly. Right, right. Jiro, next time, I'll show him. Yorozu. Yeah. Me too. The two quietened down and sighed as if they finally let go of their burdens. At last, Mina can intervene and grabbed a slice of pizza, one for each hand before shoving them to the other two. That's the spirit. Want seconds, Yoromomo, Kyo-chan? Jiro and Yorozu realized what they had just done and blushed in embarrassment before nodding and taking Mina's offer. Yorozu felt shyer, so she said, I'll treat you guys next time. Mina's eyes sparkled and Jiro felt challenged, so she declared without thinking, then, I'll treat you guys next time. Mina's eyes shone even more before celebrating, yay. I can't wait. Yorozu felt a little bit better but Jiro's soul almost flew away. Jiro, what was I even thinking? Unfortunately, once words were said, there's no going back. Peacefully drinking tea inside her room back in the inn, Yosano felt that her classmates were a bit silly but capable. Earlier, they began to group themselves into four and discussed every battle they faced. The ones that led the sharing of thoughts in the class were Kendo and Ranpo's friend, Minoma. If they continue this kind of progress, they might even be able to defeat some of Midoriya's classmates. Of course, they also asked for her thoughts but Yosano kept her observation to herself and just stated the general gist of what the others also shared. Ranpo, on the other hand, straight up arrogantly called them fools for still needing to ask for his thoughts when everything was already laid out for them. Yosano can only sigh. Thankfully, most of their classmates now know how to deal with him, especially Minoma. Suddenly, she snapped out of her thoughts when Ranpo, wearing a darker green nagagi and a lighter green hari, barged in her room while carrying a box of cards, Akiko. Let's play Hanafuda. Yosano took everything off the table to make it nice and clean before grinning. What's the wager? Ranpo hurried to sit down and open the box to scatter the cards. Inside a different room, Juno just finished showering and was wiping his face while wearing a bathrobe when he heard a crunch. He frowned and said, What are you doing in my room? Deku faced him and sniffed. After smelling the scent that's now stronger because the other person is just fresh out of the bathroom, Deku is even more satisfied. He stood up and threw the crackers in his mouth before leaving the room confidently. Juno's forehead vein bulged, obviously feeling irritated, but he just sighed and finally laid down on his bed. His arms folded behind his head as he recalls what he stumbled upon earlier. Midoriya and Bakugo. It turns out, those two go way back. It turns out, that spotted broccoli used to be quirkless. How curious. Juno smirked slyly. He can't wait to meet Mr. Quirk Knockoff tomorrow. Extra. Welcome to Fourth Wall. Interviewer. Hello, Chuya. How does it feel to be our first guest? Fanfic Chuya, normal. What do you want to know? Interviewer. Well, some of the readers are confused as to why you are having a strong time studying when you're managing a diamond mine. What do you say about that? Fanfic Chuya. First of all, I'm definitely smarter in the canon, no doubt. But this is a fanfiction, so the author's different. In this one, Ain-san is the one officially handling the diamond mine and I help from time to time. Soon, it'll be mine to handle. Interviewer. So, do you admit that you are less intelligent in this one? Fanfic Chuya. What's wrong with that? At least I'm one of the most normal. Besides, Class 1A loves me. Interviewer. So, in short. Fanfic Chuya. It's for the plot. The plot. Interviewer. So he says. Redbun 2X. Please don't come after me for that one derailment anymore TVT. If we're really sticking 100% to canon, I can't make any ships T to the power of T, like, really, it's for the plot to move forward. I swear. Also, the only ones who had the gall to call Chuya stupid or dumb are Dazai and Ranpo. If Juno chimed in, that's because of his sick personality *v. Interviewer, and that's all for today's fourth wall. See you for another Easter egg.